combatants. So right now, you're being aggressive, right? So you're violating my Third Amendment right because I'm quartering with an enemy combatant.
It is what it is. We're all sick from disinformation. We all live for twisted sensations. Kids are safe, but too well behaved to feel. Never heal with the fakes. Go make something real. If what you've always believed in was not considered treason, business will be booming, writing news with no meaning. Take it or leave it, the way you see it is the end result. Angels and demons.
What's up, guys? And you didn't vote? Extortion watchers, what's up with that? You gotta vote. You're probably working, though. You're always working. Nice. All right, so there we guys go. Oh, it said it rejected my comment. Why the hell did it reject my comment? Listen, I'm trying to put the link. Son of a bitch. What's up, Kent? What's up, CFW? Okay. Well, yeah, I'll email you. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to forget. I don't know why it's not letting me put the link up, guys. Let me see. Guess I gotta go to Nightbot. So, what do you guys think is going to happen this election cycle? Obviously, we're not going to find out who won tonight. It's going to be like all week for damn sure. You know what I mean? It's going to take a while before we find out who wins, just because of all the mail-in ballots, because of COVID and all that good stuff. I was looking at some of the predictions. And, I don't trust any predictions. The reason I don't trust any predictions is because they sure as hell weren't right the last time. I don't see why they would be right this time, personally. That's a default custom. Yeah. Who is that? So, yeah, what do you guys think? I personally think Trump's going to win. I really do. Not that I want him to win or I don't want him to win. I just think he's going to win. I don't see Biden as a viable opponent for him, personally. All right, let's try this now. Please work. There we go. Is Trump still going to hold us hostage for those stimulus checks we want? I don't think Trump's holding anyone hostage for those. I think that's honestly the Congress. They just can't come. He wants to get the stimulus checks out, but they're just not doing it, What's up, shithead? What's up, Billy? What's up, Jack? What's up, Dave? Gary? Chief? Cheryl? What's up, guys? Just write my name in. I have ideas. There we go. Let's get CFW. Let's get Beagles in there. I think Beagles will do a good job as president. What do you think, Chief? I think Beagles will do a great job as a president.
Yeah, sure. I would go along with that.
Beagles is a great mod. So, I mean, come on. She'd be able to moderate some sort of deal between the Pakistanis and the Israelites and, put China to the table, tell Kim Jong-un he's a douchebag, slap the shit out of him, and then he just comes to the table and is like, okay, I'm sorry. My bad, Beagles. I think it would happen.
Yeah, that would be definitely worth seeing.
What side do you push?
How you doing, Lavender?
Good.
How's the editing going?
Good.
You're not done yet? Come on. I wanted to show your video. What's going on?
I'm doing I've got 8 to splice together, so.
It's going to take you a minute. Okay. She's working on her first video. She had her first call. Good subscribers.
So,
and she had her first video.
How does everybody feel like we're all from different parts of the country? What do you think the election is leaning towards in your neck of the woods? What do you think, Kenny?
I think it's going to go Biden here, but I don't think it's going to really matter.
I can speak for Ohio. I think Trump's going to carry Ohio because this is a very, blue collar state, and I think that's what they appeal to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Did you vote?
No, I don't vote.
You don't? Why don't you vote?
I quit voting the first time Obama was elected.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. You weren't a fan of Obama, huh?
Well, it wasn't the popular vote.
Well, yeah, that's
The
true.
Electoral College picked him.
Well, that's how it always has been. It's never been about the popular vote.
There's
Just like
been times though when they've been the
no, there have
same.
there have, but for both times Bush, he wasn't a popular vote at all. But he still won too.
Yeah, well,
Well, I
Yeah,
think
but there's
that's because we don't want cities like New York, Philadelphia, L.A., Seattle, those really big metropolitan areas deciding our election.
that's the exact reason they came up with the Electoral College, and that was back, oh, let's see,
and I can't wait for it to be
1783.
abolished.
Well,
Well,
what would you?
the interesting part about it is there have been some statute changes in several states where they mandate the college vote the popular.
Mhm. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens. But now we all know that the elections aren't going to be done in today. It's going to be at least a week after until we find out who exactly won. And Trump's
If
already talking like
if
he's going to take
if
it to the
they
Supreme
don't
Court.
if they don't start filing like motions in, like you said, the Supreme Court or whatever, yeah, it
We've
might
already
take.
it's going to take a while because they have to count all the mail-in ballots. So the election is not going to be decided today because of all they didn't start counting the ballots and for the mail-in ballots until today. They couldn't. So it's going to
Did,
take them a while
did
to count all
anybody
those.
did anybody vote today? I voted absentee ballot, but I did like last Friday where I could actually hand it in to them. Did anybody else do that, or did anybody show up to vote?
Wife
Went
and
to
I
down
put,
to the. I went down to the voting. I went down
yeah,
to
my
voting.
wife and I put our ballots in the strong box uh, in a neighboring town a week ago.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, I
oldest
think
went
I
down and
think
voted.
yeah, I think a lot of people are doing that. They said they've had a record number of absentee ballots
Mhm.
filed since, like, I think they said since like 1967 or something like that.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
yeah.
Chief, I don't know if you know about the situation here in New Jersey. Every eligible registered voter got an absentee ballot.
Yeah, that's funny. My dad was a New Jersey state trooper, way before I was born. But yeah, he was up at the Morristown barracks. So they don't take that right away, do?
I don't know what the laws are as far as counting them prior to election day. I would assume they can't, so that's why it's going to be delayed.
Well, I think all of the like absentee ballots go through a machine and they scan it just like the regular voting machine. So we're gonna have to really see what happens. It's gonna be very interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, well, hopefully there won't be any hanging chads.
Oh yeah, okay, we're showing our age.
What do you
Um,
mean age? That's only
we
God. That's less than 10. What? That's
oh god, you gotta be kidding. The
that's
hanging
what,
chat.
3 elections ago?
what you guys
Yeah,
talking?
but I
What you
mean,
guys talking
oh my
about?
god, the dimpled Chad, the hanging Chad. It's like you've got to be kidding me.
Yes,
Yeah, I got.
exactly, Cheryl. They couldn't count the absentee ballots and the mail-in ballots until today. A lot of states couldn't. So yeah, it's not going to be done by today. And I was looking at some of the predictions, and a lot of predictions were saying. Now, here's the thing. Again, I don't trust any of the predictions they have anymore because they have the predictions as Biden winning pretty easily. But that's what they said about Clinton 4 years ago. So they
You
don't know what they're talking
do you
about. But
remember the debacle back in the 50s when they declared Dewey a winner over Truman?
no, I don't.
They had papers
That
going
was
out.
like, wasn't that Walter Cronkite that did that?
No, it was a major city newspaper that put it out, and they threw it out a little too soon. And there was a comical picture of Truman after officially winning, holding up the newspaper saying Dewey wins.
Wow, that's funny. What's up, Gary?
What's up?
Not much. So did you vote,
Hi,
Gary?
Gary.
Hi, Loud. How you doing?
Did you
Good.
vote, Gary?
Did I? No, I don't vote anymore.
I'm voting. You and Lavender both go vote. All
Nah.
right.
When it's an electoral college. I can't. That's a
See,
bunch of malarkey.
It's been like that forever, though. I mean, whatever. Okay. Well, I mean, if you haven't voted for a while, but no, that's fine. I guess it is what it is. Well, what do you guys suggest they should do? Just leave it to the popular vote?
Popular vote.
yes, I think that would gain
I
back
would,
some trust in the government, at least a little bit.
I would definitely invite a popular vote. If you get more votes, then you should be in. But there's a lot of like really dense metropolitan areas that all of those votes are going to go one way or the other. But like places like Iowa, Kansas, that kind of stuff, they don't get as much say. That's why the Electoral College kind of makes it a little balanced.
Mm-hmm.
Am I alone? Am I alone in thinking this? Because that's what I mean, it's either population or it's state.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, like
should the population decide what the lesser states want, or should they, give them a fair vote too?
Well, that's what the electoral college does. It makes it to where the states that don't have quite as much pull or people to vote for, it makes the candidates actually worry about them instead of just because think of it, was a popular vote. Would they go to places like West Virginia? Hell no. They go to California, Texas, all the big states, all the populous states. So if you were living in, let's say, Utah, your pick, and you didn't want who the popular pick was, your vote wouldn't matter. The electoral college makes it to where Utah matters. It makes it to the smaller states matter.
It's not even Utah. If you're in the middle of Kansas and you're so far out of town that it's like their votes should be heard just like a state like California or New York. Just because they have less population, they should still be heard.
If it went by population, look at the amount of Congress people we have. That's based on population. That's why the Senate is based on 2 per state. It's a balancing. It's a balancing act.
It is. It actually absolutely is.
So on the panel, who thinks electoral college or popular vote? Who thinks what?
I don't mind the
Popular
electoral
vote.
college. I don't mind the
Popular
electoral
vote.
college. I think it makes it to where like I said, the smaller states have a chance, and it makes it more interesting because the most popular person isn't always necessarily the best candidate either, and it's not always a candidate that every state wants.
I support the electoral college. Yeah.
Well, it's been working for how many years?
Yep, it's been working.
Well, what since what FDR was in? I mean, the electoral college.
That's right. Everyone write in Pedro. Napoleon Dynamite. That's such a great movie.
No, man. Everybody writes in Mickey Mouse. You know how many votes that Mickey Mouse has gotten over the years?
I was brainwashed Democrat for much of my life. I was against the college, so I did that bias research. Oh, so well, that's just the thing. Like, it comes back. It just really comes down to how you feel about things, And there's nothing wrong with people that don't like the electoral college. It's how they feel and how they see things, and that's what they want. So I mean, it is what it is. Now, do you guys agree with the 2-term limit, or do you think they should maybe just 3 terms or some of that? Or are you guys cool with the 2-term limit? You know how we came to the 2-term limit, right?
FDR.
No, it wasn't FDR. Well,
no, it was because he'd been elected 4 times. I decided to change it afterwards.
Well, yeah, but they pretty much changed it to FDR he went against the norm and did a bunch of terms because he was so popular. But the reason it did is because Washington, the first president, did 2 terms and said, no, that's enough. I think it was Washington. Maybe I'm wrong.
Nah, no,
Yeah.
no, 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 no.
No, I kid you not. I kid you not.
It was you could run as many times as you wanted to up until
Yes, but it was
FDR.
an unwritten rule after Washington, and then they made it official after FDR.
Okay, maybe the presidency should be a 2-term limit, but what does everybody think about the Congress and the Senate being
exactly.
subject to a 2-term limit?
I think the presidency actually should be 1 6-year term. If you can't get done in 6 years what you told your voters you're going to do,
that's not a bad
you're never
idea.
going to get it done.
It's not a bad idea. And that's a good point. If they can't get it done in 6 years,
yeah,
because it's almost
one 6-year
here's the thing,
term, then no more.
Because 4 years isn't really enough to really see the progress of what you're doing anyway. Especially when it comes to economy type stuff. Because by the time, let's say you're a 1-term president, anything you did during those 4-year terms, you're going to see some quick, stuff, but you won't really get to see what happened until, after out of office, if you're only a 1-term president, and then people are going to start seeing, well, yeah, that kind of worked. But then the next president's going to sit there and take credit for it.
That
happens all the time.
Yeah, that has happened through all of political history.
Absolutely. So I like that 1 6-year term. That way, at least during your term, you'll start to see some of the implications to what you did, and people can say, "Oh, yeah, look at this! I see what you did there. I see what you did."
If whoever gets elected president for 1 6-year term, he knows exactly how much time he's got to do what he wants to get done, and he doesn't have to worry about being reelected.
Yeah, good call.
But I mean, realistically, how would you actually pitch an idea like that? Would you have to go to the Department of Justice or the
write your congressman?
Yeah,
Supreme
Congress.
Court of the United States?
Congress.
You would actually have to pass legislation to do that.
Yeah,
so
start a petition and get it going.
Yeah, but do you think that a lot of people would vote for it? I mean, for real?
Sure. I know one guy would. Me.
It depends. I mean,
well, I would actually probably vote for that myself.
It's not a bad idea, honestly. What do you guys think?
If you stop and think about it, okay, a new president comes and gets in office. What's he doing the whole 4 years that he's been elected for? He's campaigning for the next 4 years.
I think that's not such bad. Let's see. Let's take a vote in the thing. What do you guys think? Should we change the term limit to 6, not cis?
6 1-year terms.
6 year term. 6 is not cis. It's 6. I messed up. My bad. Don't give me a grief over it. So 1 6-year term, or keep it the way it is, or even maybe move it up to 3 or 4 4-year terms. But I honestly think with the Congress and the House Representatives and all that good stuff, they need to put term limits on that. I'm really tired of all these career-ass politicians. So everyone thinks it's cool. So you'd have a lot of opposition. You know how we are as Americans. We don't like change. We don't like change. Also, Vlad thinks a 10-year term. Really? Damn. Would you really want to sit there and see the same person as 10 years?
No.
I mean, imagine if Vlad. Imagine if Vlad won.
Vladimir Putin.
Vlad Impaler. No, Vlad Impaler. I'm talking about Vlad Impaler. Imagine if he won. We really want to see him sitting at the Oval Office for like 10 years. Come on. So Asia says, leave it alone. See, yeah, I think 1 year they wouldn't get shit done in 1 year. So yeah, so people are still cool with the 2 4 years. It's just fine. Yeah, I think 2 4 years. Okay. Most people are thinking no, which is fair.
I like the 6-year idea.
I think it's not a bad idea too, but I think it'd be a hard sell. It'd be a hard sell to the American public.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Definitely
Well,
be a hard.
they would have to make legislation that it was like way out of ordinary that what is like the status quo. They'd have to like go on a left branch out and say, oh, okay, we're gonna do unless not 4 year, 4 years, but we're gonna do 1 6 year. That might actually work if they could get it done.
You could have to amend the Constitution to get it done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hell, you
Two
can't get anything
4 year
passed through
term
Congress now.
option.
Imagine what it would take for for a constitutional convention right now.
Oh yeah. Take a minute. Be interesting to see if it happens. Oh, go ahead, put the penalty. Excuse me.
Hey guys, I gotta sign off. I got some stuff to do with the family, so everybody take care.
All right.
Okay,
Cheers. Have a
All
good one.
right.
Bye bye.
So, would anyone like to divulge who they voted for? You don't have to, but I'm just asking. For the people who did vote, I should say, because I know 2 people up here didn't vote. Diver,
Nah.
divulging. Would you mind divulging who you voted for?
Yeah,
So you don't want to?
yeah, I mind.
Okay, so you don't want to. Fair enough. Yeah. Anyone in chat wouldn't mind divulging who they voted for if they? You don't have to. Just curious.
No, they can't, Dave.
Nobody goes. No, we don't.
It's okay. It's no big deal. No one has to.
Hey,
What's up,
Vlad.
Morgie?
Yeah, excuse me, Vlad the Impaler. You really haven't been paying attention, have you? He's retired, you boon.
What's up, Morgie? How are you?
I'm fine. Hi, guys.
Going.
I've taken the day off to watch what's going on today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been an interesting day. I started watching some of the forecasts last night. I'm like, oh, this should be interesting. And like I said, a lot of them said Biden was going to win, but I don't trust those. I don't trust them whatsoever.
I think after what happened in 2016, plus the fact that Trump's put in the boot into absentee voting, and that it's all rigged yet again. The vote's rigged again against him, and yet he won last time. The problem now is working out misinformation. What is the polls? How badly it's affecting it? And I think you're seeing a wonderful example of how misinformation can actually sways an election.
Yeah,
Well, that's why
absolutely.
they're all worried about the tampering coming in from overseas.
Now here, why don't auditors vote there? Extortion watchers, why don't they vote? Now, I have noticed that a lot of auditors are Trump supporters. There's a few that aren't. Like, I think Will was not a Trump supporter. I think Anselmo used to be. I don't know if Will changed his mind or not.
They don't know who to vote for because, really?
The majority of them are convicted felons and aren't allowed to vote in your country. So there you go.
True. Well, actually, Florida is doing this thing where they're allowing some felons to vote.
Yeah, but that's only Florida.
Hi,
Ashley.
it is only
Yeah, that's
Florida.
Hi, Mitchell.
But hey, isn't that scary? That's where Anselmo is, so he could actually vote. And what if he's the one that changes everything?
Okay.
That's a horror movie right there. That is a horror movie.
I don't think Anselmo could actually get out of bed in time, could he?
So Oregon also allows felons to vote, it looks like. Right on. So there's a few that do.
Yeah, not all of them are felons either.
Not all of them are felons. Not all of them are felons. But yeah, you're right. Source Watchers, it's also a right not to vote. Yeah, you don't have to vote if you don't want to. But at the same time, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I don't understand about that. Sitting there, you auditors go out there, you sit out there and bitch and bitch and bitch about how the government is fucking up, the government is doing this and that. Why don't you vote and actually change it a little bit, Instead of, wouldn't that make a whole lot of sense?
Yeah,
if you want something changed, get the person out.
Yeah, well, Kenny, that's only a very minute part of it. Just because your guy gets in doesn't necessarily mean he's going to do what you tell him to do. He's going to listen to the people that are going to give him the means to get reelected. He's not going to listen to the individual constituent. He may listen to a group of constituents if they have a large enough voting base to get things done. But that's how you get things done. You go to your representatives, you hammer the piss out of them that this needs to be corrected, this needs to be amended, this needs to be written. That's how you get things done
Hmm.
because that's their job. Their job is to listen to their constituents and get their job done. Unfortunately, you've got career politicians that think they're going to get the money from the special interest groups, quote unquote, and be able to get reelected, for life. And they're only going to listen to the ones that are, putting funds into their campaign trough.
You're
Hmm.
right.
No, absolutely.
The
Especially
other,
when it
the
controls
other,
it. Go ahead, Morgie.
sorry, I was just going to say the other thing is that frauditors, it does help if you can read the ballot.
Yeah, the fun part is legislative changes made in many states that any question on the ballot has to be in plain English. But I want to tell you, the way they word some of that stuff, you have no idea what you're voting for.
This is very true. This is very true. Which is why usually when they send you like the little pamphlet for all the bills that they're trying to pass, they give you all the pros and cons. They give this big ass booklet of what you got to look up, and then that you still don't have a good understanding of what it is. You have to still do some research, or else you're just kind of like guessing.
Yeah,
You really
well,
got to do research on that shit.
that's the old joke about two things you don't want to know how they're made: sausage and legislation.
No, I don't think she was referring to resistance, Yoda. I don't think you were. Were you referring to resistance, Morgie? She's not there, so I don't think she was.
Let's not say his name again.
Everything starts on a local level change. Absolutely, CFW. You are right on that. Absolutely. So Yoda was saying that most states do allow, once you're completion on your sentence, to vote. I think he was saying something like, hold on. Only 3 states, Iowa, can permanently disenfranchise a felony convict. The 6 other states limit restoration based on crimes of moral turpitude. Moral turpitude. There you go.
Sorry, no, I wasn't. I wasn't referring to the resistance. I was referring to frauditors on a general basis.
Yeah, the funny thing of what CFW says, yeah, that's great for your local level. But when you need something that needs to be done statewide, you got to go to your state legislators. If you need something to be done countrywide, you got to go to your federal regulators. I'm sorry, legislators. And unfortunately, said, unless you got enough clout with a very large stack of petitions and or the backing of quite a few special interests that make large contributions to their campaign coffers, they will yes you to death and ignore the piss out of you.
Asian, how you doing?
Nation!
Hey, good evening.
What you doing?
So, hey, Lavender Diver, Morgie, Gary, how are you all today?
Adrian.
Man, last 2 days, I keep getting tempted to jump on these live panels. Two rules of thought for me is never talk about politics or religion on
Thank
live
you.
panels like this. And in the last 2 days, I'm afraid that I've broken my own personal rule. We were talking about religion last night on Paulie's channel with
That got
Shiva and so
interesting.
cool. That was interesting to say the least. And here we are talking about politics and voting. And, look, I'm going to be honest. I was hesitating to hit the StreamYard's link to come up here, but I have personal issues with this, especially when it comes across with the auditors, the activists who talk about flexing civil rights and constitutional rights, because if you don't flex those rights, they're like muscles that will eventually go away. But then I'm hearing from those same people that they don't want to vote. It's their right not to vote. And I think that's just very contradicting and very hypocritical for auditors to say that. because rights are rights. It's not about picking and choosing. I mean, if that's the case, then when we talk about auditors that are filming post offices or, homeless shelters, you have the right to do it, but it doesn't necessarily make it right to do it, right? There's a lot of rights in my spiel right now. My apologies for the puns here, but I'm just having an issue with this right now.
There is the right to do something, and then there is the moral turpitude as to whether or not you actually should.
Right, but you can. But my point is, Diver, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Oh, they think they can.
And that's the issue that I'm having with right now with all of this. It's like, oh, as an auditor, I heard someone mention in chat, I don't want to vote because even if I vote, the government isn't going to do anything anyway. So Malcolm X once said that opinions don't make change. It's examples that make change. And an example is exercising your right to vote rather than doing nothing.
And also, like I say, voting, yeah, you may be able to get your man in, but is your man going to listen to you, or is your man going to listen to the people that are going to give him money to get him reelected? Because the number one job of a politician is to get elected. The number two job of a politician is to get reelected.
Yep.
That's why
Yep.
I think of the 1 time 6 years with no reelection. Let him get in there, do his job, and then leave.
Problem
You don't
with
have to
that,
worry
yeah,
about being reelected.
That works for presidential, but the biggest issue is the Congress and the House of Representatives that don't have a term limit. They have term limits. They can run as many freaking times as they want.
yeah, but consider this: if you do find an individual that is honest, that does his job properly, do you want to limit someone like that?
Well, to be fair, so you can limit the bad people, the people that are doing a horrible job too. Yeah.
Now, I can see putting a limit on someone's age. I mean, you've had politicians that are wheeled in to vote in Congress. And I personally, I mean, yeah, you've got, you also have Supreme Court justices who, uh, again, are they physically and mentally capable in their later years? I mean, do you want to set up tests for that, or do you want to just put a limit of like airline pilots at a certain age, boom, you're done? Same thing for military. At a certain age, bang, you're done.
Yeah.
Here's an
Yes.
interesting fact. The two presidential candidates for the first time in the history of this country are both over 70 years old. Just wanted to throw that out there.
There you go.
No, I think actually, if you're going to keep running, how you should actually do it is you must go for. I mean, all public servants usually have to go for a physical. They have to be. So that needs to go to the politicians as well. So we start off with: are you mentally and physically able to do this job?
Agreed.
So
Yeah,
we start from there. We start from there, and then we work out. We can work out an age average on where maybe, and so maybe 70, 72, something like that.
I
that's
don't
it.
know of any state that has a limit on retirement, mandatory retirement for other than certain critical jobs that need physicality, like police and fire and
That's correct.
EMS. As far as politician goes, they can go till they stop.
Yep.
I mean, we have term limits in New Jersey for governors. I'm sure other states do as well. And there's also a limit. I'm not really sure if you stay out a term that you can't go back in for governor. I'd have to look at that.
I think so because
mayor was broken.
Well, because here Jerry Brown he came back and became governor of California. So I'm pretty sure, at least in California, they can.
What if you had 2 terms out, and then maybe you could come back, but you have to have achieved something in that time.
Maybe.
So if you do two terms in the Senate, and you haven't really achieved anything, you've done, or you know, 2 terms in the Senate, your 2 terms are up. You can go back and do local politics, and if you don't actually come across with your local politician, with your local your local what do you call it, constituents. Sorry, you don't do anything for your local constituents, then you can't run again for federal office.
I think that's a good idea, but I think the issue with that is a lot of times, a lot of these politicians are running uncontested. People just are not running against them. They don't care enough to run for these offices. So, you know, that's why we end up with people that are there forever. I think there's a few politicians that have ran uncontested for like years and years on end. So, I mean, that's an issue. How are we going to get people to want to turn out to vote? Because think about this: what if we do put the term limits on, but then no one runs against them? What are we going to do? Just have an empty seat, or let them?
Well, that's where you've got to start encouraging people. What are the issues you want to see done? Okay, this guy has 8 years to do something, or 6 years to do something locally. If he doesn't do it, what are the local issues that need to be addressed, and how are we going to do it? Who wants to run? You know, this isn't going to get done. This guy isn't going to do it. So come on, step up, people. You know, if you want change, you've got to be part of it. So, you know, you need to step up. And I think that's where that's where a lot of it is fallen down to. But then again, I guess you can open yourself up to more corruption that way as well.
Yeah, and term limits have already been superseded or changed, not at the federal level, but at the state, local levels. So here in New York City, when Mayor Bloomberg was the mayor of New York, it's a standard 2-year, 4-term, I believe. They overrode it and they voted, and he actually served 3 4-year terms, Mayor Bloomberg. So it's already been overwritten and changed. So it can be changed.
Yeah, well, I mean, Roosevelt served 3 terms as president, didn't he?
That's right.
He's elected 4 times.
That's right. So, but anyway, I just have personal issues with this pick and choose type notion. That's all.
Sorry, could I just interrupt? Could I just interrupt for a second? There was a question in chat. Yes, Australia is mandatory voting, and if you don't vote, you do get fined. And if you don't pay the fine, you lose your license.
That is fascinating.
You lose your driver's license?
Wow.
If you don't pay, that's actually for every fine. If you don't pay your fines in Australia, you will lose your license.
Yeah, that's great. Let's make it so somebody who is having, you know, financial problems needs to drive for a living, and then because he can't pay a fine, you take away the means for him to be able to pay the fine.
Oh no, you can put in a payment plan. That's not a problem. They'll go down to $5 a week or $5 a fortnight if they have to. But you have to make the effort to, you know, to pay it.
Or just vote.
That as well.
Follow the rules. Just follow the rules if that's the case.
Sorry?
Is there legislation down under that allows someone who is working to be able to take time off to vote?
Oh, we have ours on Saturdays.
Well, there's people that work Saturday as well.
Yeah, no. Well,
work on Saturday.
You've got absentee, you've got early ballots. We set them up all over the place. So if you can go when you want to. We'll even keep them open until late at night. So if you want to vote in certain areas, but you've got absentee ballots if you can't make it. You can get one of those. You can drop them off at hundreds and hundreds of places. You can even drop it off at the post office if you want to.
Yeah, well, the funny part with the absentee ballot, my daughter gets one, and we have to mail it out to her because she keeps neglecting to put in her address out of state, but she's not really going to be in that apartment all that much longer. That's why she's never changed it.
Yeah, but here, if I moved interstate, I can get what's called an away ballot, which means that all I have to do is I'm not from this area. This is where I live. I would like to put in a absentee ballot, and you can actually do that on the day. You don't have to, it's not. We don't make it as difficult as you guys do. So all you have to do is show your ID, like your driver's license, to prove that's where you are. You're given an absentee ballot, and it's put into a box at that voting polling place.
Yeah, how are you registered to vote?
Well, we're mandatory, so it usually goes on. Where you are. We've got what's called an electoral roll. So everybody who is eligible to vote is on that electoral roll, and it goes by your address. Even if you've changed address, like I said, you can vote absentee. It's still your right to vote, and you can still show up and vote, but you don't have to. You can donkey vote it if you want to, but you do have to show up to vote.
It's interesting. I'm just curious. To be mandatory voting, you have to have mandatory registration. And how, if someone refuses to register, what happens there?
Well, they'll get fined. They'll find you one way or the other. It's not mandatory registration. You just it goes on your address.
So
you can register. I mean, you can register if you change your addresses and stuff like that, electoral rolls and things like that. But a lot of it just goes off. It can go off the council addresses and stuff, and rates and things like that.
Yeah, like I say, you guys got a lot more land where people can just go off the grid and disappear.
Yeah,
But,
thing is, most of it's in the middle of the fucking desert, and there's very few people out there.
Yeah, well, yeah, it takes quite a bit of land and a water source to survive in that environment. But
guys,
you're not quite as developed as the United States is. Yeah, hi, PD.
We have an auditor here. Maybe he can shed some light on us about why he thinks that it seems like a lot of auditors don't vote, don't flex their rights to vote. What do you think, Source Watchers?
Well, government, it was originally like a representative of the country. It wasn't supposed to be more than that. It's kind of evolved. But I just don't vote because I have the freedom not to vote just as much as I have the freedom to vote. We auditors wouldn't just say you have to vote in order to take part of the country. I mean, that's not freedom.
I have issues with that. I'm sorry. And yes, I respect your opinion. I'm sorry. Who were you? I don't think I've ever spoken to you. Police
de-escalation task force.
Yeah, totally respect your. Okay, I totally respect your opinion, but I fundamentally disagree with it. Because as an auditor, if you proclaim yourself as a 1A auditor, right, an activist that is fighting for people's constitutional rights, the notion of picking and choosing what rights you get to, fight for and others that you don't, I think it's just contradiction, and it's very hypocritical of you to say that, with all due respect.
Well, not when we're just voting billionaires. We're just putting money in their pockets. That's all we're voting them in for. They don't want to help the country, man.
But here's the thing: if I support you as a 1A, so you know who I am. I'm nobody. I'm not an auditor. I actually would consider myself somewhat of a supporter to those auditors that are doing a good job. But with that said, if hypothetically I was subscribed to you, and I supported you, I would expect you to exercise your right to vote as well. And if you didn't, I would personally feel that you are contradicting yourself as an activist.
Well, but aren't I exercising my right not to vote, though?
No. So it goes back to the notion of, I'll use an example, when I hear things like 1A auditors auditing on a public sidewalk because they have the right to do it, even though there's no intent, behind it, right? So you have every right to film in a public area, but if there's no intent and there's no value to be had in doing it, then I think it's a waste of your time. It's a waste of time to do it, right? So it goes back to voting. It's the same notion. You have the right to film, but if the value and intent is not there, I don't understand why you do it. Because
Well, what
that's
if I don't like any of the candidates that are running president?
Well, then I think the next logical course of action would be to pick the lesser of two evils. Because again, it goes back to Malcolm X's quote. Opinions don't lead to change. Examples do. So by doing
he's
nothing,
the perfect example as a candidate.
So by doing nothing, my point is, you're not doing anything as an activist. At least by voting of the lesser of two evils, you're still doing something.
So voting an evil person in is doing something?
Or I didn't say voting an evil person in. I said voting for the lesser of two evils.
And you don't necessarily have to vote for one of the two-party systems. There's many people that vote. There's many parties that vote.
And to be clear, there's 5 parties.
I don't like any of them.
And to be clear, there's 5 parties. I don't like the fact that people group into 2 primary parties, left and right. There's actually technically 5 parties.
And the other side of it is there are questions on your ballot that your legislature has given you the right to vote on, rather than having the person you didn't vote for vote on. And if you don't vote, then you can't really argue either way for how something turns out on a question that's on the ballot, let alone what that person does when they do get in office.
Perfect. Diver, great minds think alike. I'm sorry for repeating myself again, but you're absolutely right. That's my secondary justification point about talking about this, is that if you're an auditor, an activist fighting for 1A, 2A, 4A, 5A rights, and you don't vote, it's exactly what Diver was leading to. And I'm not going to repeat it, but that's how I feel as well. It doesn't make any logical sense.
And I take it one step further. Voting is great. That gives the general population the representatives, gets them in there and gets them in a position to make change. But if you don't tell that representative what you want, if you don't involve yourself in the process of these laws, or of these bills, I should say, becoming laws, and then you really don't have any argument to the result that happens without your intervention, without your participation. If you just don't bother voting and you don't bother to involve yourself in the legislative process at any level, then you have really no right to complain if something changes. If you lose your right to photograph things and record things in public because you didn't bother getting involved in the process that took it away from you, excuse me, but you got no excuse.
It's very contradicting. That's what I meant by it. It's how can you complain about the laws and the rules that are set forth and the notion of bad cops and bad government, yet you're not taking your action, your born civil right, voting, and you just refuse to do it because you say it's your right not to vote, yet you want to still complain about those very same federal laws and regulations. I just don't get that. I think it's so contradicting. It just gets under my skin.
What is Trump doing about those laws right now?
Well, Trump's
running.
Sorry.
Trump's not the only one running. You could vote for Biden. You don't like Biden? There's Jorgensen. Jorgensen, the Libertarian Party.
Yep, I heard that.
Look up some of the smaller parties. The Green Party. I don't know why you would vote Green Party, but let's just say you did. You could. That's the point. And a good reason to vote for one of those is so we can break this two-party system, this stranglehold that the Republicans or Democrats have, and open it up for third and fourth candidates and make it a little bit more interesting.
You know
That's
what I
another
find
reason to vote.
very interesting, Kenny, is the fact that I can't remember exactly which election it was that Perot ran in.
Oh, he did
He
well
got
too.
20, the last one he ran in, he got 20% of the popular vote. It scared the living daylights out of the two major parties. Have you ever seen a third, fourth, fifth party ever get that 20% since then?
No. Freaking Gary Johnson last term couldn't even get 5%. And they told him if he could get 5% of the vote, they would make the Libertarian Party a minor party. It would have become a minor party if he got 5%. That's all he needed, 5% of the vote. He
And
couldn't.
yet, and you also see an example of that in that how many candidates were in any of the very few debates that we had? If a person's running for an office, he should be part of the debate.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
absolutely. It shouldn't have just been Biden and Trump. It should have been at least some of the people that already, some of the people that were in, like Jorgensen could have been. I don't think it really would have mattered a whole lot, but I do agree they should have been involved. Absolutely.
Yeah, Perot, he was the last one where they did have a three-person debate.
But,
Oh,
do you mean Ross Perot?
Yep.
Yeah, Ross Perot, yeah.
That's
Talk
scary.
about a businessman that would have been president.
Oh yeah. You did something
well,
about the economy.
Well, the interesting thing is that a large amount of these frauditors are actually Trump supporters, and yet Trump is going to jump on you like a mad woman's lunch if he gets back in, because he's going to back the blue. He's not.
He's completely pro-police. Complete.
Yeah, you guys are screwed if Trump gets back in, and yet you support him. I mean, what kind of you've got to look at what you want. It shows that you really are not that committed to what you are talking about. You're only in it for the clicks and views and the money. Because you've got to, if you were serious about it, you'd be looking at the party who was going to forward your cause, and you don't have a cause.
That is absolutely.
But again, like it is everyone's choice to vote or not. No one's trying to say that you're not a good person or whatever for voting. But it's just I think the point it kind of boils down to being an auditor, being the activist, to complain about things that are going on in the country, in just in your life in general, and then to not do anything about them. It kind of contradicts your cause already, because you want change, right? Well, why aren't you participating in the change that could happen? You know what I mean? Doesn't make
Well, I
sense.
don't know. I just feel smarter than that. Like, I just think if everybody would just like not vote, things would change. They'd realize nobody wants any of these presidents. Throw them out.
Well,
Get new
guess what?
presidents.
Those of you who do not vote aren't helping the situation, because those parties that are in power are going to do their damnedest to get their people out to vote. And they have.
Yeah, and just to be clear,
Oh, wow.
police. I'm just to be clear. I'm talking about auditors, activists, people who proclaim themselves to do that on YouTube, right? Those that don't vote. I'm not talking about the average American citizen who chooses their right not to vote, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if you are actively on YouTube proclaiming yourself to be an activist, and you don't vote, then personally I have issues with you as an activist, and I probably won't subscribe to you.
Well, that's okay. I don't really care about subscribers, I mean, it's just I post my content and it's cool. But I have my opinion, you have your opinion, and we just gotta stick with them.
Absolutely.
Well,
and in a cordial way, we can agree to disagree. So thank you.
Let me ask you this, PD. If your local municipality decides to put up a resolution and or ordinance that declares all municipal properties in their jurisdiction non-public forums, and will enforce the fact that unless you are there for a specific piece of business, and then once your business is done, you're not supposed to be there. Are you going to do anything about that? Because
Well, I
obviously you
mean,
didn't vote those people in office, but they may make that change. They did in Punta Gorda. They did in Overland Park City.
well, I mean, you know, I don't know, man.
Would you go down and attend your municipality meeting, depending on, I don't know what form of government you have in your town. I don't want to know at this point. Could be commissioners, could be council. Talk to your
Yeah, we
local
have a city
councilman to
council.
get that not passed.
Warrigo, can you turn down your TV?
Well, the council is
Please.
biased here, so it's just like our voice doesn't matter. I mean, like they're not going to do nothing. Like, let's say I go and talk to the city council, okay? They're already on the side of the police officers, so the corruptness won't change anything here.
Yeah, but
So
the
you would
problem-
rather just have it continue than actually, vote somebody in that's not corrupt. You just let it continue by
if
not
there's somebody
voting.
that's not corrupt that's going to do a good job, I'd vote for him. But it's just from the choices I have nobody that I really agree with.
And you don't feel you can run yourself. God
Well,
forbid someone who is standing up for everybody else's rights buckle under and actually maybe run for office themselves.
that takes a lot of money in advertising and all that other stuff.
Why?
Yeah, and the fact that you're spending your money on your auditing rather than going
Yeah,
out and trying to make a change.
but I don't have like $100 million,
You
so
don't need
It
$100
doesn't
million
take that.
dollars.
It doesn't take that to run for local office.
So
for
think about-
local office, I thought you meant for like president. Okay,
what about things like world
yeah,
hunger?
local office, yeah.
What about things like homelessness? An individual can't solve world hunger by themselves. An individual can't solve homelessness by themselves.
Of course.
But what I'm hearing from you, PD, is, well, I can't personally fix world hunger, so what's the point of me doing anything about it? That's the fundamental issue that I'm bringing to the panel tonight is, even if you helped one homeless person, or even if you volunteered your time to feed the hungry on Thanksgiving Day weekend, as an example, that in itself, through the masses, can make change. This is what Malcolm X was talking about. He's not expecting an individual to fix world problems. So anyway, I'm going to stop and probably drop down now because, again, I promised myself I don't talk about religion or politics.
Wait, don't go. Don't go, mister. Did he leave? Did he leave?
Go ahead, CFW.
Did he leave? That man?
No, he's still here.
My name is Asian, CFW. Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir. I didn't know your name. Thank
you.
you.
Could have asked.
Huh? I'm sorry. I was trying to catch you before you left. That's why I was shouting at you. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I vote, just to let you know. That's all.
Oh, thank you.
And everybody should vote, because even if you walk in there and write in Kanye West's name, we're supposed to be fighting for rights, right? And keep our rights. And if you don't use your rights, they go away, right? So at least we can keep that right of voting intact. If we just walk in and vote, it doesn't matter if you write in Mickey Mouse and you don't like your two candidates, write somebody in, but at least go vote.
Absolutely.
Even if you
I'm
write
right.
Mickey Mouse, even if you write Mickey Mouse, the problem with what we have is this two-party system, and there's all kinds of factions within each party, and these third parties, they can't get a foothold in. But that's important that that we stay at a two-party system, and even though it doesn't work that well, it's because you have a majority vote in the Senates and in the houses and all that. Because if you have three parties in there, and there's just a third of, you want to have a majority in the houses. That's why there's only two parties. so we can pass things and get stuff done. If there were 3 parties in there, it wouldn't work. So, you just got to go with what we have.
I think with 3, if we had added another party, it would force things to change a little bit, because they'd have to actually start earning the votes. They couldn't just go with their who makes them the money anymore, because now they actually have to earn their vote, right?
Right, but you wouldn't have a majority. Like, how you have to have a majority for bills to pass. You wouldn't have a majority. That's the problem there.
Well, that's where you see your biggest problem. Your biggest problem, of course, is your electoral college.
Yeah,
Yes.
the electoral college it's kind of slanted too.
Yeah,
so it's back to electoral college, Gary.
Well, no, because see, out here, if it's close, it's done on the popular vote. It's not done on an electoral college. So when we've got a third party, our third party can actually hold the balance of power. So they can veto anything. They can absolutely veto anything. We've got that in a few things now, where the vote was so close that it only takes one party to basically swing it to one side or the other. So we've actually got that, but because you've got that electoral college, you end up with somebody, as we saw before, who wasn't the popular vote. So that really doesn't give you a democracy, and it really doesn't give you the power of the people, if you look at it that way.
A lot of people aren't Democratic or Republican anymore. There's so many, people have so many different ideas now that, the Republican Party used to be, you had to think this way. And the Democratic Party was like, you had to think this way. Now you kind of fall on both sides. Like, I like some things from the Democratic Party, and I like some things from the Republican Party. I used to always vote state Republican when I was a bootlicker. And now I some of the things they're saying I don't like. So, sometimes you don't really have to vote party. You should vote for the what am I saying? You don't want to vote for the party. You want to vote for what they're promising to do.
So absolutely. Can I just just out of curiosity, I've been watching.
And I came here just to say hello to you, Morgie, because I love you.
Hello, Carolina. Kisses, and all that kind of crap. So okay, let's have a look at this. So I'm looking at it from the outside looking in. Okay, so let's put it this way. I'm not going to try and put it through arguments, but the Democratic Party is now got this progressive side. It's got a lot of younger people who are actually moving in to do things, to change things. And yet it looks like the Republican Party is going backwards. They look like they're going back to the 1950s to put women back into the kitchen and, have babies and all that kind of crap. And it's a very strange looking way of looking things. So the Dems are looking forward with the progressives, and those progressives are going to get those older people out that we were talking about earlier.
That's true.
Yes, I'm afraid of the Democratic Party because it seems to be meshing into socialism, and I'm scared to get into socialism.
That's my problem.
It's not socialism at all.
No, they're merging into the idea of socialism.
The problem is, okay, we're not a socialist country either, but you've got to look at the point of view that some things do come down to can be used from socialism. It's not socialism itself, but it's ideas from socialism.
I don't want it to be like Venezuela. I don't want it to be like Venezuela.
No, it's not going to be like Venezuela. But you can have bits and pieces from socialism, such as.
Well, yeah, we already do.
Hang on, Carolina.
See why I love her.
So the socialism in this country is our national medicine. We've got everybody covered. And the look on your face is basically that you just sucked the lemon.
No, I'm thinking we can't. We've been trying national medicine forever, and it just won't work as yours because you guys have less population than us.
No, but it doesn't, because you don't know how it works. That's the whole thing. We pay 3% of our salary goes towards supporting the national health care. So you're still paying for it.
Right. But what if you want to get a boob job?
Free, but everybody's got access to it. Everybody has access to it. Plus we've got
free boob jobs over there?
Pardon?
Free boob jobs and free nose jobs?
No, that's not covered. But you basic. I'm sorry, CFW. We can't get you another nice pair to a size triple E.
I tried. But see, that problem with that.
But I mean, the majority of your basic medical, you can go to a doctor without having to pay. It's
What
called.
I'm worried about when you have the socialistic medicine is that you put caps on the salaries. So how many people like doctors are going to want to go into that field if there's a cap on their salary?
No, you can have co-payments as well, but the large amount. But the other thing is, what we also do here is we do train a large amount of overseas doctors, but you have to give at least 4 years into the public sector,
Right,
especially
right. But see, people,
like
we have the spirit over here of capitalism, where like the best man wins and the best man gets the money. Like Michael Jordan, he's the best basketball player ever. I'd pay to see him. I wouldn't pay to see you play, Morgie. So what I'm afraid of is if you have socialized medicine, they put caps on the amounts you can charge for the procedures and such, taking away that capitalism thing. And many doctors maybe not, that are smart enough to be doctors, won't go into that field because they know that they can't make any money at it because it's capped by the government. Government intervention again.
It's capped. That's exactly it. It's capped. You can only pay a certain amount.
So your doctors aren't paid as well as American doctors then. So what gives
No, they're capped. The private.
So who wants to be a doctor over there?
No, they still make money. No, hang on. They still make good money, and they can charge co-payments if you've got private insurance.
But they can come over here and make a lot of money.
Carolina, shush. Just let me explain it, okay? So we have a public system that's run by the government, but you pay into it, okay? With your taxes, you pay into it.
I get that.
All right. So anybody can go and see a doctor. Anybody can go to the, if you need emergency treatment or you go to the emergency department, it's not going to cost you. So you're not going to have to pay, a $200 or $250 or $500 because your kid broke his arm and you're not covered. Everybody is covered, at least at a basic level. So if you have an emergency, you don't pay for it. That's how it goes. But we also have private insurance on top of it, which is where the doctors can actually give you a co-payment, even with the basics co-payment. Sort of like kind of in Medicare, people who are on disability, pensioners, all that kind of stuff. All that stuff's free.
Okay.
So sorry.
It's not really free because you got to pay 3% of your check.
But how else are you going to pay for it? I mean, you're going to have to pay for it somehow.
We should all get individualized insurances.
We've got that. You've got the option. There's the option. You can have Medicare as well. Plus you can have your insurance on top of that. But everybody is covered. Everybody is covered.
If government would just take their hands out of it, then you'd have some competition, and some people would be getting into that field more because they're not going to make money.
The problem is that's where you've fallen down. Is you've got people going bankrupt because they can't afford.
That's right.
You've got
it's because the government told them what price they had to charge, and that's why the prices are so high. Because if the insurance says, well, if you want your lung removed, let's say you have to have a lung removed. Okay, the maximum you can charge is this. Well, of course, the doctors are going to charge the max. Whatever the insurance is going to pay. But this guy's insurance only pays this much. They're only going to charge that guy that much. So that's the problem right there, is that you got these caps on the price that these people will pay. Get rid of the government intervention, and you'll have some competition, and prices will go down. Anytime there's competition, prices come down.
You're talking about your system, though.
That's right.
Right, any system. If you have competition, prices will go down. Prices go down, and services get better.
No, that hasn't worked for you.
Intervention.
It hasn't worked for you.
Carolina, when's the last time you looked at your explanation of benefits, your EOB, whenever you went in to see a doctor? Look at the amount of money they write off on it.
Mm-hmm. Look how much they charge for like a pair of socks in there. I don't know, an aspirin. So it's expensive, I know. But if we just got rid of all that, remember when companies used to give us insurance, driver? They don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore. Like that used to be one of the perks, and that's because the government intervened so much, with the regulations in that.
Well, that's funny because
some of them do offer.
I worked for the same company for over 40 years,
right.
And I retired 6 years ago. And earlier this year, I got forced onto Medicare.
Yes.
And guess what? I had an additional 144.60 taken out of my Social Security every month, but I'm still paying for 3 people on my regular premium.
Government intervention.
No, that's private. The private
But Medicaid,
company that I'm paying for 3 people the same price, and I'm no longer on the policy. I'm not even with that company anymore, but I
because they
still have to pay the same price.
Want to know why? Because they figured out that you were going to have to pick up Medicaid, so that's why they do that. What? Why?
Well, that's interesting. I'm not on Medicaid. There's a difference.
Okay, well, they said they knew the government was going to pick you up, so they kicked you out.
Well, the government didn't pick me up. The government's charging me an additional 144.60 a month,
Right.
and I've been paying into the system of Medicare and Medicaid since 1970.
I think
And
if
I'm
they had
still paying into the system when I take a distribution out of my IRA.
right. I'm still thinking that if they didn't know that, you know, that was an option for you, they'd probably keep you on that policy. They could change that.
It's
You know what I'm saying?
automatic. As soon as I
Of
turn,
course it's automatic, but what
actually,
if
the
it
month
wasn't?
I turn 65.
Right. But I mean, what if we didn't have that system, Medicaid, whatever you said? They wouldn't kick you off the policy then. They're just trying to save money. They're trying to save a buck because they knew the government was going to make that rule. They only did that in response to what the government did. So, see,
All right.
wouldn't it be continue paying on your regular policy and not that extra 141?
Nope. I got no choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You didn't have a choice.
And guess who forced me into it?
Your wife. I don't know.
The company I retired from.
Oh, I know. They don't take care of people once you leave from companies.
Yeah, competition is going to help it a lot. Sure.
Yeah, but
Greg,
but
yeah.
enterprise competition works for a lot of things. Works for just about everything. And part of the well, you know why tuition's so high now? Because the government stepped in and said we're going to give everybody loans because Obama said everybody needs to go to college, and that's why the tuition went up because the government was loaning the amount of money, and then they raised the price up to what the government was going to loan, and now we're going to have all these kids in debt because they didn't finish college because they really didn't need to go to college because they were too dumb to go to college. But now they're really dumb.
But to be fair, tuition has been an issue for the get-go. Tuition's always high.
Yeah, well, not fair. School, right, Diver? How much was your college tuition? Do you remember? I remember what mine was. Do you remember what yours was?
I paid over $104,000 for my daughter's bachelor's.
Oh, you, not her.
Yeah, no kidding. And I'm still paying for her master's degree.
But look at you. You didn't pay that much for yours.
So I'm confused.
I paid $300 for tuition for mine when I went to college. That was back when we had a lot of oil going on in the city in Texas, and we only have corporate income tax here. So my tuition was only $300 a semester. I had to pay for books and beer.
What are you confused about, Greg?
I don't know. Like, I never went to college or anything for the exact same reason, and I'm not a college guy, anyways. But you know,
are you? Whatever, Greg. You'd have been the valedictorian. Don't play.
I wish I would have had that nice scholarship from Harvard.
Right?
Nah, you don't want to go to Harvard. It's overrated.
All right, MIT. No, I'll stay closer to home. I'll stay closer to home. I'll go to Yale.
So what do you think? Did you vote, first of all?
Yes, I did.
You did? Would you mind divulging who you voted for or no?
I voted for Biden. I voted for Biden. I already told everybody anyway, so.
Okay. All right. So what do you think? Do you think we need to do something about this two-party system? We were talking about this for a while. I just want to get your take on it.
Yeah, let's get rid of the two-party and put in multiple party, so people who have multiple opinions can like go on their party instead of Democrats and Republicans. Let's have like more parties. And no offense, get all these old people out of like Congress and everything, put like new people with like term limits.
So would you consider yourself a progressive?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. So you like I guess are you a fan of like AOC or Kamala or some of this younger generation of Congress women and men?
Yeah, I like Kamala. but I'm not from California, so.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Cool. I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, like, there's no right or wrong choice with this. Well, I guess to some people there is, but for the
Yeah,
just
that's why I'm
purposes of what we're
hesitant.
doing here, for just purposes of what we're doing here, there's no right or wrong answer. It's curious to see where everyone sits on the fence. It's going to be another interesting round of election. This election is going to be
Kenny?
very interesting.
Yeah,
Yes.
I got a question for him. Did you happen to look at your ballot for president and notice that there were more than just 2 candidates?
What was
It
that?
didn't show no more than 2.
There's more than 2 candidates on every state's ballot.
There's libertarians,
Green
No,
Party,
Communist
Peace and
Party.
Freedom Party, Constitution Party, and the
I
birthday
never
party.
heard of those parties.
Working
Yeah, the
family.
birthday party. I mean,
Yeah, well, so then don't tell me that there's only 2 people running for president.
Yeah, but driver, the only 2.
I only saw. I'm just telling you what I saw. I mean, maybe there was more, maybe there wasn't.
The government gives them
I
money
don't
to
know.
run, gives them money for their campaigns.
The biggest contributors are businesses
Yeah,
because they've been declared persons by the SCOTUS. These PACs and businesses can now donate as much as they want of their profits to any individual candidate.
I donate like $10, but that was it.
I have a question, you guys, and then I'll shut up. I promise.
Go ahead,
Right now, they're boarding up all their windows. They think there's going to be riots tonight. That's what I wanted to talk about. They think there's going to be riots because of the election, and probably the National Guard is here, and they're boarding up windows. I mean, really, what's going down? I just don't get why people would take to the streets if their candidate wins.
They've already taken to the streets.
Yeah, there's fear because of just, especially what Trump was saying during the last election. He's already saying if he loses, he's already not going to accept it. He's going to take it to the Supreme Court, and his followers are going to get all up in arms, and they're going to be upset. But the thing is, I don't think it's going to happen tonight because the election's not going to be decided tonight.
Yeah,
unless it's a landslide.
Unless it's a landslide.
I look at the news when I wake up in the morning. I go to my local news site, so it's not like seeing whatever. And because I was looking, and it said like breaking news, if results might not show for a few days or whatever, and I'm like, well, all right. So those who don't know, don't stay up all night.
Just to let you know that the actual declaring of a president on the actual night is actually done by the news. The actual full results aren't actually known until the end of the week or so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's actually the news stations, the television stations actually came up with the declaration of the president. The actual total, it's not actually officially declared until after the absentee ballots are actually the majority of the absentee ballots are counted.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, Carolina, I hope nothing happens. I personally think Trump is going to win. I don't believe any of the polls. I think he's going to win. So I don't think there is going to be a whole lot of riots. But I do think there is a danger of them if he does lose, which is sad.
Right.
It's like, so he lost. Okay, so no, I don't think it's that big a deal. But
I really like the vice president candidate for the Democrats, but I thought this is great. She's so in tune, and then I found out that she put more black people in jail than any other prosecutor. So you don't even know who to believe now. You don't know where to get your correct information from anytime, anywhere. So it's just a good thing that we have some pretty good checks and balances going on.
Yeah, but you've got to remember something, okay? When you say, they've put in more black people in jail than anybody else, you've got to look at the times and the laws that are in there at the time. They've got to go by the laws of the land at the time, or the laws that are written at the time. So
I agree with that. And Margie's not even American. Let me just say that she's not American, but I fuck with that. I agree with that.
Morty, the thing about why there's so many black people in jail is because they've only policed the black neighborhoods. And plus, a third of the prisoners are there because of parole violations, not because they robbed or stole anything again. It's because they couldn't make a payment.
Yeah, sweetheart, I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is, okay, that's where you have to change the laws. But you know, when you demonize prosecutors, you've got to remember that they have to go by the laws at the time they are written. Okay, that's what the law is. If you want the laws changed, then you vote to get those laws changed.
I agree with you. She didn't do it because of any other reason than that was what was before her. But we brought those people before her. So
it never
but the law. That's law. That was law. I mean, she's come. The law. The police. The laws are for the courts. The police only pick people up because it's up to the courts to decide. So that's where the laws are written. So if you want the laws changed, then you vote to get those laws changed.
Right.
That's where it all is. You can't demonize the police for it. You can't demonize the prosecution. If you want it changed, then you vote for it. Okay.
We still have Jim Crow laws here, Morgan. You just don't realize it. They're just secret.
Oh, sweetheart, we've got laws that still go back to, you know,
what I'm saying is it's about why do we have 50% of the jail population is black and only 13% of them are walking among us? Why is that? Is it because they make bad choices? Because they rob and maim people more? They create more murders?
Yeah, but you can't. But this is what I'm saying is, if you want to change,
why is 50% of the jail population black and only 13% walking among us? Why is that?
For the simple reason that you need to have your laws changed.
Because blacks commit more crimes? Is that why there's so many in there?
I don't know.
I'm glad us Puerto Ricans don't get all arms and butt hurt.
And Puerto Ricans too, but you guys are discriminated against. It's because they don't have the money.
Wait, hold on. I never been discriminated before in my life.
Never?
And I was born and raised in Puerto Rico.
Okay.
I came up here.
Up where?
Huh?
Where do you live?
Connecticut.
Oh, Connecticut. You don't have you don't have big Puerto Rican neighborhoods up there, do you? Like huge Puerto Rican neighborhoods. Do you?
Yeah.
But he's not Miami.
Okay. So I guess I'm just talking about the blacks then. So why is there 50%?
We don't complain about shit like that.
Why are they? Why is it?
Because I think
they don't give a fuck.
I personally think it's not about the race. I think it's about the economic standings.
Yes,
I think that's what it has more to do with actual issues.
How come black people are poor then?
Well, how come Puerto Ricans are poor? And you know how many times I've been told by white people to go back to my own damn country or whatever?
How many times?
Fuck out of here. I've faced more times than I can count. Yeah.
Oh, so you've never been discriminated against, but they tell you to go back to your country. Okay.
I'm talking about not by Puerto Ricans. I'm talking about by other people.
Gregory.
Yeah, I chill with Puerto Ricans.
But you've never been discriminated against. They tell you to go back to Puerto Rico.
When I was Gregory,
you said that. You just said it. You said it, not me.
Gregory. When I was living in the States, I was told to go back to my country, and I'm a white person.
I can't figure out why. But anyways.
No, I'm just saying.
Well, Morgie, I mean, I could just see you, coming to America and just starting some shit.
Oh, she was starting shit.
And then the people be looking afraid, and they're like, oh yeah, she got to go. She's too much of a problem for us.
But I'm just saying the reason why more blacks in prison is because we've kept the black people poor because what happened is that we had separate neighborhoods that were lost, separated, and then we started only policing the black neighborhoods, taking out the parents, right, taking out the dads for whatever reason, for community crimes, whatever. And so we've kind of destroyed the black family. Now we got schools in black neighborhoods, and the schools only get money from the federal government if they pass these certain tests. Well, they're slated so they can't pass the test because they don't get the money that the white schools get in the white neighborhoods, the richer neighborhoods. So we kept the black man down. So that's what's happening. Why there's so many blacks in jail. Like I told you, a lot of it's parole violations, and a lot of it is because they only police the black neighborhoods because it's where the crime is. That's what the statistics show the crime is. But
they don't only police black neighborhoods. Stop it.
They go where the crime is, and the crime is in the black neighborhoods, and that's why.
Not all
Then
of
you're
it.
answering your own question and
I can
stop.
think of 3
I am. I
places here that it's not only black and they patrol all the time.
It's more
okay,
they do more
where do they
patrolling.
patrol most? They patrol. They get a map out. They say this is a high crime area. We're going to have more patrols over here in the gated community over there
No,
on the
they
golf.
don't. No,
You
they
tell me
don't.
they have more.
No,
They
they
have.
don't. That's not
They
how
have
No,
it
they
more.
don't.
works.
They have more people patrolling
No,
in the black
honey.
areas than the
No,
gated.
no.
Hey guys, hold on, guys,
No.
hold on, guys.
So why are there so many blacks in prison? Then tell me.
It
Maybe because they
Poor
commit
choices.
crime.
They commit more
Yeah.
crimes than black people. Are you serious?
Did I say more?
Okay,
No, I said
Everybody
they
of every
commit
day,
crimes.
So
every
black
race
people.
commits crimes.
So black people do it more then. Is that what you're telling me? Because that's why there's more of them in prison.
No,
The
you're
bottom line,
saying
the
that.
bottom line, the bottom
I
line,
I
the
asked you
bottom
why
line,
50% of the jail population black.
the bottom line is socioeconomics. All right. So if you
It isn't
and if you treat people,
not you, Morgie.
sorry, no, that's okay. The bottom line is this: it comes down to socioeconomics. If you do not give people what they need, and you treat them, and you put them away, and you don't treat them equally, which is, and this is where you know your systemic racism comes into it. And systemic racism is caused basically by a bias that's caused by behavior. All right. So, but if you don't put the money into those communities, it becomes a vicious cycle.
So do you think there's more people, more policemen over in the white neighborhood, that's the gated community on the golf course, than there is over in the black neighborhoods? You think they have put more police over there?
Well, the gated communities usually have their own security.
Don't they put the patrols where the most danger is and the most crime is? That's what I would
Gated
expect.
communities pay for their own details and private security firms.
Okay. All right. That's
Yeah.
cool. They have police over there. They have their own firms. So if they only police the black neighborhoods, doesn't that make sense that they're only going to pick up black
They're
people?
not only policing
They're
black
not just in black
And why
neighborhoods.
does it gotta be black? What about Asian? There's so many races in this
Yeah,
country.
this isn't a
It's
black or white
mind-boggling.
thing.
Population.
You will find
Black.
This is
Carolina, shut up for a second. You will find the police in the lower socioeconomic areas because, as I said before, you put people into a vicious cycle where they're struggling all the time. You're not giving them the same benefits as everybody else. You're not giving the opportunity.
That's exactly right.
So it's not just black neighborhoods. It is socioeconomically underdeveloped neighborhoods. And that could be Latino, that could be Asian, that could be that can even be a white community in a poor Virginia mining town. You don't know. It's not. Hang on, will you be quiet? Just be quiet. Just be quiet and let me finish. Just let me finish, okay? Because you're talking over me and you're not listening.
I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening.
So it's not just black communities. It's a socioeconomic thing, and that's what you've got to look at. Right. Yes, blacks are proportionately disadvantaged. All right. So, and we know that. But so are Latinos. Right. So a certain amount of the Asian community. Yeah. So even down to the white community. I mean, have a look at some of the frauditors that you hang around with. Look at their circumstances.
You're right. What I'm telling you is that there's a small percentage of Latinos than there is black. And that's why there's more black people. Why is there more black people in prison if you're saying that the
because that comes down to your history. Right. Where blacks have always been suppressed ever since the beginning of America. Okay? So it's an ingrown bias.
Yeah. So that's why Black Lives Matter. We got to take care of them first.
And also
CFW. I'm just trying to explain to you why. If you want to know why, that's why.
Well, tell them.
And also CFW. If you take a look at the statistics you're bringing up about there's more African Americans in jail. What if you look at it from an economical standpoint? There's more poor people in jail than there are rich people in jail.
That's so true. That's so true.
So you got to look at it that way too. It depends on how you're looking at it.
Right. We have 5,000 people in our jail, in our county jail right now. Half of those people, 46%, almost half, are there awaiting trial. In other words, we haven't determined whether they're innocent or guilty yet. If those people were told,
Those
you
are
have
called
to,
pre-trial inmates.
pre-trial inmates have not determined whether if they've committed a crime or not. More than likely, they're going to plead guilty because they don't want to wait for that trial to come up. But anyway, 50%
Diver?
are not even
Jimmy.
committed a crime, might not have even committed a crime. So we house those people because they can't make a bond or they don't know how the bonds work. So that's a shame.
Right. So Jimmy, we'll let you here. You're just coming up. What's up?
I got nothing. I just come up to get closer to Lavender's feet and laugh at them because they're so hairy.
Hey, did you?
Okay, well
Yep.
here, I'll help
Oh,
you. There you
Lavender,
go.
you got hairy
There you go. Now
feet.
you're right.
Oh
Now you're right
my.
under her feet. Now you're right under her
Hi,
feet.
wifey.
Only in
I
Jimmy's
caught a
eyes.
frauditor. I caught a real frauditor again. I caught another frauditor, guys. I did. Did y'all hear about it?
Oh, I saw your video.
Yeah, I busted that frauditor. Oh my God.
I saw that. I saw it.
Hey,
And that
Diver?
one guy in your chat, he didn't like me at all.
But did you see that? Wasn't that great that we got that guy?
Yeah. Well,
Kenny, could I just get something in?
go ahead, Adrian.
Thanks. Hey, Diver, you still on?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm still here.
I
Yeah,
caught a frauditor.
Margie. I think Margie is smarter than you, by the way.
Hang on,
Damn.
when it comes to documents and stuff like that. Oh, excuse me.
But fundamentally, I agree with Margie. For me, it's all about social economics. That's where it starts.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And by the way, 60% of U.S. prisons is Caucasian inmates. 38% is Black.
All right, still high number.
And 1% is Asian, just for the record, statistically per Google.
Still high number though. Still out. Whatever. I think it's only
38% Black, 60% white or
Can you
Caucasian.
look up?
That's right. Per Google, Margie. Well, I mean per Google.
What's the percent of blacks in America? 11 or 13? I might be off on that a little bit, but you still got the gist of what I would say.
In my opinion, if you break the law, you should be punished accordingly. And that's
Yeah, but
what the
people are punished accordingly.
So if you go do something stupid, you pay for it.
You have
That's
money,
right.
but if you have money, you don't have to. You can get out of it. Just about.
It don't matter if you have money. This is why I ran. This is why I wish I ran for president. I shut that
Doesn't
shit
matter if you have
down.
money, if you get out of jail. Okay. People with money get out of jail. People without money don't.
Yeah, it's called a bond.
Did you find the percent of how many blacks?
13.4%.
I'm not looking for it.
Kenny, how many are Greek?
What would you put that under?
I don't know. No one ever mentions Greek. It's always Blacks, Hispanics, Asians. Why not Greeks?
Yeah. What about the
Greeks get
Romans too?
Greeks, yeah, Rome, Italian. Greeks get a just don't get a mention.
Hey, how about Australians? How many Australians are in our prisons?
A lot of these people
I don't know. Not enough.
Jimmy, fix that. Start sending them over, Jimmy.
If I came to America, I'd be arrested in a heartbeat. I'd make a shit of myself over there.
So right now
Kenny, it's not a good night unless you've been arrested at least once or twice.
Right? You know,
oh yeah.
That's the rules.
Especially after a few
definitely a frauditor.
Yeah.
Man, there's nothing like waking up inside a jail cell, huh?
You know, there's more females in the United States than there are males. I'm just taking a look at all these percentages.
Really?
Wow.
And persons 65 years and over is 16.5%. Persons under 18 is 22.3%. Persons under 5 years old is 6%. So the damn millennials are still in their head.
Kenny, I think CFW does make a good point in a way. The wealthy people can afford good barristers and lawyers or whatever you call them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And they can, depending on if they're really mega wealthy, they can literally shut down any court case if there's shitty kids been dealing drugs at school or college or whatever. They probably do get a better run than someone of race.
And the place so much with people's lives too, like the public defenders that trade. I'll trade you. They trade prisoners like baseball cards. I'll give you these two guys if you give me this guy. You know, like you really don't get a fair shake if you're poor in this country. Like, you know,
and that goes back to the socioeconomic point that we were trying to make about it. Like, it's not necessarily about race. Well, maybe not entirely all about race. It's more about where you grew up, you know, the type of neighborhood you're in, your economic background, the economic makeup of your neighborhood. You know, you have less chances, you have less choices, and some people, whether they're African American, whether they're Hispanic, whether they're white, they're going to choose, you know, a life of crime over a job at McDonald's.
I got one more thing to say, and I promise I'll shut up. The reason that we have so many of these poor people in prison is we got to keep those numbers up, because you know why? Prison is actually a business, and they want those people to stay in jail, and that's why they won't do anything about this bond situation. A lot of them are in there for traffic tickets that are waiting 2 years for a trial, or petty things like, I know you should shoplift, but shoplifting charges, trespassing charges that just to show that you're going to show up to your court. But if we keep those people in jail, we make big business. You know, we employ people. You know, the people that put the DWI things on the cars. People that.
So do you know how much they get paid for each prisoner? Of what type?
$56 a day is what it costs to house a prisoner.
No, I didn't ask you how much it costs to keep one. How much do they get paid to house an inmate, a pretrial, a DOC, or a ICE?
They get money from the federal government, and they also get money from the
I
county
asked you
government.
how much, though?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm driving.
See?
Pretrial,
they only get like $7 a day. DOC gives 22, and ICE inmates get $44 for each of those inmates.
On more reason to let them out.
What?
Like
the point is, pretrial inmates do not support anything.
So let them out.
What?
Let them out. Pick them up if they don't show up for their court.
She don't get it.
I get it.
What if they're murderers
the
and
thing,
child molesters or rapists or something?
But the interesting thing that
house them though, it costs $56 a day to house them, and if you let them out.
How much did you say, Carolina? A day?
Yeah, $56 a day. And if you let them out to have them away from their court, it's 46 cents a day.
That's wrong, darling. It's about 45,000 a year or more to house a criminal in Australia. So it's more than $56 a day.
You don't know what they feed them here. That's what my number said for 56.
I'll look that up. I think you're way low on that.
There are a number of states that are trying to get rid of the whole parole and all that. So people, when they are awaiting trial, will be out on their own, and depending on the crime that they committed, they're deciding to get there. At least some places are getting rid of it. Why? Right. So that would be interesting. So what Carolina is suggesting might end up being reality, just based off of people are getting tired of the bond system.
And what happens? 2 years, you lose your job, you lose your apartment, you lose your dog, you lose your paperwork, you lose everything because you sat there for 2 years. Why don't they pick them up if they don't show up to court?
Don't commit a crime.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Right. But
don't commit crime.
Let them out. It costs us too much money to keep them there. If you're
not willing to do the time, don't commit the crime.
Exactly.
What about the falsely accused people and the ones that are innocent that are sitting there?
Kenny, I just Googled it. In America, its average is $31,000 a year per inmate, and in some states, it's up to $60,000 per year. Per inmate.
And I gotta pay rent every month.
What states are 60,000? Does it say?
It doesn't say. According to the Vera Institute of Justice, incarceration costs an average of more than $31,000 per inmate per year nationwide. Some states it's as much as $60,000. Taxpayers foot the bill, feeding, housing, and securing people in state and federal penitentiaries.
A lot of that cost will go up, whether they're depending on the type of imprisonment they are. So if they're maximum security, it costs a lot more. If they're just
max security, would have higher camera costs and things like that, wouldn't they, Morgie?
Yeah, because they're specialized units.
Yeah.
There's a lot more cost involved in it.
There'd be 24/7 surveillance and shit like that. Would cost a lot
Yeah.
more, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I just read a story on the New York Times last weekend about here in New York City, big metropolises, where homeless people are purposely committing crimes so they can go to
Get locked
prison,
up.
because at least they'll get 3 square meals a day.
3 hots in a cot.
3 hots in a
Think about
cot.
that
There
for a
it is.
second.
Yep.
Oh, I've actually known people when I was out there that they did do. They want a good night's sleep, they'll get locked up. They'll go do something. They'll go get drunk in public or something just so they'll get locked up for a night.
That's right.
And a lot of times, at least in California, like in Sacramento, we have there's like this sort of program. Like if somebody were to keep getting in trouble with the law, right? If they have like this history of it, the police will actually set them up with in like kind of a halfway house to kind of help them get their life together. It's actually kind of cool of them. I had a friend that was he was going to end up doing it. Yeah, he was going to end up doing it, but he wanted to keep getting drunk, so he didn't. It was his own mistake.
Kenny, I ran into a guy last week. He was telling me he's going back to prison in a couple of weeks. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." And he said, "No." He said, "I like it. I get a roof over my head, 3 square meals a day, and it gets me off drugs." And he said, "It suits me better." He said, "I'm going to be dead in a few years. I can't if I don't get assistance." He said, "At least in there, I'm clean."
There's a percentage of people that are in jail that also get institutionalized. They don't want to leave. They're released. They're like, I have to go back. This is what I know. This is what I want. They get institutionalized and they don't want to leave. So there's a percentage of people that end up like that as well. So
how sad in your life when prison's a better option?
I know, right?
You know, I felt for the guy.
Sorry, what was that?
No, nothing.
Oh, backtrack now, Gary.
But that's
I'm sorry, Greg.
But that's what I was saying.
My train of thought.
But that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier. Was you've got that socioeconomic thing. The bottom line is that you've got to bring back. You've got to, if you're going to have people who are, shall we say, low crime prisoners because of their socioeconomic, or they have some kind of learning disability or stuff, and they end up back in the system. This is where, if you're going to defund the police, where you need to put the funds into. Why is this person doing that? What is their problems? So you've got to get that social services section into it and start giving these people some kind of thing. The other thing is, and this is something that we haven't done for a long time, is it, Jimmy, is we used to have, if you left school early, you had to go into the military and do an apprenticeship.
Yeah, conscription.
Conscription, yeah. So but it was to learn a trade. So you went into the military, you learned a trade, you went to trade school, basically. You went to trade school.
So if you get caught playing hooky, you go to trade school?
Yep.
No. If you left, if you have a learning disability, okay, and you weren't good at schoolwork, or you just weren't good at schoolwork, then they would put you into trade school. You would basically go into the military, where they used to have all kinds of apprenticeships, from tool making to, dunny casting, whatever it was. But you would learn a trade, and you would be able to look after yourself and your family. And I think that's.
Or you could just be a grunt.
Is that forced, Maureen, or is that forced?
No, it was an option, but the majority of people used to do it. If you left in fourth form or year 12, I think, not year 10.
10.
Year 10. You a lot of the time you would be offered an apprenticeship, and you had a choice of either going into a private apprentice or into the military. If you went into the military, you also had to do 4 years, an extra 4 years, because of the because they paid for your education. So you had eight years of military service, basically.
Wow.
But you had a trade, you had discipline, you had a trade, and you were being learned. But at the same time, you were being fed, you had your medical taken care of, and you learned to look after yourself. And I think and I think you'll find when you look at, will you keep off the bloody accelerator, CFW?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Bloody V8, you're a hood. You hear it roaring.
Yeah. So, but you gave them a trade. You gave them pride in their work. You gave them the skills for life. And this is where we are dipping out, is that we're not giving people life skills anymore.
Yeah. And good income too, Morgan. Army people get good money.
Yeah, but tradies make good money. I mean, fuck.
Oh,
a plumber can make more than a bloody doctor can.
Yeah, but I mean, the army also gets good. You get medical, dental, clothing, housing. It's a whole package.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need to get institutionalized in it. But some of those kids that do that decide to have a career in the military because they know that they're better off there than they would be outside. And if you look at the American military, you'll notice that a large amount of the people that join, and there's been a lot of people recently that are joining, same here, is because that it's a source of income. They can feed their families. They may not like it a lot, but it's a choice. And once they're in, they learn skills, and they can take those skills back with them, and they've got something to fall back on. If you look at a large amount of people who call themselves patriots, etc., even if you look at some of the frauditors who call themselves vets, the only thing they've ever really achieved in their life was that time that they were in the military, and that's why they wear it on their sleeves. This was I had I kept out of trouble. I had comradeship. I had a life. Everything was good when I was in the military. Once I got out of the military, things went on a downhill spiral. Why they went on a downhill spiral, I don't know. But maybe they didn't.
That's you, Kenny. Are you on a downward spiral?
When at first I was, but I got out of it.
Can you ever go back
to a downward spiral?
No, to the military, you dopey bugger.
Oh no, I'm too old now.
No, well, leave out the PTSD stuff. I'm just talking about general military service. Okay. So we'll leave out all the PTSD stuff because that's a different story altogether.
Okay.
I'm just talking
if you're ex-military, sorry, Morgan, if you're ex-military, you can't go back, or is that?
No, you can. It's just like you can go back, but it depends on how old you are. They won't let you in after a certain age. And for me, I ended up having to get a waiver to get back in and say, well, so in case something happens and I end up getting more injured than I already am, that the Army is not responsible for it.
Because you're already 15, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm already 15, and they're saying, 14 is the cutoff age.
Hey, I got a question.
Hi, Sasquatch.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm not okay with Carolina driving and being on stream. I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck, you crazy bitch?
My hands are free.
So what?
Hands-free device.
I can talk, can I?
That's legal.
I'm not okay with it.
I got
just so you know, I think you're ignorant.
I know you do.
Especially the way you drive. You drive like a fucking moron.
I know. It's great. It's all editing. That's all it is. I'm just editing it later. That's all it is. I know, Sasquatch, you don't like me, but you don't have to be rude, but you don't have to like me either. So there you go. Are you?
What's up, Gary?
Carolina.
Finally made it back.
Carolina.
Finally made it back.
Yeah,
so one more spot too. Yeah, people have been trying to come in and okay, whatever, just So Oregon kid, you've been sitting back, you've been listening. What are some of your thoughts on some of the stuff that's been discussed?
Besides the seatbelt, I have it on.
Well, that's more than what Josh does. Oregon kid, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What are some of your opinions on some of the things that have been discussed so far today?
I don't have an opinion on it right now.
All right. Fair enough. Gary, what about you, sir?
Okay, they're talking about the socio-political part of it. If you stop and figure 150 years ago, the Irish were treated the same way as blacks are today.
Absolutely.
They were definitely the term "luck of the Irish" did not mean that they were real lucky, but something bad would happen to them, and people would say, "Well, that's the luck of the Irish." Anyway,
That's
what
right.
I was trying to get at, the Irish did pull themselves up to equalize themselves into the society they were in.
Mhm.
Now, I'm not racial at all. I'm not a racist of any kind or anything like that. But blacks seem to tend to hang to themselves instead of trying to work their way in.
That again comes down to like social things.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And history. And also look at and another thing for the Irish thing. The Irish were actually, before slavery was, the accepted norm, there was indentured servitude. And who was in the indentured servitude? It was the Irish.
The Irish, yeah.
They were the ones that were doing that. And then when slavery came through, indentured kind of became a thing of the past. And I think at the time, Irish were treated pretty badly. They were like second class. They were like second class citizens. If I remember reading something. They were a step above the slaves.
Yeah, but that's because they were Catholic.
Yeah.
That also had to do with the fact that they were Catholic, and because of the potato famine as well. There was all that, so there was a lot of poor Irish people coming through.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then they were replaced by the Italians when the Italians came through.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a matter. The problem is here, you've seen a progression of migrants over the years. So you've seen the Italians come, you've seen the Irish, you've seen the Italians, you've seen the Asians. So why are the blacks still on the bottom of the ladder in a lot of ways? Even the Hispanics are outstripping the African Americans these days, as far as that's concerned. So you've got to look at the history behind it.
Yeah, that's true.
And the socioeconomic problems that we are not addressing.
Mm-hmm.
So there is, when it comes to African Americans in America, it is systemic racism, and you can understand why BLM and the Black Panthers are back out there. We were hoping back in the 1960s and the early 70s that this was all over with, but they got the voting rights, so let them vote. Let them vote and find for a better future. But they're down in Georgia trying to suppress the black vote. They're trying to do that in Alabama. They're trying to do that in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Morgie, what I notice out here as well, as much as we take in a lot of refugees from Sudan, etc., I've noticed a lot of the Indian, mainly a lot of the Asian, mainly Indians, and some of the Armenian people that emigrate to Australia or migrate. I'm not sure the word. Pardon me for that. They're very, very wealthy. Some of these guys got money you wouldn't, just multi-millionaires several times over, and they're getting out here now.
Well, that's because India has had a massive had massive middle class run with because of all the call centers and stuff like that. They've had a massive thing, and a lot of people have taken advantage of that. As you've probably seen that they there's a lot of slumlords in India as well, with a lot of those buildings collapsing on top of people. So they have the same thing. I mean, if you look at the caste system in India, you've got the untouchables who have no caste, and those are the people who are basically in the same position as a large amount of African Americans in America.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you now, from my knowledge of just India, for an example, Americans and Aussie are fucking lucky we live in our own respective countries.
Exactly.
70% of India don't even have toilets. They go in a hole in the ground, for Christ's sake. I mean, how primal is that? 70% of a country with 1.2 billion population. That's like 700 odd million don't have a flushing toilet or running water.
And if you've ever been into some of the suburbs, a lot of that just goes straight into a
river.
Well, yeah,
Or
a
the street.
sewage line that runs straight through the middle of the village. That's why they've got such a bad problem with corona at the moment as well.
Yeah. Sometimes we're not as bad as we think we are.
Monkey, you're in Australia?
Yeah.
Wonderful. You're so highly intelligent about American history and everything. I enjoyed listening to you.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate
that. Morgie lived in America as well.
I was just going to ask that as a follow-up. Have you ever actually lived in America to know?
Yeah, I lived there for 2 years. Yeah. I was actually going to come back for a couple of years ago, but unfortunately, the way things were, it didn't work out. I'm actually supposed to be back there this year, but it didn't work out.
We'll hold a parade for you when you show up.
I always find it so fascinating how people that are looking from the outside in on a circumstance, for some reason, fundamentally always has the better perspectives.
I don't. I wouldn't say that. I don't. I just give my opinion from what I see from over here, and I'm only one Australian out of millions.
Yeah.
Morgie's actually walked in your same footstep you guys, so she's got a lot more experience in America and how it all works than I have.
Now, when's your guys' election?
We have one on Saturday, state one.
Yeah, well, that was a state one. We have ours every 4 years.
Next year, the year after.
Until we lose faith in them, and then we can call one. Which is what's happened recently over the last few years. We've had about 3 or 4 prime ministers because the people lost faith in the government and they voted them out.
Oh, wow.
But you're all
we need to do some of that here sometimes.
I actually like our current PM.
Yeah, he's not too bad. He's not too shabby.
He's doing he came in when there was massive bushfires that just wiped the country like we've never seen bushfires like that out here before. Then we had floods to follow that up. Then COVID. The guys come in at the worst possible freaking time ever for any leader of a country. He's had the toughest initiation you can imagine, and he's doing all right. So he's made some mistakes, but I actually quite like him so far.
Oh, yeah, no, well, it's a tough time for anybody in charge at the moment, and I think that's why you've seen a slight change to more authoritarian leaders in a lot of places because they needed somebody to take charge of stuff because, a lot of wishy-washy politicians over the last few years. And I think that's where our big problem is that we have had a large amount of wishy-washy politicians over the last few years, and that's worldwide. That's not just, I mean, if you look at Germany and Merkel and what she's had to go through with the amount of refugees that have been coming out of North Africa and places like that, it's just everybody's got their own unique problems, and the people who are not dealing with it well are the ones that are getting these authoritarian leaders put in because people want to see something done about it.
Yeah, what's interesting in down under, you guys have what's called a vote of confidence. Here in the United States, it's called impeachment, but unfortunately, our system, it's politicized.
Yeah, well, that's where it went. That's where it went wrong. You see, if it's a vote of no confidence here, you go to the poll. You go to the polls. You go and vote because that's once the party has lost once the people have lost confidence in you, and the vote has been taken on the floor, then you go and vote the new bloke in, and that's where the problem was. If you've got a skewed then it's up to the people to decide whether or not they want to keep that person or they don't keep that person. So it's up to the people to decide, and that's where your problem is. You allow your Senate to decide, not the people.
Well, we allow Congress to decide. Both houses have to vote on it. And in the case of the most recent one, because of the control that one party has in the Senate, it was not considered.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. But the impeachment, there had been a vote of no confidence. That vote of no confidence here would have gone to the polls.
Yeah, there's something I just found out I didn't realize happened. I had heard about it, but never followed up on it. Our Supreme Court ruled about the Electoral College. I posted it in the private chat for everybody to look at.
Private chat. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about recently. I saw that. That's what Trump's trying to sort out, because if they've got the majority of Republican the Republican states and the Republican Electoral College, they can vote for Trump back in. That was a big thing that they had recently.
Yeah, this was decided. Yeah, this was decided back in July, so a lot of people probably didn't really notice it because of the pandemic.
So looks like some states are coming in. It looks like it's split 2-2 so far. I think let me go back to what it was.
All right, people, I've got to go. I'm sorry. I'm actually in a group here that's watching what's going on, so I'm going to go and have a look. I'll check in intermittently.
Say, Morgan.
Bye, Morgan.
Bye.
So Taco is saying so far it's Trump with Kentucky and Indiana, and Biden with Vermont and Virginia, which I think we're all projected they were going to win those. So that's no surprise right there. No surprise.
Thank you for having me.
No problem.
Thank you, Morgan. Cheers.
He's always more than welcome. She always
Kenny,
has.
do those states carry equal weight or no?
No.
No, not at all.
Nope. No, the Electoral College is set up differently.
That's right.
Yep. What's up, Josiah?
Hello.
Oh, hello, Josiah. How are you?
Hey,
Fine.
Josiah.
How are you, Jimmy?
Oh, this is Asian.
Oh, Asian. Sorry.
G'day, Josiah, buddy.
Yeah, it's split up, Noli. You're gonna have to get both of them. I don't know why I split the message up. I guess there are too many characters. I guess it only has so many characters whenever you have a message. So yeah, split it up. That's why I gave you a 404. Sorry.
Florida's a big state.
Which one? Florida? Yeah, Florida. Yeah, I don't think Florida didn't come in yet. Oh wait, Trump currently leading Florida with. Oh, okay. Well, I think he was projected to win Florida anyway. So.
Well, actually, Florida, Pennsylvania, and one other. Those are big possible swing states. That's ultimately decided.
They're talking North Carolina and Georgia right now.
That's right. North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Florida historically have been swing states. So,
right, okay.
You know, if you win like 2 out of 4, I mean, or 3 out of 4, it's a given at that point. Historically,
are the polls closed already?
In some states they are.
Oh, because in Pennsylvania we're up until 8 o'clock.
That's right. That's right. So some polls closed as recent as of 6 p.m. Eastern on the East Coast.
Wow.
Yeah, to 8 p.m. and then obviously you have all the way to the West Coast. So I'm not sure why they do it that way.
These are up until like 8 or 9 here.
Here's another interesting thing that I caught on media. Again, you know, take it for what it's worth. But they said people were actually walking off the voting lines today because the lines were too long.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
They were literally walking off, going home. And some people have been reporting that a majority of them, I don't know how they could confirm such a possible thing, but a majority of them were in Republican counties, historically Republican led counties.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's been reported by media just a little while ago. So take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like you gotta, who is the source and all that.
But I thought that was very interesting.
Here's the thing, though. I also don't think that's going to really be too much of an issue because I look at it this way. I think a lot of people, just like in the last election, a lot of people that
are going to end up voting for Trump aren't letting people know that they're voting for Trump. So they're not going to show up for the polls, you know? They're not going to say who they voted for during the polls. So I think just like in 4 years ago, it's going to be like there's going to be these votes for Trump that they didn't count on, you know, having. I think that's what's going to carry him through to win the second term, personally. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but that's what I think is going to happen.
Southside Slacker made a comment in chat that I believe Southside Slacker lives in Philadelphia, and he works from 6 until 6, and he didn't know if he was going to vote, and this was his second time. And I tell everybody this: when you vote, always remember that politics are local, and even if you don't want to vote for either of the candidates, there's another vote there and they say, well, it's a waste of a vote, but it's not. And then you really should pay attention to your, the congressman, who's ever up for election, or even in a non-presidential year, you need to vote because all of your votes count, and they count towards people that are local, people that you can touch, you can feel, you can see, you can go listen to. So it's always very important to vote in local elections.
Be careful now. You're talking assault and battery there.
No.
I'm being facetious.
I know. But it is. And people don't understand that because that's where all the grant writing comes from. That's where it's important. I mean, because you can build relationships. I mean, Congress passes. My father always said, like, Congress or Washington, D.C. is another animal. I mean, like, it's like the Defense Department. How do you get onto the Defense Department property? You don't. Do you have any say in the Defense Department? No. So, Washington is a completely different animal. That's why it's not even a state. This is my 2 cents. And I'm not watching the news.
Yeah, exactly. For Clever with the late mail-in votes, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We'll see what happens. A lot of people are thinking Trump's going to win. Some people think Biden's going to win. We'll see. Either way, it's going to be interesting. And if Trump doesn't win, I think there's going to be some issues with certain people. Hopefully, it'll die down quickly.
I also left a comment in the chat room that I directed at MJ. I responded to something he said, and I said, what we really need is a cold front of about 15 below zero until January, and that would solve a lot of protesting.
See, even picking the legislature is a tough call. I know. Yeah, right, Night Thief. It's like I voted for a libertarian candidate just because I did last time too, and I don't like Biden. I'm not a fan of Trump either, so I just went the libertarian route again. Plus, I want a major third party. It's the one that gets invited to the debates, like we were talking about earlier with Perot was invited. I think we need something like that, personally. I know it's far off, and they have to get what I think he has to get like 5% of the vote or something like that before they can even be invited. Oh no, that was during the freaking stupid case. Never mind. So Noli voted for Jorgensen too.
Who just asked that? Yes. I'm just answering the chat. Aaron, yes. One gentleman had a stack of mail-in ballots. I guess it was too late to mail it. So he decided to show up at the voting precinct, and they have these drop boxes for mail-in ballots, and you just slide it in. It's like a traditional mailbox. And he literally had a stack of maybe 10, 12 ballots. I'm sure he was dropping those off.
Oh, you got the
Yeah,
mail in?
family and friends. But yeah, I was just making a joke of it, laughing out loud.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, I know, Flash, but you know, I can still hope, right? Well, I wonder if this is Trump's brother, Joseph Trump. Who the hell is this? Oh, that's who it is. Okay. What's up, Sean?
How you doing?
Has anybody heard anything from the Northeast?
I'm not going to start watching here. It's only 5:20 here in Utah. I'm probably not going to start watching until 7 when there's substantial returns in.
Because I'm waiting for Connecticut to show up. And everywhere I've checked, they were either talking about Florida, like there's 50 states.
Well, remember the one thing they learned about Florida back in the 2000 election? Florida's got 2 time zones. And the polls on the Panhandle close an hour later than the polls down in Miami do. They tried to predict Florida then, but Florida wasn't closed.
Kenny, if you need a spot for someone to come up, I can jump down because this is more pen and more suited to you guys than me.
Didn't you vote, Jimmy? Didn't you vote? Did you send your vote?
I voted for what's his name, Bill Clinton.
Oh yeah, yo, I'd vote for him. He was getting ahead in the Oval Office, man. Not by his wife, by his secretary.
What don't we know about, bro? What don't we know about, Greg?
Huh?
What don't you know about? We know about.
What date?
What don't? If he's getting a blowjob off Monica, who else was he humping or getting blowjobs off of?
I was young, but now that I look at it now, that man's a G.
Well,
I'm sorry, most cheats don't just do it once; they do it multiple times. But
he was doing it while he's governor of Arkansas. Look what they did to those women.
There you go.
They defamed. That's what Hillary called the bimbo eruption. The word was she had like a little squad that said, make them go away, pay them, get them out of here.
Thank you, Asian, very much.
Well, you should have kept your husband satisfied.
Oh, did Asian? That's the most politically convenient marriage of all time.
You're welcome, Kenny. Just my way of saying thank you for allowing me to come up on panel at will and share my opinions and have some very interesting conversation. And I get to
man, I actually really enjoy when you come up because I enjoy your point of view you come across. And you get passionate, and I think that's great because I think it adds to the panel because you really believe what you're saying. And, it just adds to it, and it just makes it a very fun time.
No, I appreciate it. I think I'm, again, just without it coming off the wrong way, but I think I'm a living example of never judge a book by its cover. I'm first generation Brooklyn, New York. The accent is not borrowed, but my family is from South Korea. My dad was in the Korean War as a medic. He served in a MASH unit and he almost lost his life. And then he decided to immigrate with my mom to America, New York. We've been here ever since. I'm happy to say that I have 2 young boys and I'm trying to live the dream. And I just really do enjoy these types of conversations. I love opinions and perspectives. So thank you.
And before we go any further, I just want to really just give kind of like a shout out just to everyone who's been on the panel, everybody that's in chat. Usually conversations like this are hard to have without, one side getting all, upset, it gets way too emotional. But I think everyone who has stepped been in chat for the most part has been very agreeable, not agreeable, but sociable and just able to listen to the opposite side. And I think that is phenomenal. I thank each and every person. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to thank everybody because I think that says a lot about the character of everybody who's not only been on this panel, but the character of the people in chat. No.
I can't even do that in my own house. They just get upset in 2 minutes. I don't want to talk about it no more. So no, as soon as you challenge their facts with facts,
except me.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't going anywhere. I just well, we do
I
our
always
thing
get
live.
pushed in the corner.
No, nobody puts lab.
Nobody puts Lab in the corner.
That's right.
But one
There's
thing
a
we
hundred
have
things to be
to
mad at Trump about, but let's be mad about the things he actually did, not the things he didn't say.
Yeah.
Like he never
one thing we
praised
have
the
to
white nationalists. I'm waiting for proof he ever did.
one thing we have okay.
I don't lighter know. Oh.
One thing politics we all have to we all wake up tomorrow morning and we're all the same people.
Yeah.
We're all going to do our jobs.
Yeah.
We're all going to feed our families. We're paying our taxes and the grind goes on.
Yeah.
So like why get upset over something you have absolutely no control over? And hey, it's just like you like you're a vegetarian, I'm not a vegetarian. Big deal. You're Catholic, I'm not, I'm Buddhist. Big deal. That's what it is. It's just a belief and you have to stand for something. But everybody wakes up tomorrow and we all have coffee and we all go to work. Well, I'm retired, but most people go to work, kids go to school, mothers wash clothes.
We all just get up and do our things at home. Nobody leaves the house now.
Yeah, true.
Just like they always say, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for
anything. That's right. If one of the things that's always amused me, I mean, it's the people who complain about Trump and I understand that Trump is no different now than he was in 1980 something when he first came on the scene, like as a USFL owner. He wrote The Art of the Deal. Trump's the same guy. The ones who bitch about, did you vote for Clinton? Yeah, twice. Hello. You voted for the same person, is what you did.
It was always like an evil duke,
in
my opinion.
It's true, Kenny.
You never know if he's just on or if he's being real.
Kenny, that's true.
That's awesome.
And he's also somebody who basically has, I think he just irritates people to get them off track. Okay, I'm gonna make them talk about this. Now I'm gonna go do something else. Now you're all upset. You have no idea what's going on, and I'll just go do my job.
I never know what's going on.
For reactions.
Lavender just shows up and is like, all right, what are we talking about now? Oh, really? I don't know. I'm just gonna sit here and look pretty and be quiet.
Well, and she does that.
And Jimmy will come in. And Jimmy will come in and talk about her feet.
Yeah.
Jimmy comes in and rubs my feet.
Yeah, you lose.
Lavender, why have you got 6 toes on each foot?
And no matter what happens, we can all take cheer that Josh is getting it in prison every day.
Better grip on
Yes.
I'm actually looking forward to next month's letter from the Master Report Team. That was pretty cool.
Wasn't that first one a cracker?
Oh, it's great.
And what Gary Snowflake's doing to Brian is just hilarious.
Oh, those are hilarious.
No,
Kate's going to have to be good to top that first letter, Kenny.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Full of chocolate moon. Hopefully consensual. I don't care.
And Brian thinks he's going to outsmart her.
He could outsmart
that just shows a little glimpse of her education and her skill set mentally. Brian, it's a mismatch. It's like someone with a stick taking on a nuclear bloody superpower.
Well, what's the old saying? Bringing a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah.
In a battle of heavily unarmed. The whole thing has just been hilarious because I surrender. I'm not doing this anymore. The next night, he's in there bitching again. It's like, up yours.
Yeah, I heard about that ceasefire because I took a couple days off just to be like, okay, oh my God, I'm separating this for a little bit. I come back, you feel like you missed a lot of things, and then I heard about this ceasefire, and I forgot who told me. It ended in a day or the same, a couple hours later with him bitching or something like that.
Yeah, winning Vermont does not give you a whole lot of clout. Virginia is always an up and down state as far as who they vote for. So the fact that we're Democrat this time is interesting. It's always come down to 5 states. It's always come down.
New Hampshire.
Not New Hampshire. It's going to be Florida, Ohio, Wisconsin.
I'm just looking at what they're doing right now.
Yeah, that whole eastern seaboard up through Maine. It's all nice and conjecture, but it also means nothing. As far as I like the Electoral College for this reason. Otherwise, California, Illinois, and New York run the election.
Trump killed in Kentucky, didn't he?
Well, that's Kentucky's been Republican for years. Especially McConnell. Georgia can go back and forth.
Our state hasn't been Republican since the 1800s.
Who's this?
The popular vote is quite close right now, but Trump's got the electoral vote so far.
But once you get California and New York,
you're
always going to be fighting an uphill climb against those 3 states. You have to take Texas where it's over.
Yeah, that's what it really comes down to.
Yeah, remember, California in the 60s and 70s was solid Republican.
Yep, it's been Democratic for a long time now.
There's not a Republican in LA County they can count on.
Well, remember, California did vote for Schwarzenegger as a governor, and he was Republican.
He was a celebrity.
Sure, he was a celebrity.
Arnold.
Plus, Duke Majan was that boring.
And Gray Davis.
Did Arnold ever actually do anything besides boink the maid?
He did all right, actually. He didn't do horribly. He didn't do great, but he didn't do horribly. He did well enough to where they were talking about amending the Constitution so he can run for president.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been any good. The one guy I was always impressed with, some celebrities run just to, be seen. Fred Grandy ran in Iowa and ran a couple of terms when he left Love Boat. Sonny Bono had a very good reputation as a congressman.
Really?
Where he has unfortunate accident skiing.
Kenny?
Yeah, Jimmy?
Can I ask a stupid question?
Sure.
Do you want to, as long as you're okay with a stupid answer?
Can we stop you?
No.
Never have.
Do you mind if I laugh?
Can we search you?
Roughly out here, we don't actually vote for our leaders. We vote for our local member. And if they're obviously affiliated with a certain party, and if that party gets enough numbers, then the leader's automatically put into office. Is that the same with you guys or no? Do you actually vote for Trump and Biden, or do you actually vote for your local representative?
You vote for
Local.
You vote for the national.
That's a weird way to do it. So you vote for local, and then whoever the leader is of that local, even if you don't like him, he gets elected because you voted for someone that was under him.
Yeah, because that local will be associated with, as you guys say, he'll be a Republican or a Democrat, and those parties choose who they want as their leader, who they want as their treasurer, who they want as their health minister, who they want as their education minister, who they want as their public affairs or infrastructure. The party.
So you're voting for. So you're pretty much voting for the people that he wants to elect jobs, right? Instead of him.
I'm voting for the guy that's going to look after my area. Or girl.
Well, that's across the U.S. too. Everybody hates Congress except for their guy.
Yeah.
And those people.
Yep.
Our member, as we call them, we go to them and say, I don't like blah blah blah. I want to have this, and they go in down to Canberra and try and battle their ass off to get that corrected or rah. You know what I mean? They handle local issues.
I give Biden credit. He learned the lesson that Hillary.
He did.
He campaigned to the last second.
Oh yeah.
That's the problem out here, Kenny.
But of course,
he was grinding.
He was.
Kenny, our last few prime ministers have sucked. Kenny, that's the problem out here. Our last few prime ministers have sucked. And because we haven't liked the way they've taken the country, they haven't seen full term. None of them. The last 4 or 5, I think, haven't seen full term. Jeff might correct me on that. Yeah. So it's good in a way. You get to vote for the local guy that's going or girl, pardon my language, that's going to look after your area if they get in, or you hope they get in. But yeah, you don't get to pick who the boss is. You don't get to pick the PM.
Okay. Is that a
They do that all
parliamentarian?
behind doors.
Is that
parliamentarian type?
Yeah.
Yeah. How
Better
does
than
yours
England.
work, Kenny? So that's my question. How does your system work?
With how we vote people in?
Yeah. Do you actually vote for Trump or Biden, or
Yeah,
do you vote
we vote for
local?
Trump. We vote for Trump and his vice presidential pick, and then you also get to vote for each seat in the in the House and in the Senate. So I mean, it's a big ass voting ballot, and we also vote for each measure that's put up to vote.
But Jimmy, our no matter even say if well, like Trump when he won last time, he didn't win on the popular vote. He won on the electoral college. We have an electoral college that decides who the president is.
I prefer that because otherwise California just wipes out the entire Midwest by itself.
True. But California is like what, the fifth largest economy in the world.
It's never coming back.
Yeah.
Kenny, do any of your states have what's that word? Like a gerrymander?
All of them. They all do it all the time.
They do. Yeah. So it's a rigged, corrupt system like ours used to be.
It is.
Country does that. They rezone. See, here in Utah, you don't have it so much because the only part of Utah that's diverse is Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City has a Democrat mayor and a Democratic mayor of the county, but the rest of the state dead red, and that's not going to change. And that's as much a church thing as it is a political thing.
Yeah, so now you can read it. See.
Oh no! See, I don't get excited until they start bringing the big states in.
Absolutely,
they look like the same person. One just has more hair on the top.
They kind of the same smile. They do have the same smile too.
Orange.
Better to pay.
Well, one of
They got
them's
the
not
same chin too.
one of them's not orange. The
Well,
other
he's not orange in the picture. He's gray in the picture.
I know. I'm just saying.
I don't think he's really orange to begin with. I think that's just we sort of.
I didn't know that was a race.
To be fair to Trump, he has gotten less orange since he was elected.
He has. I just think he doesn't have the time to go get spray tan.
Yeah.
Have you seen every president ages, but Trump really has. He's aged a little bit since he's been in the office the first 4 years.
Well, he's already like 100.
But still, I mean, look at Obama. When Obama went in, he looked young. Obama got out, he looked old.
He graded already.
Yeah.
So did W, so did Jimmy Carter.
Yep.
That's
a tough job.
That's a job.
Yeah, it's a tough job.
They asked W about that when he got out. So what's the first thing you tell Obama? It's a hard job.
Yep.
It's going to get you.
Stress kills
people. And then you got to worry about everybody and their moms probably trying to kill you.
Yeah.
We haven't had an assassination attempt in many years.
Since Reagan. Yeah, since Reagan, right?
Well, that we know of.
Yeah, true.
Well,
wasn't there a guy caught running across the lawn to Obama?
We've had a few of those too. Yeah.
No actual shots fired,
but then they also had the thing where this lady and her husband posed as dignitaries and got into the White House to a private dinner, and they were quite proud of themselves,
weren't they?
Yeah, I'm sure some Secret Service people got fired.
Well, I'm sure they got moved up the presidential detail.
Well, they got moved to the vice presidential detail. Or no, it was they got to the first dog's presidential detail. That's what they got moved to.
Yeah,
the first dog.
Jimmy,
has there ever been a first cat? I'm just curious.
Sock.
I'm sure there has.
Sock's the cat.
Oh, okay, so there was a first cat. Okay.
Yeah.
First pussy.
Yeah, sucks.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Does Trump have a pet besides
No, Trump
his
doesn't
wife?
have a pet.
He doesn't have a pet. Wow.
No dogs, no cats, no nothing.
Clinton would have been into the first pussy.
Yeah.
Oops, my.
He was damn near close to be the first president to be freaking divorced in office.
No, that's a political marriage.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. She's with him for, yeah. That's definitely for the political.
Yeah, they probably live in separate houses.
Different beds, to the Ma and Pa.
Kenny, so there's 270 seats. What is that? Congress or is that the Senate? Or
270 electoral votes. Each state,
Lavender.
Each state, certain amount of votes. Like here, I'll show you. Like here,
seats, Lavender, not states. Seats.
Oh, it sounded like you said states.
Sorry,
see, California.
My
here,
bad.
If whoever wins California gets 55 electoral votes, right, and that goes towards the 220.
Yeah.
Whoever wins Oregon wins 7. See how it's just 3. You got 3, 10. Then you go all the way down to Texas, 38. It just depends on the size of the state. And then you got New York, you get let's see, 29 with New York. So it just depends. Like, which is why it makes it fair to people who, it makes it fair for the lower states, don't get as much. The popular vote, if it was up to the popular vote, the small states wouldn't matter if they voted or not, honestly.
What they're saying in Australia at the moment, Kenny, what they're saying in Australian media at the moment, is Trump's won Indiana and he's got 11. He's up 11-0 at it, and he needs 270 to win or something.
He got
13. He's only got 13.
You see, you can already pencil in like California, Illinois, and New York for Biden. That's how.
Yeah, Biden's won. They haven't. It hasn't even been counted yet. But they're going to win California. Biden's winning California.
Yeah.
Texas is up in the air.
Yeah, but the total number is based on how many representatives you have plus senators. So the minimum the minimum is 3.
So one state's decided basically out of your 50 whatever states.
Well, it's what you have to fight up against. I mean, if you're a Democrat trying to win and Texas is in play, you're going to have no chance. If you need California when you're Republican, you have no chance. Those states are not going to change, and I don't think Texas is in play. Biden is not Texas people.
No, not at all.
I mean, I've seen these. Well, it's like you said it earlier. The Trump people are not telling anybody who they're voting for because they're tired of getting crap.
Absolutely.
So it's like, we'll just vote and we ain't going to tell you nothing.
Oh. Because unfortunately, it's like there's this culture of if you vote for Trump, you're the enemy. You're stupid. Kind of like how the culture is. Whoa, you talk about auditors, so we're trolls. Apparently, if you vote for Trump, you're a troll too, which you should be that way. No wonder they're all pissed off. Well, it's like I'd be pissed off too.
He tapped into that when back in 4 years ago when Hillary Clinton said that the people who were supporting Trump were deplorables. People don't like to be insulted. They said, "Oh yeah, we're voting for sure," and they did.
Just imagine if Biden wins, right, and then Biden gets put out, then Kamala Harris gets put out. Guess who's the president then?
Yeah.
Nancy
Pelosi.
How scary is that?
It's scary that she's 80. It's time to retire.
Kenny, can we stir up the shit in chat? Put 1 for Trump and 2 for Biden and see who's
yeah, sure. Who do you think's gonna win? Well, let's see. Who do you think's gonna win? Give me a 1 for Trump. Give me a 2 for Biden.
I think Biden's gonna win.
Well, what do you think, Lavender?
G'day, Jeff. How's
buddy? How's it going?
What do you think, Trump or Biden? Who's gonna win?
Oh, Trump.
Okay. Diver, what do you think, Trump or Biden? Who's gonna win?
More importantly, what would happen? What's gonna happen? Especially with the way the White House is barricaded if Trump loses.
I think you have more chances of a riot if Trump wins.
That's the second question. And Jay, let's do this first.
Yeah, that's
when they go out and they just start burning and looting.
I don't know whether you told them, Jimmy, but the Australian system is so corrupt The people don't vote for the Prime Minister, the political party does.
No, we vote for the
So
seat. We don't vote for the bloke himself or person himself.
yeah. So
Yeah,
whoever's
told
got
him.
the most seats, whoever's got the most seats controls Parliament, and the party actually puts their best candidate out. They vote on them. Australian people don't actually vote. It's so corrupt, the Australian system. And
now, Jeff, more importantly, state of origin tonight, buddy. Queenslander. There's a massive, absolute massive. This is the biggest rivalry in Australia. It's a game of football tonight. Rugby league, not soccer. It's Queensland versus New South Wales. These games are brutal. They're violent. They're fast. They're aggressive. And it's on tonight. Game 1 out of the 3 series.
What league is that in?
Right?
Rugby league.
I'll tell you what, the Queensland.
I'll post you the link, Kenny.
Rugby.
This is full on. This is full on war between two states, Australia.
Yeah.
This is like you guys playing Canada and hockey or Russia and hockey. This is the same sort of rivalry.
Yeah, Russia's nothing now for hockey. I mean, they all play.
Well, Canada then. You know, your rivalry with Canada and hockey. This is equal to that, if not, better. Yeah.
What you forget, Kenny, is that New South Wales beat Queensland 3-0, 69-79.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's all past it. We won 8 years in a row. You guys have won the last 2 years.
Okay, now when you say rugby, that's the same thing as Australian rules football. They used to broadcast.
No. Different sport again.
Now, what is that?
Different sport again. That's just a sport they play down in Victoria and it's played all over Australia.
It was fun to watch. I mean, especially the guy in the white hat coat who signals.
This is more brutal. If you want to look it up, Google NRL.
I've seen them.
Hits.
I've seen them.
It's like your American football without helmets and padding and shit. This is just bone-on-bone collision.
Stupid.
And it's continual. It's brutal.
And they're all toothless,
right? All right, so back to my original question. Back to my original question. Asian, what do you think? Biden or Trump?
Oh, you asking me?
Yes, sir.
Man, I was just going to drop off too.
Oh, you can answer then drop off.
Can I plead the fifth?
You sure can. You don't have to answer at all. Yeah, you don't have to answer at all. Yeah, you don't have to say who you voted for.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate and love all you guys, but
see, Trump's already threatened.
Just who do you think?
Who do I think is
going to win? Yeah, who do you think is going to win?
So let me ask this question and then I'll answer it if I may. I'm not trying to play any games. Did Arnold Schwarzenegger get reelected for governor of the state of California? Yes or no?
He got elected after he took over from the other governor one time.
Yeah.
Then did he actually run to get reelected or no?
Yes.
Did he win?
Yeah. Celebrity.
So then I think Trump might win again, get reelected again.
But he can't. I personally, California.
I personally think, it has a lot to do with that too. As silly as it sounds, I think Trump got elected originally because of the celebrity factor.
Well, I think
if Russia wasn't in fact involved.
And I also think the rebel factor he was more of a rebel. He wasn't a politician. We were tired of the same old politician bullshit.
That's right.
And he came in and he was talking about draining the swamp. People are like, oh my fucking God, we haven't heard these type of things before in a politician, That's
right. But with that said, if the general masses is wise based on what's happened in the last 4 years, then I think Biden will win. So sorry.
Yeah.
I'll go with both.
I think Biden flip these things back and forth. My only question is, Joe's been running since 1988.
Yeah.
And he lost out to the
remember if he gets in
to lose the pockets.
Well, if Biden gets voted, he'll forget tomorrow.
Hey, Nixon ran a good game for many years.
He did.
Nixon was very skilled at what he did. He should have beaten Kennedy if he lost that debate because of the perspiration.
Kenny,
more qualified.
All right, so where are you? Okay, what do you think? Who do you think is going to win?
Trump.
What about you, Sean?
I think Biden.
Josiah, what do you think?
I think Trump is going to win. I don't know. That's the way. I didn't vote for him, but I think he's going to win.
Gotcha. Gary?
I think Biden will win the popular vote, but the Electoral College will go to Trump.
Okay. Jimmy?
Oh, I wouldn't have a bloody clue.
Take a wild guess.
Well, I think
you have a 50-50 chance of getting it.
Oh, Trump, I guess. He's normally the sitting one. Generally goes 2 terms, don't they?
Sometimes.
Most part, yeah. What do you think, Jeff?
I think Biden will get in, but Trump will sue and go to court and do all the recounts, and I think Trump will sneak back in. Unfortunately,
I don't think he'll do that. Actually,
oh, he's already talking about he's going to freaking go all the way to
about a lot of things. And I think this is bloviating.
I think he will. I think if he loses, he'll take it all the way up there. I think he will. Now the question is, will he pull Al Gore, put it all the way up there, but then say no, that's okay, he can have it?
I wouldn't think so. Nah. Trump doesn't lose.
Couldn't believe that. Actually, I could believe that. I take that back. It was Al Gore.
Always remember, Al Gore lost his home state.
Yeah,
that's why he lost the election.
Horrible.
In Florida, he was a senator from Tennessee, and he lost his home state. Right there,
only the best lawyers become politicians. That's what I reckon.
They like money. They like money and fame, like anybody.
Well, at the same time, I think it's good that Gore didn't push the issue, because I think Gore would have been a horrible president for 9/11. I think Bush was exactly what we needed at that time.
No question. I would never.
How many beans did he make?
Can I ask another stupid question?
Yeah.
I don't know. Go ahead.
So these states that have more votes, more seats in them, and I'm just talking this election, I'm talking all elections, do the candidates fund these states more or favour them to get
do they
those
fund them? What do you mean by
on
fund them?
or favour them during their presidency or during their election process to get that, if that seat's more valuable than a shitty, if one seat's got, if one state's got 15 seats, it's worth 15 seats and one state's worth 3, wouldn't you wouldn't the candidate try and butter the people up in that state to get them side?
But not
Does that happen?
Laws. Like if you're a Republican, California's laws. You cannot win.
There's no point. Well, I don't know. I think a Republican could, but they're gonna have to be like the freaking. They're gonna have to be like the Desi Arnaz, the Ric Flair, the Rock. They're gonna have to be like so charismatic. They're gonna have to be so charismatic to sway him. But I think it is possible. They're just charming.
So you're a state that elected Gavin Newsom as your governor after he screwed up San Francisco beyond belief.
Got a question for you. The American president, when he leaves office, does he still get paid?
Yes.
Pension and Secret Service detail for life.
Yep. He gets a salary and that for life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Australian Prime Minister earns $549,000.
Oh, wow.
He gets 80% of that for the rest of his life. He gets free air travel, free secretary, free chauffeur-driven car.
That's what Clinton is, free secretary.
Free security.
Yeah, 24/7. Yeah.
They got a security detail the rest of their life because they've got national secrets that don't want to get out.
Yeah. Same here.
W's talk about you can never go out and drive your pickup truck on the public highways again. They won't let you.
Oh, I believe that.
So it's one thing he said he can run around his ranch wherever he wants, but if he has to go somewhere in public, he's got to go with the detail. Obama too.
Mm-hmm.
We used to have a prime minister here in Australia called Bob Hawke. He was at a football game with the treasurer at the time, Paul Keating, and there's the American Secretary of State. There's a carload of blokes pulled up and yelled at Hawke, you're a bloody legend. He said, well, if I'm a bloody legend, take me to the pub and buy me a beer. So he just jumped in the car and took off. Left the American Secretary of State standing there with, he couldn't believe it, that he just jumped in the car and took off. Because like in the US, they'd have security all over the place and jumping all over the car. In Australia, they don't worry about it that much.
You get invited to the pub, you go.
Oh, yeah. Old Hawke,
That's the rule.
And Bob Hawke, our old Prime Minister, he had the world record for beer drinking at one stage.
Yeah. So it looks like it's still not in, but it looks like he's got 57 million votes so far to still really close. But then again, we were saying it's really nothing. Just it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on this all night and see how it.
Well, I think Biden takes Pennsylvania because I think he's more familiar back east. Hillary was not beloved in certain parts of the east because they saw her as a carpetbagger who came from Chicago to New York. And really only one, Rudy got cancer. He had to drop out.
Is the presidential candidates over here, do they have a health checkup before the election?
Oh, yeah.
Well, how come Biden's got was it Alzheimer's and he still doesn't stand?
It's crazy.
Because you can't remember who he is half the time, so how can he?
No. Why are they all 190 years old?
190.
He was trying to do like a crowd chant. He said, "Truth, not facts." He said, "What?"
The first time.
Hey, everyone, stay up on panel so we can't let Tim up.
Yeah, but Biden won Vermont. Massachusetts hasn't started yet.
Well, Vermont that's dead. That's dead blue. The entire seaboard. You can't see a red state up there until you get down to Michigan and such.
Maryland, and that's a lot of. There's a lot of electoral votes here. Maryland got 10. Jersey's got 14. Connecticut's got 7.
Pennsylvania's been a swing state.
Yeah. I think Biden this time because he's from Delaware, and I think he has a history.
So if Biden takes Pennsylvania, it's actually going to be very promising.
It cripples the idea, because in Florida's all set, more or less.
Yeah, exactly. So, and North Carolina is another big swing state.
Carolina's not that big. Why is everybody all hot in Carolina?
Well, it looks like Biden already took South Carolina. It's looking like he's going to take North Carolina, too.
Who, Trump?
Yeah.
Now,
so that's big. Yeah.
Was he expected to? Or was that an upset?
That was up in the air. So it was Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Florida.
It's so early, though. Only 1% of the vote is in, so it's real early.
Yeah. But those are the 3 swing states, Jimmy. They call them swing states because it could go either way.
Ohio also.
Asian, are you?
Yeah. One election they go one way, the next election they can go the other.
That's what Trump
They're not
did.
traditional loyals.
He just kept Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio to those factories, and he got those people on his side.
I'm from Pennsylvania, and the elections have always been iffy. You never know with Pennsylvania.
Well, it's two different groups of people. You have your 2 big cities, you have Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. But then you have the rural, and those are the ones that talk about clinging to God and their guns. Those kind of things insult people.
Well, it's interesting, though, because PA is an open carry state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you would think it would be more of a red state.
But not Philadelphia.
Philadelphia is more historically speaking. But, Jimmy, that's what they call it.
What's open carry got to do with open carry? It's an open carry state. Does that mean they're Republican or?
No,
The
that means
NRA,
their gun rights.
the NRA, supporters of the NRA.
Yeah, no, I realise that, but when
Okay,
you
so
said
what
that it's an open carry state,
Yeah, what just happened?
do they
gotta
traditionally vote one way?
New York?
Yeah.
Yeah, so traditionally, NRA supporters on the Republican side of the party.
Yeah.
Traditionally
Okay.
speaking.
But it's
So that would lead you to believe that Pennsylvania would be a red state, would be a Republican state historically. But to Josiah's point,
Illinois.
Look at that.
it's 50-50. It's a coin toss. So that's what we refer to as a swing state in the voting process, because we're not sure until the votes are counted which way Pennsylvania is going to go any given election year. Hence the name swing state.
But don't
So
you
the
also
point
have
that I'm trying, yeah, go ahead.
Isn't Philadelphia completely different from Pittsburgh?
Absolutely. So now you get into the counties, now you get into the different counties. But if you take all of the counties collectively speaking, in the state of Pennsylvania, it still supersedes the entire county electoral votes of that of Philadelphia.
Did the Amish vote?
That's a great question.
I don't think so.
Oh, Texas is starting.
So I don't think they would.
That is an absolutely great question.
Biden is leading far in Texas.
Yeah. Have they got to Dallas yet?
Probably not.
Do you have any
Houston? Houston's oil country. That's always Republican.
Yeah.
Do you have any independents standing for president, or is it just the two parties?
Oh no, there's independents. There's a lot of people running, but they're not worried about them because they're more likely not going to win. So they don't even.
The last time we had a three-way race was 68, and that was Wallace splitting the vote.
They're not going to get enough numbers, Jeff, so they just don't matter.
Well, I'm just wondering, like in Australia, all the minor parties, they get together and give votes to. If one party's not going to get enough votes, another party will give them their votes to get them over the line. Does it happen over there?
No.
No.
Okay.
See, Kenny, that's a big trend in Australian politics the last 10 years or more. Everyone's pissed off at the two major parties. So they're voting for the smaller minor parties of the independents.
It will be nice if that happened here.
Yeah. Like I said, you vote for your local guy and he might be independent.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying. Now, for the last, I don't know how many elections, at least 4, I'm thinking, Jeff, maybe 5.
No, it's been going way back to the 90s.
Well, yeah. The big parties still win, but they've got to do deals with these independents to get the numbers.
Well, see, years ago,
the Graham Richardson got that thing where they give votes away to somebody else to get them over the line.
And that's what Moore made. He wouldn't kiss Nader's butt. Nader took his votes.
Years ago, we used to have presidential campaigns where there would be 3 people in the Republican Party or 3 people in the Democratic Party, and during the campaign, they would vote.
I remember that, yeah.
And then the other 2 parties would concede their votes to put a particular Republican in, up for president. But that doesn't happen anymore.
Well, the Democratic Party looks like a clown car.
See, Kenny, in Australia, there's about 155 seats, I think it is, and you need 78 to form government. And what these big parties are doing the last several elections, they might be getting 55 or 6 of those votes each. Then they've got to go into bed with about 10 or 13 independents to get that up to 78.
Now there might be some independents that win in the House and the Senate, perhaps.
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. And that's becoming more and more out here towards the big 2 parties. Our version of Republican and our version of Democrats are getting less and less votes every election. They're going more to the in and the minor
Well, that
parties.
last Queensland election, she got a 5% swing towards it. She done well.
Yeah.
Anastasia, I was surprised.
Yeah, well, that's rare. I'm talking federally. Federally, we're just so pissed off with our prime ministers. But this guy seems to be going all right so far. The guy we got now.
No, that's just
Lindsey Graham. Hold on, Lindsey Graham is out of where?
South Carolina. He's a senator. This is Congress right here. This is the House. You're looking at Lindsey Graham's. Yeah, he's the senator in South Carolina. And we don't have anything yet.
We had 3 prime ministers in 2 years.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like for Lindsey Graham. Someone was asking about Lindsey Graham, so I wanted to show it.
It's only 5%.
It's early.
That's a long night right there.
Yeah. It's close. Really close.
I've heard people.
So who's Biden's vice secretary?
Except for Bill. Bill Bledsoe's probably out of it.
But look, he took votes from Jamie Harrison.
He did. Yeah, he did.
It'd be a lot closer,
He'd probably be winning.
No, he's fine.
He'd be at 60%.
No, he'd be at 49.2.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad.
So over in America,
right?
Over in America, do you concentrate on the potential vice president as well?
Well, that
is vote because of,
no,
not really.
It's a
McConnell won naturally.
You knew Mitch. It was when Mitch could lose. No, he wasn't. No.
Yeah, nowhere. Yeah, no, he did not lose. Will Haggerty won quite heftily.
Yeah.
I don't know who Richard Durbin is, but he won.
They're predicting the winner, and there's 0.
Wait, how is that? 23 estimated votes counted. They already has Mark Warner as a winner.
You know why? Because they haven't counted yet. His strong areas are probably coming in.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's what it is.
Isn't he the brother of John Warner or the son of John Warner? Before Elizabeth Taylor?
And I love that name, Corky. It's a great name. I'd vote for him just for that, Corky Messner.
But
I don't know who you are, Gene.
I've done that before.
Come over, Corky.
Such a name.
Edward Markey. Wouldn't it be great if it was Edward Malarkey?
Yeah.
So in America, do you still have that law? So do you have to be born in the US to become president?
Yes.
Or
you have 35 years of age.
Military base.
Yeah, I think it's a good law. We should have that here in Australia. Unfortunately, we don't.
So, what do you think? You think Anselmo's is happy about this one right here? John Reed winning?
With 0? Yeah. Ask Anselmo.
Well, he's in Florida now.
He's a tyrant. He is. I think he's on the run. He's just getting more and more nauseating. They stood outside City Hall people with masks.
Markey, but we're saying it should be changed to Ed Malarkey, Tim, because that would just be a better name. Ed Malarkey.
I think call Markey.
I'd vote for him.
I know. I like to do that sometimes.
Oh, you don't know anything about the people? It's like, well, how do I vote for? Well, what is her name? You know, what do you do at that point? If you're unprepared,
think about it.
Yeah. What did you do in school when you had a test and you didn't study for it? You'd like eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right? Well, with a vote like that, it's like, well, what name sounds good?
And how well did that work for you most of the time?
Not very well at all.
I graduated.
It's like I told somebody, they're just that was called studying.
But that's the thing. We knew it wasn't going to work well for us. We just sucked it up, and that's the way it was. Hey, at least I never did a pattern. Some people would do patterns. I never did a pattern.
I've heard that.
So how long has America had the 2-term law for, like only 2 terms for the president? When did that come in?
After FDR was on his 4th term and passed away in office.
Oh, back in the 40s.
Kenny, is that your computer?
So it wasn't done while FDR was still alive, but I think that had a lot of effect on it.
I think that's good and bad. I think that's a good and bad rule. if you got a really good president, they should be able to serve us.
Well, what's the?
But if you got a shit one, you want them out as quick as possible, I guess. So it works both ways.
Well, if it's 2 consecutive terms, there's nothing could have stopped Obama from running again 4 years later.
ABAC, ATABA. Okay, interesting.
Abacadabra.
Yeah.
Okay.
Limiting factor in the amendment.
Hey, don't take these words from a man who drinks.
Now here's the question: if you went into this election not knowing anyone, and you just saw this right here, Joe Biden, who would you vote for? Now, given you don't know about anyone, you don't know anything about them, so you can't let your bias shine through. Just based off of the pictures and the names, who would you vote for? Lavender, what do you think?
Trump.
Diver, what do you
Only because, spades.
What do you think, Diver? Okay, Diver's out there. Asian, what do you think?
I think Haitian left. Didn't he say he was going to?
Probably Trump.
Okay. War Eagle Kid, what about you?
Trump.
What about you?
Trump.
Josiah?
I would vote for Trump.
Gary?
Okay, you're saying we don't know anything about it,
You don't
right?
know anything about them. You're going in. You wake up. You're freaking over. You got a hangover. Oh my God, I got to vote.
I would vote for Biden because his name would be first on the ballot.
Oh, okay. There you go. The first name I see.
He might have the party first.
Jimmy, what about you?
Probably for Mrs. Obama because she's not a bad looking sort for her age.
Can't run. Yeah.
Stuff these two pair of muppets. I don't like polys, Kenny. I just don't like them at all. They're all full of shit.
I'd go Biden.
The battleground states. You do Biden too? Okay.
Yeah, I
So a
would.
few for Biden. A lot of people did Trump. Me, I go Trump. Yeah, for spades too. That's a good point.
Yeah, I agree, Gary W.
One of my state's major newspapers.
I think gonna take it.
Yeah, one of my
back
states.
in range. Oh, okay, yep. CHW still going. We're just kind of like watching, taking a look at how things are going.
I'm watching it. I'm surfing for
Biden
something
is
else.
way ahead so far.
No,
but then again, it's too early. It's too early.
So what's this accounting process right now?
Yeah, one of the local newspapers in my area, one of the three big ones, is projecting Biden and of course our state senator Booker.
He's forbidden.
Easy to say too.
Kenny, what's Biden like economically?
Taxes been. He's liberal.
Yeah, absolutely liberal.
But he's not as liberal, as progressive as say AOC, who wanted to tax people.
Oh my goodness. He was the most conservative of the Democrats this time around, which is why he won, because he was more conservative. Everyone's not ready to go nearly as progressive as a lot of the Democrats this cycle were going.
Always remember Bernie Sanders honeymooned in Moscow while they were still the USSR.
Yeah.
He was running on raising taxes, corporations, and people making over $400,000 a year.
So who's the last vice president that came up and got the presidency because the president died? Or
the last time?
So who was the last?
That was
vice president. Vice president to take care of the president died.
LBJ.
Oh, okay.
1963.
Yeah.
See, Kenny, all jokes aside with me, if I vote, when I vote for some, I try to get the person that's do the best for the country. I don't give a shit how charismatic they are, what they look like, how popular they are. I want the guy that's economically strong, mentally strong. You know, if we've got to go to war, we've got to go to war. I don't want a wishy-washy pussy there. I want someone that makes a fucking decision and we go do shit. You know what I mean? I don't give a crap about how popular they are or what their social media profile is and all that bullshit. I want someone that does the job, you know, and can make a decision. That's just me, though.
I agree with you. And at certain times, that's the type of president you need. And, you know, if that's the type of president you're looking for, of these two, I think Trump would be that president. I think Biden is too wishy.
Biden's too worried about poll numbers. Trump
yeah.
just screw them and do what I want. You don't like it? Do something.
Pretty much.
Well, shit, the first thing Trump did was piss China off, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got right in
I
their face
reckon.
in the first fucking week or something being in office. He went straight for him.
Pissed Canada and Mexico off, too.
Off them, too, yeah.
Kenny.
I find Trump to be narcissistic.
Kenny.
From what I've seen.
Well, hold on, guys. Asian wanted to say something a little bit ago, but go ahead, Asian, first, and then we'll go just for Asian.
Oh, thank you, Kenny. Yeah, no, I always enjoyed playing devil's advocate. So just wanted to mention also that the last time the country was in a surplus was during Clinton years when he was.
Yeah. Fantastic that way. Yeah, he was because he went conservative sort of when the '94 elections came in.
And then again, just along the lines of playing devil's advocate, because I also think that credit should be given where credit is due. The mention of Al Gore came up earlier, and I'm not a personal thing, but just a fact. He did win the Pulitzer Prize award.
Well,
Kenny,
that was
global warming. His studies on global warming.
Yeah.
Have you guys
around his private jet, lives in his mansion? Yeah.
Have you guys noticed another auditor's claiming burglary in his home?
Okay.
Who?
Central Civilian Auditor, News and Information.
And
was it Omaha's cousin?
All right, so Josiah, you were going to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know because I'm a little confused and I don't want to Google it. But didn't Nixon had a vice president, Spiro Agnew, and before he left office, Spiro Agnew left, and then he picked
Ford Agnew, yeah.
Yeah. So was that? I'm lost in the daytime. Was that before? That was after Kennedy.
Yeah, but Kennedy died. Nixon resigned. Two different things.
Yeah, but no. But as far as like the president taking the vice president taking over, Spiro Agnew resigned so he wouldn't get pulled through the mud.
Oh God!
And then they picked Ford.
He would have put us in another war.
Yeah.
I've got a trivia question for you about American presidents. Which American president was an engineer and worked here in Australia? Before he was president, he worked here in Australia as an engineer.
I'm going to say Teddy Roosevelt?
No.
It had to be before Eisenhower.
Eisenhower was a military man.
I know, but it had to be before Eisenhower. Truman, no, he didn't go to Australia.
Carter, maybe.
No, it wasn't Carter. It was before him.
Johnson.
Kennedy, because he was in the Navy.
Well, don't keep.
He worked for a big mining company as an engineer.
So, had to be
somebody in chat said Ford.
No, Ford was a lifetime congressman before he became
president. No,
yeah, Lavender.
Somebody in chat, not me.
Yeah, Lavender.
Okay, tell us.
Ford did a lot of things. I don't think he left the country.
Someone said too many dead Democrats voting in Texas. It's close in Texas so far, but then again, only not even a quarter of the votes are in yet. So
probably when Dallas starts coming in.
Yeah, those would be for Trump. Fort Worth probably will be Trump too.
Oh yeah, Dallas and Houston both tend to go dead red.
So what does race look right now at the current time? Who's got the lead?
And where?
It means nothing right at this moment until they.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything right now. The popular vote, Trump has it, but the electoral votes, Biden.
Because he took Illinois, and that knocked out so many of the other states for Trump.
Who was the engineer, John?
Hoover.
Yes. Yes.
Oh God,
Hoover.
Right.
Herbert.
Yeah, Hornet, I'm winning with 5 million write-in. 5 million write-in votes for Kenny Klein as your next president of the United States of America.
Woo-hoo.
And I swear that once elected, Gary will be Secretary of State.
Damn
as my
right.
vice president will be NJ Diver, who I will allow to do all of the governmental type work since he's so smart at it.
No, thank you.
First 5 things you would do as president, Kenny?
From
Kenny,
2000.
if you was president,
starting.
what's the first 5 things you'd do?
Yeah, starting in 2006 to now, I've had my fill of politics.
All right. Well, then, you know what? Asian will be my vice president. And Lavender can be my. We'll have her be the.
Send her to some shit country as an ambassador.
She could be the ambassador. She could be the ambassador to.
Some shit country
somewhere. Yeah, we'll send her to Algeria. Ambassador to Algeria. Jimmy can be my ambassador to Australia.
I'll be the party advisor. I mean, what do you call them?
No,
Entertainment.
send Jimmy to the
Entertainment
UK.
advisor.
We send and Korea.
Carolina, you will be my Secretary of Transportation.
Send Lavender to North Korea.
CFW.
There goes the highway
Secretary
system.
Of Transportation. That's great. Oh man, that's great.
So, Kenny, if you was actually the president, what was the first 5 things you would do?
If I were president, oh my goodness.
Yeah. First 5 things
that you could do.
Let's see, what would I do if I could? Well, first of all, I'd say, what the fuck is Area 51?
Nolly.
Who is grinding peppercorns?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I can tell you there's not much there in Area 51 because there's too many satellites looking at it.
Sure, that's a good point. Yeah,
that's a good one.
I still would want to get the answer on that.
Oh yeah, me too.
And then after I get the answer on that, I'd want to say, you know what? Let me look at all your files on JFK. I get all down to a lot of the conspiracy theory bullshit first.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then
you don't get the
then after I have my fill of that, and they shoot me if I told anybody, and I start growing a lot of gray hairs, then I would say, okay, now I guess to start to focus on the country. Then honestly, what I would do is I would take a look at all the books, and I would get rid of all of the unnecessary spending for programs that are no longer being even useful or even in place that we're still paying for, that are there trying to free up some money for our economy. Because I think I bet you being
what about healthcare?
Places that don't need it. Healthcare?
Yeah, what would you do for that?
I'm not for globalized healthcare. I don't think it's good. I think that there should be healthcare for, the poor. I think that needs to be updated. I would also fucking fix the criminal justice system. It's fucked and it needs to be built back up from the ground up.
Yeah. I have one more for you, Kenny. Landing on the moon.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Find out if we really landed on the moon or not.
That's right.
Didn't China prove that already? I thought China proved that already.
It's still out there, though. I mean, they've come up with some interesting borderline evidence.
No, they haven't. We landed on the moon a few times.
Well, I'd like to know the truth.
Flat Earthers?
Flat Earth.
We sent them to
We'll send them to Australia.
Flat Earth.
We don't exist Australia. We don't exist according to flat earthers.
And
then that's what freaks them the fuck out.
You could discover Australia, Kenny, a second time.
I know.
You send all the Moors back to Morocco.
Oh, absolutely. I just want to go back so bad. Have fun.
Yeah, if you think you're Moroccan, fuck off. See you later.
Yeah, you ain't coming back.
What about the Soviets?
Soviet Union,
Canada.
Send them to Russia.
Yeah, send them to Canada. Let's stuck deal with them.
and Yukon Territory.
You're welcome.
So they all have to join the Army and the Marines and go through boot camp.
Yeah.
Kenny, I gotta ask you.
They have to live stream it.
Kenny,
oh wow! Oh
wow! When Trump got in, he said he's going to build the wall between America and Mexico.
He tried
to keep the Mexicans there. Did he seriously say he's going to build one between Canada to kick the snow Mexicans out?
No.
No. Here's the thing.
Or
like
that a social media beat up?
That was just he wasn't talking about anything like that.
But you do always let Justin Bieber.
There really isn't a wall between Canada. You get like seriously one side of the street is U.S. and one side of the street in some areas is Canada. You get literally cross the street and you're in Canada and the U.S.
I meant more the term that he called them snow Mexicans.
I've never heard that.
It was huge out here in the media.
Well, show me the video clip. I'll agree with you about it. There's a lot of things that get attributed.
Oh, I'm just saying. I'm just wondering whether he actually said it or whether it was a media beat up or some.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
it was fucking funny. It was offensive, but it was fucking funny. I'm sorry to Canadian, but it was funny. Calling them snow Mexicans. That's just cruel.
No, it's like in Nevada. You know what they said? There's a bear on the California flag. The pig kept slipping off.
Well, that's a
bullshit,
tall order you're sitting there, Tim. Right? How do you know?
You're right, Tim. Yeah. Pats or no pats, right?
Shane Lawson makes a very good point.
North Korea, then they can whinge about the rights. Jimmy was full of shite.
People really don't understand.
I like that term, shite.
Oppression.
Blimey, I balance.
Personally, I'm afraid Trump doesn't win, even though Biden was my first choice. Trump has already successfully done some pretty horrible things people don't pay attention to, in my opinion. And that everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Yeah, a lot of people don't like some of the things he's done. But I think the fear with Biden is people don't like Kamala, and they're afraid that when he gets elected, he'll get took out, and all of a sudden you're dealing with Kamala. But look at it this way: if Kamala does get elected, he sure as fuck isn't going to defund the police being a DA.
Yeah, but she doesn't remember being the DA all of a sudden. Tulsi Gabbard nailed her on that.
Yeah, that's true.
Tim, what are you talking about?
He's just talking shit.
Tim
might be on his 10th PBR.
He's drunk.
PBR.
Maybe because of the whole, the election day, it's a special night. Maybe he switched to something. Maybe he's on Bud Light or something. Maybe something a little stronger.
Hey, Kenny, just quickly, just to address balance in chat. Dude, I pride myself in the amount of bullshit I talk. So, jokes on you.
I know I'm full of shit. I do it on purpose. Poverty that forces them to the USA, even worse conditions in Canada.
I think we need to
balance as a
dial the full election politics back in a little bit. First, you can't declare to New Year's Day of the year of the election. 2, no more super PACs. No more. Can't have a cap on spending for campaigns, and that's it.
So balance. When is your guys' election? Like, when do you guys have your voting, or balance or stuck? Whoever answers. Well, they're both in Canada.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of helping you out. You said or.
Oh yeah. See, and this is why you're going to be the ambassador to North Korea.
Uh-huh.
No, that's Elmo.
That's where Stuck wants to send all the Soviets. So, no.
Isn't Tim Canadian?
Oh, let's send Glenn. Oh, that'd be.
He says ours is soon. Okay.
No, Tim's Bostonian.
Say we don't want an election this past October. So you guys want to keep who is it? Trudeau, right? You guys want to keep Trudeau in? So is he going to become like, you guys want him to be like the de facto kind of prime minister just forever sort of thing? Take over? Or I don't know. I'm just asking. It says somehow they don't want an election.
Isn't Tim Canadian?
No.
Well, he should be.
See, I'm gonna ship him to Australia to live with you, Jimmy.
I'd kill him.
Hey, we get better beer at least.
Timmy's a mass boy, Jimmy.
He's only 5 days. You can
4 years.
stick him somewhere.
I like people in Massachusetts.
Oh, that's interesting. Really bad, that's interesting. So not during the pandemic. So Parliament's pretty much going to sit in until. So are you guys going to have like a special election once it goes away, or are they just going to say fuck it, you get another 4 years? Well, Tim Berry is not a Trudeau fan.
Doc, I'm not hating on anyone. I'm just teasing.
Oh, Canada.
So the opposition can force elections. Okay, cool.
If you guys are happy with your PM,
I like Canada.
I love Canada.
It's a beautiful country from what I've seen of it.
I love Montreal. I love Toronto.
I love hockey players.
I love hockey, Canadian hockey.
They all play in America now, though. We've got some Canadian team won the.
I love the funny little.
So we'll have
the funny
election. Okay, cool.
I love the funny little accents.
There's a couple, Jeff. There's a couple guys in chat from Canada.
So who is the leading? Who's the leading opposition to Trudeau in the elections? And do you guys think they stand a chance of unseating Trudeau? And you guys,
Trudeau.
They're having an argument between one another. A Balance says that there won't be an election because of the pandemic, and then Stuck is like, we will have an election. So,
but A Balance did say you can force an election too, and then Stuck saying, yeah, we will have an election. Yeah.
No,
it's all impeached, Tim. Dan, the chat's kind of turning on you, Tim.
You could force it under postal vote.
Trump just got 6.
Yeah, he got he came down with the freaking COVID, and all of a sudden he's all good and everything, going out without his freaking mask on again and everything. Just
that was all bullshit.
Was he an anti-masker?
Who?
Honestly, don't know. Don't
Trump.
Follow politics that much, but Trudeau could re-ran for PM. Okay. As of December 16th, the Elections
Hey,
Act
Kenny,
was
as long
amended.
as they're happy with their PM, that's all that matters. They're living in that country. We're not.
Yes, Lavender.
The first Thursday in June in the fourth calendar year following polling day in the most recent general election. This amendment will result in the next provincial election occurring on June 2nd, 2022. Oh, okay. So it's not for another 2 years. They're not going to have another election. Okay, well, So, A-Bounce, do you like Trudeau or not? Or do you think he's doing a good job? Or do you think he's doing a shit job? Or what do you think? We know Stuck like him. Or at least thinks he's done a good job, I should say. Maybe not like him. And Dolce, what do you think? Do you think Trudeau's done a good job? I know you're not from Canada, but I know you follow Canadian. I know she follows Canadian politics.
Really?
I know this. I do. It's called a hunch. No, she really does. I'm just asking for shits and giggles.
Is Dulcie Canadian?
Where were you, like 10th of a
Dulcie,
second
you're living
ago,
in Canada.
See, she doesn't know.
Sorry, Lavender.
I said, where were you a 10th of a second ago?
Oh, in China. Wuhan with the bats.
Jimmy's always in China.
No, she's not Canadian.
Jimmy's go-to is always China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's provincial, not federal.
Don't knock it till you tried it.
So Trudeau would be under federal, right? Then, not provincial. But wait a minute, I thought you guys said in Canada you have the same thing as Australia, to where your provincial elections are the ones that call for who wins the federal, right? I thought that's
no.
Oh, I'm wrong.
State elections are different to federal. They're different again. We got 3 levels of government, Ken. We got local elections, we got state elections, we got federal. They're all different.
Same here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same parties. Same parties
Oh, I
involved.
got you. Okay.
You got state Liberal Labor, which is our Republican Democrat. You got federal and you got local. Normally locals more independents get in.
Yeah.
But some are politically aligned, some aren't.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where I'm from, they're all politically aligned.
Yeah, I'd make a correction there. We've got 4. You guys forgot about county.
Indeed. Good one, Diver.
We don't have counties.
Yeah,
we
we've
don't
got
have
3.
counties either.
Although, do we have counties? No, yeah, okay. No.
You have
That's a good one.
parishes in Louisiana.
We have parishes.
Yeah, parishes.
Yeah,
That's
parishes.
Right. Yes, parishes.
You know,
gotta be
us
special.
Louisianians.
Well, then maybe
Yep,
you can
gotta
be
be
my.
special.
You can be my. So you can be my ambassador to France then. There we go.
So Kenny, your president serves how many years as one term?
4.
4. Okay, what about what's your next level down of government?
Oh,
Senate?
Yeah, Senate.
What are they, 4 years too? Terms?
6. Senates are 6.
And then next level down, local,
House?
or whatever you call
Congress.
They run 2. They have 2 years.
And then what's your parish one or whatever it is, the lowest one?
Then those are more like local. No, I guess it'll go state, right? So governor?
Congressman.
Well, you said
How long are those
Representatives,
terms?
right?
Yeah, I said the House.
Right.
Well, how long are
so
those
then it will be
terms?
governor. Then it will be governor. Governor's 4 years.
That all depends on the state.
So you're doing an election every year, sort of thing, like us, pretty much.
Every couple years. Every couple years, we have an election.
We always seem to be going to vote every block.
Yeah.
I know.
Vote on something.
Yeah, in some states, you guys vote on your judges as well.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Yep.
That's right.
We do too. Missouri.
Yeah,
Well, I like to call
Jersey's
Missouri misery.
Yeah, New Jersey's are all politically appointed.
Kenny, were you at Fort Leonard Wood?
Yes, sir.
That's what I figured.
That's why I call it misery.
So your police are appointed by
hellhole of Missouri.
Kenny, your police are appointed by the state or the counties?
All of the
They're
above.
elected, aren't they?
Well, the county sheriff is sheriff. The city has the police.
Right.
Our local police are usually hired. As far as the chief, that's usually the local municipal government that elects the chief.
Yeah, the chief is an elected position. The actual sheriff is also an elected position.
It must be different in different states because here the sheriff is elected, chiefs are appointed.
That's right.
Yeah.
In Pennsylvania, they are.
That's
See,
right.
our police are state, but they're not elected. They're just you become a cop and you work your way up the ranks.
You only have state police and the federal police. That's it.
Oh, we got federal police as well, but they handle.
So do we.
Right. That's
Homeland Security, baby.
Yeah, basic, same thing.
Actually, the Australian Federal Police was started just before Second World War. There was an Australian Prime Minister who was assaulted, and the state police wouldn't do anything. So that's when he formed the Australian Federal Police, because they wouldn't do anything when he was assaulted.
Well, the state police in Pennsylvania guard the governor.
So it's overly complicated in the US. Like governments and different stages of police and what do you call it? The college electoral roll, whatever it is over there.
No, it's complicated to us because we have a different system. To these guys, they know it back to front.
No, I just think it's overly complicated.
Well, I mean, it's the difference.
Ours would be too to a lot of other countries.
No, not really.
So no, I don't think it's extreme as the metric to the imperial systems.
Yeah.
Which is another thing just blows my mind. Everyone in the world.
System's far better.
Exactly. I mean, it's like, why do we have to be so special?
What party do you think is going to take the Senate majority? So we're looking at the live results right now. It looks like it's 42-35 Democrats right now. 51 needed for majority.
Well, the majority, the Democrats, and if they take the Senate, it's going to be like.
Well, they're saying it's an all or none, meaning if the Democrats do take the Senate, then essentially Biden will take presidency and vice versa.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So there's indirect correlations here is what they've been talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, when it all comes down to politics and governments around the world, we as people, like people in France or people in Germany or people in Russia, we're all just people. We're just pawns to the political system.
That's a lie. Tim's not a person.
Damn.
Oh boy.
Jimmy's on fire.
Tim is species unknown.
In the US, how many
what is it?
In the US, how many people in Congress and the Senate and all that altogether?
There's 200 there are 400 in the Congress and 200 in the Senate.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Which is higher ranking?
Two satchels there, mate.
Thank you.
Which is higher ranking?
Senate.
Congress?
Senate. So what's your predictions for the House? Take the House, the Democrats or Republicans?
Democrats.
Yeah, Democrats. They hold the House now, so.
All the seats are up, though. I mean, if someone didn't like the way they were doing, it's possible the Republicans could take it,
Yeah.
Not bad. All right. Back to the president.
Well, that's the source, Kenny, of the so-called uproar of what they're calling civil war.
So the source of all evil?
Yeah, I mean, think about it this way: if the Dems control the House, the Senate, and the presidential seat,
wow,
it's a monopoly.
Wow.
Yeah, but then look at this. Even when they have something like that, do they ever get shit done? Fuck no. The last time they had control of everything, they didn't get anything done.
But that's the problem. We're humans, and humans are in fear of the unknown. So the other side will be in an uproar, is what people are saying.
Yeah, Jimmy, what you got?
Sorry, that's what I meant to ask you before. Now, who is it? If Trump gets in, there's going to be riots, or if Biden gets in, there's going to be riots?
At this point, it looks like it could be either way. It could be either way. If Trump doesn't, could be riots. Biden win. If Trump wins, then Biden's people are going to be pissed off. I don't know. It's hard to say. It could go either way. So National Guard is just on ready.
Or is that just a media beat up? A lot of bullshit.
Oh no, it's not. There's been so much divide since 2016. Since the first election.
Yes, I can't remember the last time we boarded up the retail stores here in New York City in advance of an election.
Amen.
And now is that if Biden wins or if Trump wins?
So it's both, in my opinion. I think Kenny hit the nail on the head. I mean, look, bottom line is this. There's going to be a major pivot in this country based on the results of this election. If you're on the left side of the fence, right, think about BLM. Think about all the unfortunate mishaps with people like George Floyd and all of the above, right? So if Trump wins, it's more of that is the way they see it. And you've already seen what the country's been through with the riots, the recent riots across the country. So think of more of that, right? If Trump gets reelected, and then the converse on the other side of the fence, if Biden gets in, the right side of the fence is going to be in fear of the unknown because there's going to be a mass pivot in this country as it relates to laws, regulations, taxes, 2A rights, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, both ways. Look, I can't remember the last time, and I'm in my late 40s. I'm a first generation American Korean and proud of it. My dad fought in the Korean War, like I mentioned, as a surgeon in a MASH unit. And I can't remember the last time Trump supporters followed, detailed Biden's charter bus as he was making his way through various cities in the last few days.
Shit, is your dad Hawkeye?
That's exactly what I was gonna ask.
But
Sorry,
Asian is right.
Sorry, I was just joking.
It's just a joke.
No, but Asian is right because, like, when in our lifetime, and I'm 70, I never saw Philadelphia is completely boarded up. Pittsburgh is boarded up. New York City is boarded up. I mean, they're expecting. Never saw that before. Never saw the National Guard on
Jimmy,
alert.
they've run out of ammunition in local gun shops, where like Pennsylvania.
Well, I get if Trump gets in.
They ran out of ammunition, Jimmy.
I understand if Trump gets in, a lot of people probably going to be pissed. Why wouldn't you, if Biden gets in, why wouldn't you see what the guy's like first before you go ape shit over it?
Because we know
they've been fed, and they've been fed all this stuff from Trump saying if Biden wins, your economy is going to tank. He's been telling people all of this for this all along, and then Biden's telling people Trump's not fit for office. I mean, they're both like just slinging. There's been so much mudslinging during this campaign, and people were but it's at such a fever. It's just going so fast, and people are starting to believe it, and they're getting worried about it because the people that don't like Trump want him out of office because they don't like what he's doing, and the people who like Trump are like, we don't want another fucking politician. Know what Biden's about? We don't want Biden in there. It's like Asian's saying. This is at the end of this. Things are going to look a lot different. Our political system is going to look a lot different, and I'm hoping. I highly doubt it, but I'm hoping because of this type of thing, a third party will rise from the ashes and say, "Hey, look, motherfuckers, there is another opportunity and choice."
I'm just wondering. I don't get it. If Biden gets in, give the bloke a fucking go. He might turn out to be the best president you ever had, or it could be the biggest shitbag, or it could be anywhere in between. I wouldn't go riding and shit till you see which way it folds.
Yeah, but see, they know Biden because he's been in office for 40 years.
Okay, well, I was unaware of that. I don't know.
Yeah.
See, as an outsider, I've been watching the US for the last 20, 30 years, and the cultural shift and change in the US in the last 20 years is huge, and I think that's going to be reflected in the way the American politics are going.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Tomorrow. We'll know tomorrow when they start burning down everything.
Hey, I just wish you all the very best to whoever you vote for. If your bloke gets in, good on you. If you didn't, I hope you all can move on and enjoy your lives. That's
I agree. I mean, it's just another. I mean, what if you have an issue? Wait 4 years and get out there and fucking vote. Don't be like some of these certain auditors and some of these other people that are going into polling places and leaving because a goddamn line is too long.
That's exactly my
shit
point.
like that.
The way Trump and Biden behaved during that debate they had a few weeks ago, we haven't seen that in Australia for decades, that sort of crap. That debate
I just hope everything settles down over Kenny and he's move on and front COVID and get through that and get your economy up and running and get your healthcare up and running and whatever the else you need.
And find out that he's freaking. Then we'll finally get down to the bottom of if we're on the moon or not. And if not, I'm sending Asian up to the moon. You can set up a moon base, Asian.
Yeah. I'll do it. I'm not sure if my wife or boys will
she
like
can
it.
Go.
I'll do it. No, I'm not about single point of failure.
Take the whole fam.
No, we
Take
never
them all.
fly. So back in the days when we used to go on family vacations, we never flew on the same flight itinerary. We all took like separate flight. Like we would group up.
Who let you up, Kenny?
What was that, Jimmy?
I'm
What?
sure I
Tim.
can see Tim down the bottom
It's
there.
Tim. Yeah, that's
Oh.
his little
Smell
puppy
it.
Hey!
picture.
Yeah,
That's his
I
little
can
puppy
smell it.
picture.
Timmy.
Back,
Well,
Kenny, go stand the naughty
hey,
corner.
can you
Back.
guys hear me?
Yes, we
No.
can.
No.
Asian, if you go
You
to the
can't hear,
moon,
can
just
you hear me now?
no.
We can hear you. We can
Asian,
hear you.
if you go to the moon, just don't take your wife and your mistress. That just might not work out for you.
Oh yeah, definitely don't do that.
Nah, as long as I have my
Well,
as
you
long as I have my
can.
weed.
There
You
you
can
go.
just put one to sleep. Or have them on alternating sleep schedules.
There you go. That'd be the way to do it.
The
Gary.
first,
You're on Earth time. You're on Moon time.
Yeah. I mean, see?
so Asia
Moon
is
time.
the first wind farm on the moon.
Yeah, hey Gary,
Yes.
That's
you
the first
nuzzling
plant
that
he's going to
squirrel?
grow.
What now?
Yeah, I was saying, Gary, are you nuzzling that squirrel?
Oh, it does look like you're nuzzling that
No.
squirrel, Gary. Oh,
I can't.
look at you.
I can't see. Where am I at?
You're in the middle.
Okay.
Where the
Oh
squirrel's
yeah.
nose is supposed to be. Yeah, there you are. You're squirrel. Look at that.
Yeah, we're rubbing noses right now.
Eskimo kisses.
Looks like
Yeah.
it looks like he's trying to. It looks like the squirrel's trying to fill up on Josiah a little bit. It
Yeah.
looks like it's trying
Well,
to.
you
It
know
looks
the
like
squirrels are.
maybe it's trying to
Those
get
are
to
bitches.
Jimmy's feet. Trying to get to your
Jimmy's
feet there, Jimmy.
teabagging it.
What?
What's that again?
Is my mic working or what?
Yes,
No,
we
we
can
can't
hear you.
hear
Hear you.
No.
Tim, we don't want it to work.
Timmy, all kidding aside, we love you, man. We love
Yeah,
you,
we can
man.
hear you, and we can hear you.
In case anybody's interested,
I love you guys too. I appreciate it. I'm actually trying new headphones.
Okay, thanks.
With
Thanks,
like
Tim.
a
That's enough.
microphone.
Yes, sir. That's enough, Tim. Thanks. Yes, sir.
yeah. In case anybody's Lady Di just went live.
Oh, God.
No good.
Is she still living?
Right, space weed. There you go. Space weed.
That's
I
going
was
to
just
be the
gonna say
first
that.
thing he grows. Shane.
You definitely got to bring your own water because you got to do You got to have hydroponics up there. That's what. You
Oh,
have
I
to
would
have.
definitely do the studies on the effects of marijuana in space.
Oh man, you'd be like the forefront of that.
Oh, they'd already be doing that.
They
As
say
a matter
there's
of fact,
water on the moon.
and I would nominate you for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Thank you, sir. Much
Can
appreciated.
you
Well, hey,
already doing
Al
that?
Gore got one.
Sign
Why
me
can't
up for
I,
the
right?
flight.
I know Al Gore got one, right?
Why can't I, right?
Exactly.
You know, if Gordo Cooper can do it, I can. Send me up there.
Hey, Kenny, Gary said Trump's going to win Florida. Is that expected or no?
The Florida's a swing state.
Okay, so that's a good one for those supporters,
I
I'm
bet
guessing.
they are.
That would be big for Trump, Jimmy. Very big.
Would very.
But you know, the mail-in votes are still allowed till the 6th, which is the problem.
So now
Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia are three other swing states.
And 90% of the votes in.
I'm sorry, I'm taking off these headphones because they drive me fucking nuts here.
But remember, Florida was the issue in Gore had to do a re-election. Remember, Florida was
hanging Chad. Yes,
Hanging Chad.
Florida was the be and end all for Al Gore.
Yep. And he won it, and he still didn't become president, which is just. I mean, to be fair, it was good that he didn't push the issue because he would have been a shitty president during 9/11. You know, and anybody that doesn't want to stand up for himself to become president, do you really want him to be president? You know,
Gary, Kenny, I'm happy to jump off if Gary or someone wants to come up or Adam, because like I said, this is your election. This has got nothing to do with me.
Oh, but you make it so
wasn't Dolce.
Likewise for me.
Yeah, Dolce, she'd be good. I'll jump off. You know, I'll let you enjoy.
Jimmy, stay
Good luck
on, mate.
to whoever.
I'm going to be dropping off here soon, Jimmy, so you could stay on, mate.
No, it's all good. Good luck to whoever.
I think
all the
he's
best.
tired
And
of
I
me.
hope
He's tired of me. That's what it is.
I hope no bullshit happens tonight or whatever. I
Dude.
hope that rioting crap stops.
He wants to go troll Lady Di.
That's what he wants to go do.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm actually going to get food, and then I'm going to annoy the shit out of Paulie Crispy.
There you go. Well, in the spirit of transparency, he's my bro, so I'll probably be there, Jimmy.
Good night.
And
Thanks,
Jimmy,
Kenny. Good night, panel.
Jimmy, I'll see you over there later, buddy.
Bye.
Good night, Jimmy.
Yep. Sorry, Jeff. What was that?
Goodbye, Jimmy.
Nah, get stuffed. Go Queensland. Fuck New South
No,
Wales.
bugger the same
Fuck New South Wales.
I'm going to see if I
Inbred
can stream
two-head
that
bunch.
match.
Inbred two-head bunch of freaks. I'll give you the link, Tim. Anyone from New South Wales has got two heads. They're like Alabamians.
Yeah, we'll let you have brother and sister.
Love you. See you all.
See you, Jimmy.
Bye. Love you.
Jimmy.
All right, Jeff. Thanks for coming. Always nice chatting with you, sir.
Bye.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. It's not going to be decided tonight. It's just not. It's not going to happen. You're absolutely right on that.
Mail-in ballots are due November 6th. I'm sorry, 3 days from now.
That doesn't mean that they won't start fighting.
No, absolutely.
Because they won't. They don't know. You know.
Yep. Absolutely. Oh, there's going to be fighting all week until even up until after the results are in. No, he didn't win. Or by saying, no, he didn't win. You know, it's just going to be a whole bunch. It's going to be a big kerfuffle. I like the word kerfuffle. I love that word.
That's a good word.
Yeah,
kerfuffle. Yeah, that is a great word.
Kenny, what's Pennsylvania look like right now?
Big
Pennsylvania, let me.
What did you say?
More of a rectangle, I think.
8% of the vote in, and Biden is currently. Biden's ahead. Square. Hold on, Tim. He asked me a question. Let me answer. Biden's currently winning, but only 8% of the vote is in.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, look at this.
Wow.
I don't believe it.
North Dakota started.
I cannot believe it.
I still think Pennsylvania looks like a funny looking square.
We're the Keystone State. We all hold up every other state.
Hey, Pennsylvania looks like what was that arcade game with the chomping ball?
Pac-Man?
Yeah. Looks like an elongated Pac-Man.
It does look like an elongated Pac-Man.
It's a square Pac-Man.
But to take a chunk out of Jersey.
West Virginia looks like some abstract freaking crane.
New Hampshire is like one of the smallest states in the country, yet it takes the longest to count its votes. What's up with that?
I know. What is up with that?
They're always like the last ones to report.
It also has the shortest. It also has the shortest coastline.
Yeah,
it's just so fascinating. Things that make you go,
Yeah, Oklahoma keeps looking like it's pointing somewhere.
Oklahoma? Yeah, it does.
Oh, jeez.
You go that way.
Oklahoma's
not
a
here.
pot.
Oklahoma for sure. Well, how much they?
Is that even an accurate map at this point? I don't know.
What?
Is that even an accurate map? I was asking.
Yes, it is an accurate map.
Yeah.
Oh, Kenny, I've been meaning to ask before I head out.
It won't be until the mail-ins are counted in.
Why hasn't?
Kenny?
Yeah, what's up, Asian?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. My apologies, gentlemen.
Hi,
ladies.
Asian.
Hey, Tim. How are you, sir? Real quick, before I forget, I think for future content, I don't know if you cover, but I subscribe to the Donut Operator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love, absolutely love some of that content. So just for future material, panels, stuff like that, maybe if you want to run through some videos and we can talk about it, that'd be great. I think some of the videos have been absolutely like fascinating, just wonderful stuff. Yeah. I've been binging on it. So
yeah, he's awesome. Also check out, if you like Donut Operator, check out Mike the Cop and also Blue Bacon. Blue bacon's
Okay.
really good too.
Blue bacon, great. I will. Other than that, hey, I appreciate you guys. It's been a learning lesson, experience, and I'm going to drop down now. But thank you so much. It's been fun.
All right, have a good one.
Bye.
I'll definitely be around though. Thank you guys.
Take care, brother.
You're going to Polly's. You're not going to be around.
Well, I mean, I have to spread the love.
Well, yeah.
No need to lie. We know what's going on.
You don't lie to us.
No, I didn't.
I did the same thing the other night. So
no lies, full transparency. Love all you guys, and I have to spread the wealth, as they say.
Okay.
All right, guys. I'll be
right.
popping my head back in later. Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
I love what Gary W. said. They have an 80-year-old lady counting all the votes by hand in New Hampshire. That's why.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes absolute sense, Gary. You hit the nail
And the
on the
wind
head.
keeps blowing and knocking over the pile. And,
yep.
You know,
You
it's
hit the nail on the head.
It's just a mess.
So y'all that go on a short, y'all that go into what's his face? God damn it, I can't even think of his name right now. Yeah, thanks, Lavender.
Helping you out.
Hi, Lavender. Where are you?
I'm all the way up top.
Oh God. Chuck, we're going Chuck. Let him know, man. He needs to come back over here sometime. Stop being all difficult and come on the panel sometime.
Who?
Chuck chasing the
Oh,
facts.
I know.
Yeah.
He's been working a lot though.
Okay.
Yeah.
He only had a couple days off.
He works real crazy hours.
Mm.
Well, he works 2 weeks days, 2 weeks nights.
Damn.
Flips
Well,
back.
that's not good for your health.
No, I don't prefer it. When I worked shift, we did like 2 days. You were off 2 days, then 3 days of nights.
So what'd you guys think of the video today?
Which one?
The one with the guy that did the whole race baiting thing again? Like Omaha does?
I missed it. I'm sorry, Kenny.
Oh.
I like the Jackson County one because that's where I live.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily, I've never been to the Jackson County Detention Center.
That's okay. I can tell not a whole lot of people watching. It's got like 290 views. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, damn, that didn't do very well.
Do they have any reservations? What?
No, what's going on? Maybe it's because I don't know. The title was, I thought it was a good title. A recent graduate of Omaha Cop Block University. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Whatever. Didn't do well. That's okay. That's why I decided to go live. I'm like, well, that didn't do.
Hey, can I ask a question of all the panelists?
It is election night,
No.
though.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we can get May to stop ear hustling and come on up today. Maybe in the election day and all, maybe she can grace us with her presence and her thoughts about
May,
this whole
I need some help. I need some help.
Lavender needs some help because Lavender's all by herself with all these boys up here. She's like out of her element here. Even though she could probably kick all of our asses.
Out of my element.
She probably kick all of our asses. So you know.
Probably.
See?
Except Josiah, he's like 6'4".
Yeah, you might have an issue there. That's why you have a billy club.
Yeah.
Take out the
That's why
knees.
I have a taser.
Take out the knees. and we all know from your stories that you are not above tasing in the no area of a guy.
Oh no. Not at all.
You have no qualms with that at all.
I do not fight fair. Nope. Yes.
My father was 5'8", and at the age of 12, I was already 6 foot tall. And by the time I was out of high school, I was 6'4", and he always used to tell me, "Yeah, the bigger you are, the harder you fall."
Right.
Right. Yeah. Well, my father, I only ever got in trouble once in high school, and it was my senior year, and I went to a private high school, and we skipped school. But I left my car in the parking lot, visible to the school, so they called my mother. And at 3 o'clock, when we returned from our little jaunt all day skipping school, my father was in the parking lot waiting for me.
Yeah.
He publicly beat me in the parking lot. He beat me, physically beat me. You know, and then threw me in my car, and I got home, and he picked me up. And my dad was only like 5'8". He picked me up and slammed me against the garage door and beat the shit out of me again. And I was only 2 weeks away from graduating.
Oh,
And that's the
wow.
only time my father ever laid a hand on me. Now, my mother, she used to backhand me all the time. I never knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, I used to get branded backhands too.
Yeah, my mother was good with the backhand. To be standing there, and one thing I hated when, you know, because I lived on a farm, and I hated doing dishes. I'd rather slap a horse doll than dry dishes or wash dishes. And she was washing dishes, and my father was sitting at the table, and I was bitching about something. She backhanded me so hard that I flew across the kitchen floor, and I was a fully grown man then. You know, mothers can do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
My mother could put me down. She could silence me with a look.
Yeah, that's
My
how
mom
my
too.
boys are.
Yeah.
My mom too.
I've never ever had to lay a hand on them.
Well, I'll tell you this: anybody that has a prison nearby here in the state of New Jersey, stay away from trains and bus stations tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
You
absolutely.
think?
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be a mess.
Oh, it is absolutely. So, Tim, since what's your prediction for the election?
What my prediction for the election? Um, you know, I said it the other night, and I keep saying it. Okay, everybody's like, "Oh, it's gonna go to the Supreme Court and all this other stuff and everything." I actually think, believe it or not, that this is gonna last. All the lawyers and everything like that. This is gonna last through the recognized inauguration day. In other words, we're not going to inaugurate a president in 2021 on the same day that we're supposed to, because lawyers are going to tie it all up.
Yeah, it's very possible. Well, that's of course. I think if Trump loses, I think if Trump wins, I don't think Biden would go that far.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
the cute part is if he loses, he's got himself barricaded in the White House right now.
He does. Yeah, they're to make him.
I'm kind of wondering how much he spent to have all that erected.
Does anyone seriously think that Trump will refuse to leave if he's unelected?
Well, I would hope the military would say, yeah, sorry, you gotta go.
He's their
think he'll-
commander in chief.
I don't think he'll refuse to leave, but he'll put up a good stink like he always does to the courts, and you know, because
It's going to be all about the lawyers.
he loves to sue. He loves lawyers, so he'll put up a stink, but he'll go when it's time. Somebody will drag him out of there.
Yeah, I think so too.
Biden loves lawyers too, So I mean,
but
I think
Trump's been dealing with lawyers longer than Biden.
That and Biden respects the system, the sanctity of the system. He's a career politician. He respects it. Trump doesn't respect it. I think that's the difference. Why Biden, if he loses, he'll take it. He might have some reservations, but he'll take it off, whatever.
you know,
I think his
honestly,
followers will show
I
up more.
see a little differently
To be
than
honest
that.
with you,
You know, I think Joe has learned how to manipulate the system over the last 47 years. You know, don't forget the other night, you know, Morgie was on and saying that like the reason why Biden was making all these gaffes is because he's a stutterer. And I was like, wait a minute. For 47 years, this guy, okay, was a master debater. Exactly. See, and that's
What?
what ended up
Masturbator.
happening.
Masturbator.
Everyone lost my point. They were like, "Oh, Master Vader."
Yeah, you should put master of debate.
Well, master debater, I'm sorry, is the perfect term. I mean, you're kidding me?
Then don't expect us to stay on topic.
Joe Biden could talk you out of the last sheet of toilet paper off a roll.
I doubt
That's
it.
how
I
good
don't
he
think
is.
so.
Well, I should say that's how good he was.
Well, he'll just have to keep up with his Botox treatments in the face to keep it looking that smooth.
Say what?
His Botox treatments will have to continue during his presidency to keep those expressions off his face.
Does anybody on this panel actually expect, if Biden is to win, that he will actually serve a full term?
Oh no,
no.
How old is he?
He's 70. I think,
it's like 72.
No, is he 2
He's
years
older than that.
Oh, 76.
He's 2 years older than Trump. Trump is 74. He's 76, I think.
Yeah, he could probably make it.
Yeah.
He could make his first term.
I think if he wins, he's going to die at the party.
I don't know if he'll be able to last. I don't think they'll let him. I think as soon as he gets in, they're going to do what they did to Trump. They're going to say, all right, he's not fit for office, and Kamala's going to be sworn in.
Yeah, but
well, the other factor is if he does win in the transition, how many of the contaminated people in the White House as it exists now are going to contaminate the incoming staff?
That's a good point.
Oh.
Because there's a transition where everybody's in there at once.
That's true. Ooh, that's going to be interesting.
But more importantly, though, it's like, you know, when when you know the primaries were going on. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but Kamala Harris actually got less votes, or less votes than Eric Swalwell. Okay, and she called Joe Biden a racist to his face.
He did.
Okay.
I mean, I'm trying to figure this whole thing out.
Well,
you can't. It's politics.
Obama didn't like Hillary Clinton either, and look at the job he gave her.
Yep.
What was that?
Obama didn't like Hillary Clinton, and look at the job he appointed her to.
Yep.
Oh, Secretary of State.
Yeah.
Yeah, see how she fucked that up.
Yay.
That is a very important position.
Very important.
Very, very. You have to be such a diplomat to handle that position.
That's why President Klein's going to make me Secretary of State.
I want to be Speaker of the House.
Speaker of the House? Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Well,
yeah.
Why would you want to be Speaker of the House?
That's like herding cats.
Yeah.
Bang that big gavel.
I just like to watch the.
Tim will make you're going to be the the one that talks to the media, the White House, like my Conway chick, that Conway chick, that's what you're going to be.
Oh,
you're going to be out there talking to the media. You're going to be out there talking to the media.
No.
Wait, I changed my vote. I want to be Chief Justice.
Oh, yeah, you can be Chief Justice.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know if any president can do that, though. Isn't that like about the Supreme Court?
Yeah, it's seniority. It's seniority, isn't it?
Well, it used to be.
I thought it was.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to let me do it because if I don't, you remember all the stuff that I learned in the beginning of my term? Yep, that's all going to come out if I don't get my way.
And you know
there is a method to my madness.
Yes, I will, Gary.
Lavender, God bless you if you can live to be the old age of being the Supreme Justice.
So you don't think Kenny's going to get it?
I'm counting on you.
Crawfish.
So Tim, the whole thing was I was asking you. You're saying you don't think that you think Biden would put up a big stink, but in all that talk, I still don't see where you're coming from with that.
No, what I'm trying to say is both sides are going to make a huge stink.
Okay, but why do you think? I get what you're saying. You're saying both sides, but why do you think Biden is going to?
For the same reason Trump is, because they both want to win.
Okay. So okay, fair enough.
Honestly, I'm being totally honest. In my opinion, anyway, this is really Trump against Kamala Harris.
A lot of people think that way.
Joe Biden, he'll last fewer days in the White House than Josh Abrams in prison.
Florida's close.
Because Congress is already working on amending the 25th Amendment.
Mm-hmm. Wait, he's about to run a straight line.
Joe Biden could get in there tomorrow, and a week from now, he could have a medical condition just for the hell of it and give it to Camilla.
Bingo.
Yep.
Bingo. The same person nobody wanted in the first place.
Well, then she'll be our second black president and a woman on top of that.
But there'd be an asterisk next to her name because she wasn't elected. She didn't get voted in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least people. Well, I mean, obviously she'd still be the president, but people would be like, "Whoa, I don't know if you can really count that because she won it by default." So you know what I mean? You know how people are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lavender, I feel this way about the whole thing.
And also think about it this way: is Kamala Harris really all right? Lavender, as a woman, is Kamala Harris really the first representation of a woman you want as a president?
No.
Don't you? To me, it seems like she would set a bad precedent, just like Hillary would have set a bad taste in everyone's mouth to have another. Just like I kind of think Obama kind of did the same thing for African Americans when he left office. So I think Hillary would have left a bad taste in your mouth, and I think Kamala also. It'll be twofold because she'd be like, "Well, there's another African American president that kind of failed and floundered." And she's a woman on top of that. Well, I guess we're going back to our old white guys.
Right.
I'm just telling you how I see it.
I agree with you.
Possibility of that happening. Yeah, I totally agree, Kenny. And one thing about this panel, we all have our opinions, and tomorrow we'll all still like one another. But I was going to say to Lavender, like at this point in my life, as long as I get my Social Security on the 3rd of the month and my pension from teaching, I don't care who wins.
Right?
Yeah, Gary, people say they voted for the Democratic ticket, not just Biden. Absolutely. I mean, think about this. Think of what you guys are saying is true. That not only does he give Biden get something from his staff, and then Biden gives it to Kamala, and then Kamala's gone. Then guess who's president? Nancy Pelosi. And oh God, people are going to lose their fucking mind.
Can you imagine
really
Pelosi as vice president? Oh my God!
Or president for that matter. That would just be.
Well, let's not jump ahead. She hasn't killed Kamala yet.
Well, somebody could always trip Pelosi down the Capitol steps real easy.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say that. Hey,
and
Kat, welcome back.
And then after that,
I'm really confused.
The next step down is the Secretary of State. That's me.
Yeah, then you take over.
I am the president.
Yep.
Yeah, President Gary. Sounds good.
And we're all moving into the White House.
All
That's right. Everyone
moving on up
to the White House.
Who do you think Biden is going to appoint as Secretary of State? Any ideas?
Who, Biden, you said? Or
yeah.
But a Secretary of State. I'm gonna say I wish and I hope it's gonna be Buttigieg. I really liked Buttigieg. I thought he was decent.
Really?
I like Buttigieg.
Okay.
You just like saying his name.
That too.
You're only one of 5 people that can say it.
Well, to be fair, I think he was again one of the conservative of the freaking of the people, and I envied that. I'm more of a conservative Democrat. You know, I guess I'm more of a centrist. You know, I see issues. I see
longer than what was the other guy who? Oh God, in Texas, I think it was, who lasted nowhere.
I don't know.
Tomlinson.
He was all right too. He ended up on the Libertarian ticket.
See how quickly you can be forgotten.
What do you guys think? Who do you think you'll be making Secretary of State if he wins?
Me.
No, seriously. I mean, obviously,
seriously, I have no clue.
Seriously, he should, but you know he won't because he doesn't know who you are. Who? Lavender Mexican. Can I touch your shoulders? He'd be like, "Can I touch your shoulders, please? Can I touch your shoulders?" She? Oh, she's a little too old for me, but I'll deal with it.
I can't be a politician with too many tattoos.
Adam in the comments says, Hunter Biden. Can you appoint your son?
No, no. That'd be nepotism. That would be nepotism. They tried to get on Trump because he was appointing a lot of his family to important positions. Remember? So and just imagine if he did do that and there wasn't a stink about it, people would lose their freaking mind. Like, see, they were against Trump, and you couldn't argue with them. Like, you know, you're right. Y'all fucked up.
Yeah. and you know, in honor of Joe and Hunter, I've decided to change all my passwords to Hunter02. Are you serious? Hunter02 is your password?
Well, you know.
Well,
Josiah,
now
what do you think?
know.
What do you think, Josiah?
I really don't know, Kenny. I'm not that. I don't really pay too much attention to politicians in the Congress or the Senate, you know, that he would pull from. See, I don't know who his cronies are that he's been, you know, around for the past 47 years.
Yep. It might be smart of him to get not Biden. I'm sorry. It might be smart of him to make Bernie. It might be. But I have a fear. Here's my fear. I fear he's going to appoint AOC to some top position. I just have this feeling he's going to put AOC in his cabinet somewhere.
I don't.
No. Please.
Dude, I think he's going to put AOC. Also, I think I already heard like he wants Andrew Yang wants him in his cabinet too.
So what's your idea? Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah.
So I think he's going to get a lot of.
Is anybody watching TV in the background?
Is watching TV.
Because I'm hearing background stuff.
Cat just put a good person, Obama.
I don't think Obama would take it. Why would you take anything? You're already president. Why would you? I wouldn't want to be anything less. Like, not homie. I've already been president. You want to let me be president? Obama come in and be like, no, let's trade. And Biden be like,
no,
okay.
I think Obama would be like, you know what? Fuck you. I did it for 8 years as president. Look how old I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Obama would do it either.
Obama was the one who told Biden in 2016 not to run. Okay?
Yeah, Adam. Andrew Yang wants to give everyone $1,000 a month, and look how good that idea is looking right about now.
That's true.
Who'd have known? Andrew, it can almost be.
Francisco,
it can almost be. It can no. It was everyone, every American, $1,000 a month. That's what he wanted to do. He's all about. What does he call it? It's global. Fuck, I can't remember what he calls it. But anyway, he's all about that. Something like that. That's what it turns into.
But if you stop and think about it, since we are not politicians, but who would really want that job of president of the United States? I mean, that is stress. I mean, you have to make all these decisions every day.
I know. Just think about it.
That's a worse job than being a dictator when you think about it.
I think a dictator wouldn't be that bad.
But if you're a dictator, it's
you
like
kill your opposition. I think it'll be a better job. I agree, because a dictator, if anyone opposes you, can just kill him. President, you got to deal with him
during the orgies.
But when you're president of the United States, you get up and you have a cabinet meeting. You never know what they're going to throw at you that day. You have no idea, and you have to make a decision.
I'd vote for Cat too. Vote for Cat for whatever it is.
Oh, Cat. Okay.
Yeah. And then Horner could be your VP, and Adam could be their Secretary of Treasury. There we go. Adam is Secretary of Treasury, and then wherever, and you know who could be in charge of the media? Flash in the Pan. Fuck yeah, he would fucking put them in their place, and it would be hilarious to watch. It would be so fucking funny. You're like, you fucking sheep. You want to hear what these sheep are doing, so you sheep can go and do what you want, sheep. All right, well, here's the fucking news. It'd be great.
I could be comes up with a lot of good statements, but what office would we offer him?
Offer who? What?
I could be. He's always in the comments.
I could be.
Yeah. He is. He's good comment.
Where would he be good?
I could be.
He could be the secretary to the president, saying "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, absolutely.
Social media.
Yeah.
Paul, you gotta make Paul your attorney general.
Ooh.
Then we can make Jarhead Secretary of the Navy, since the Marines is a branch of the Navy.
No, we can make her Mrs. Jarhead. Oh yeah.
No, Jarhead,
Mr. Jarhead
of the Navy. Yeah.
Well, actually, we should probably make Mrs. J the head.
Well, no, we'll make her Secretary of Agriculture. So
that's what I was
going.
Well, she still needs to maintain dominance over Jarhead, though. So we got to figure this out. I'm sorry, guys. Mrs. J and Jarhead are awesome.
Oh, the Secretary of Retirement. There you go.
I want to be Secretary of Retirement. good.
Being president is if you're in the history books and never forgotten. That's right. Even sometimes the people that run don't get forgotten either. Like we all don't remember. Who doesn't remember Bob Dole?
Bob Dole.
Bob Dole.
Bob Dole.
I'm Bob
Don't
Dole.
you ever fucking
Bob
forget
Dole.
it.
I'm Bob Dole.
Just because I'm from Kansas don't mean anything.
Well, hey, you know, we crack jokes about Bob Dole and stuff, and you know, I mean, we've been doing it for like the last 30, 40 years. You know, Saturday Night Live did it, but I mean, when George H.W. Bush passed away, and Bob Dole was wheeled up to his coffin, was there anyone who had a dry eye when he tried to stand up from his wheelchair and the military guys were like trying to keep him down, and he's like, no. And he wanted to stand up and salute George H.W. Bush one more time. I mean, wow. Bob Dole.
Are you talking about Jimmy Carter, Pat?
What?
The peanut farmer? Jimmy Carter?
Wait, Jimmy Carter? No.
Jimmy Carter, he was a peanut farmer.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter was a peanut farmer. I'm talking about something totally different.
But someone in chat is saying, do you remember that guy Carter?
Last I heard of him, he was still building houses.
Hear what I said?
Yes, but I don't remember it, so I didn't comment.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go to bed.
You guys know he was working for.
Love you.
Oh, you too, Lavender. Have a good night.
Thanks, Kenny.
Good night,
Lavender.
Good night.
I want to be Secretary of Trump's hair pieces. Are you gonna hide them from him? Now, what'd you say, Diver?
Yes, the last I heard of him before he had some medical problems was he was working for Habitat for Humanity, building homes.
Jimmy Carter, right? Yeah. What's up, Taco? You just been sitting your ear hustling?
Taco!
Jimmy Carter is one of our great philanthropic presidents. You know, he didn't have a chance to do much, but he is a very honest and down to earth man.
The peanut farmer.
Exactly. And you know, he's probably one of the few presidents, when you think about it, who have actually accomplished more after their presidency.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I mean, you know, if anybody says anything bad about Jimmy Carter, they need a smack upside the head, because the guy is the real deal. I'm sorry.
Yeah. If it keeps up at this rate, if Trump wins a popular vote but he doesn't win, he's gonna bitch about that. I was more popular.
He's gonna bitch about Jimmy Carter? What?
No. He's gonna bitch about Jimmy Carter. He's gonna be like, he was a peanut farmer. I'm fucking more than that. I'm better. I'm Trump.
I build concrete. He planted peanuts. Yay.
So what are you thinking, Taco? What's after you've been studying the trends, the maps, what say you, Josh? What say you?
I'm curious to hear about this. No offense,
that's the thing. Adam, that's the thing. Trump has turned into a full-fledged politician within his 4-year terms, and it's amazing that people don't see that. I see you do, and I know a lot of people do, but there are quite a few people that do not see that. I saw that the minute second debate happened. You could tell he was a full-fledged politician. He's turned into what?
And what makes up a politician?
He's doing the whole not answering any questions and shit. Like when it came to it, and it asked him any questions about any of his plans and all that, he gave us a typical politician
and the
answer.
ability to lie to your face.
Yeah. Well, businessmen can do that too. So I guess would that make businessmen politicians as well?
Yeah.
So does
I guess it kind of has some sort of political.
So does
it has definitely some political aspects to it.
But Kenny, may I offer this up? The only thing that Trump has actually ever really lied about, truly lied about, in the last 4 years is about his tax records. That's it. He has accomplished so many of the goals that he set out.
I agree.
And that's why rural American, and that's why suburban America likes Trump.
Oh no, he's been wonders for our economy. He got us out of that crappy NAFTA deal. He brought China to the table. He talked to North Korea. I mean, I don't agree with the Paris Accord getting us out of that, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he's done some good stuff. I will never, say that his policy wasn't. I mean, it wasn't best, but it wasn't bad. It was good.
Answer me this: what good did talking to what's his face in North Korea do?
Not right now. Well, not a whole lot of good, but I mean, come on, he's accomplished
absolutely nothing.
That's true, but he's accomplished more than a lot more other presidents have done.
Well,
he brought him to the table. Well, of course, Kim Jong-un is just waiting for him to get out of office and go back to his normal shit. I mean, I think anybody can see that.
Well, Shane, I'm not stoned.
I can honestly say that Trump has achieved one thing in 4 years. He's learned to read a teleprompter.
Yeah. And the worst of it is he ignores it too much.
Unlike Joe Biden. And that's a real problem. Joe Biden is not going to be the, next president. Okay. Kamala Harris will be the next president if Donald Trump isn't. Okay. Because the Dems are going to kick Biden out. Because Biden didn't want Harris to begin with. And they're already starting, to do the whole 25th Amendment thing. Okay. And Pelosi even said over the weekend, no, it has nothing to do with Trump. He's going to lose Tuesday. This is for the future. What do you mean for the future? Really?
So Taco's thinking he's doing Taco's research. Taco thinks it favors Trump. The question is if Trump can win the suburban vote he lost in 2018. That's what Taco's thinking. Be interesting to see. It'd be interesting. Wouldn't that just be like it's so like just perfect if he's bitching and complaining about the freaking mail-in vote, but then the mail-in vote is what seals him as victory. Oh my God! Then what's he gonna do? Is he gonna praise it? How's he gonna? It's obviously corrupt, so obviously they have to recount it, right? Regardless if he wins, it has to be recounted because it's false. He gets false information, so obviously it's got to be rigged. So it's got to check it. But of course, if he wins, he won't want to recheck it.
Those electoral votes are just adding up there, Joe.
Damn.
Yep.
And speaking of electoral votes, okay, the Democrats, especially Hillary, she's like, oh, I would have won if it hadn't been for the electoral votes because I had the popular vote, right?
Yeah.
Last week, she is bragging about how she was named an elector in the electoral college. It's like, what are you doing? You call for the abolition of the electoral college, but yet you're celebrating that you've been invited into it? Is that all it takes?
Look at this. We've got what? Something like 12 million votes in Florida. Dude, that's a lot of fucking mail-in votes are still to be counted. Look at it. They only have 12,000 votes. It's going to be a shitload of fucking mail-in votes.
Oh, yeah. And they're not due tonight.
I know. That's what's ridiculous.
3 days from now. Why?
I don't understand that one either. That doesn't make any sense.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
Well,
because nobody thought to change the law back in February when the pandemic started.
And if they would count the votes before the election, it would get out. You know?
Yeah, it would.
It would. So they can't. They really can't. You know, that's like it really seems unfair that we're showing the votes on the Eastern Coast when we have a 3-hour delay for the West Coast. So, like, people see that, they can switch their votes.
They could.
You know?
Well, isn't there like a deadline for that, though?
No, because you get 4 different time zones.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh, the Republicans are pulling away in the House. It's still early, but they're pulling away.
Well, you know what they say. You get this in the presidency, you're going to get a that in the Congress.
That's right.
Does anybody have any updates on like the McConnell race? And
Mitch won.
Oh, Mitch won.
Yeah.
You're on a first name basis now, Mitch.
Yeah.
You know. He texted me. He let me know. He said he actually sent a LOLOMG. Thank you, Klein. I was like, you're welcome.
Yeah, McConnell and Nancy should trip down the Capitol steps together.
Oh, I wonder if Nancy. She better not win. She will, but she better not.
This is like the scariest election in my lifetime. And I'm 51, 51, 52, 50, 51. I'm 51. This is the scariest election of my life.
It's the most contentious.
Yes, exactly. More so than Bush and Gore. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, well, back in that one, Gore pissed off New Jersey when he was heading to John Bon Jovi's house to have one of his fundraising parties. He shut down the Garden State Parkway to get there.
So John Bon Jovi cost Al Gore the presidency, and he's
no, not necessarily. But what I'm saying is, he certainly pissed off a whole lot of commuters because he did it at the height of freaking commuter hour.
Well, I was going to say,
hello.
I'm more concerned about the fact that where John Bon Jovi is becoming more involved in New England Patriots matters. It's like, stay home, John. Okay.
Can someone turn on the TV in the background? Like really loud.
That might be. It shouldn't be loud.
Oh, there's Taco. Hello. I was just going to say, Taco, what's up?
Hold on. Let me turn down the TV.
Jesus.
I'm trying to keep up the knowledge for you guys here. Jeez.
Well, okay. Well, what you got for us?
All right, you ready?
Hold on. We gotta get this right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with live coverage on the streets, Taco Josh.
All right, you ready for the whole analysis here? We already have New York Times has Tim shut up. All right. There's no interrupting the newscaster here.
That's the headline of the New York Times. Tim shut up.
Yeah, pretty much.
They run that every day, don't they?
New York Times has Trump at 95%.
Hold on, Tim. Let him finish. Tim, relax. Let him finish.
Yeah, let him finish.
The New York Times has Trump at 95% for to win Florida. I believe it was 91% for North Carolina, and I believe 80% for Georgia. I might have those two flipped.
So that's the New York Times, okay. And it's looking like from what website we're looking at right now, it's really too close to call on all of those.
Florida, you could pretty much call out at this point.
Think so? Okay.
Yeah. And based off of what we've seen in Florida, I think Trump has a good shot at maintaining Arizona due to the Latino vote. Latinos seem to really go out and vote for him this time around.
Mm-hmm.
You could see that based off of the Miami-Dade County happened to vote increasingly more for him this time around.
Okay.
It was like a 10% increase. And based off of the early voting and mail-in, compared to last year, the party percentages were actually pretty close to what they were the previous year. So,
yeah,
if not actually a little bit more Republican, mixed. So the Democrats would have to really match what is usually a Republican 2-1 on election day in a lot of states. So
isn't the New York Times like a fake news organization according to Trump?
I don't know. They're all fake news.
God damn it! You're supposed to be the freaking man on the streets, Taco.
The interesting one so far has. The interesting one so far has been Ohio, which has been so far Biden, and we've seen the suburbs.
That's interesting. This map is telling us it's Trump at 50.2% over Biden at 48.5%. The 72% of the vote counted in.
That just changed then, because for most of the night it's been heavily Biden.
Well, the thing is, what you're telling me, because I was looking at different ones and they're all say different things. Like I saw one that had Biden ahead with 140 electoral votes, and ours is just at 120 when we're watching. What is yours? What is say for electoral votes?
The one I had seen was right now I see yours is 131 Biden, Trump 92. I'm trying to think. CNN's right now has Biden at 89, Trump at 54. So they're going really conservative.
Really are going. Well, they don't want to, they don't want to make the same mistake they did before.
I forget what Fox had. The big thing was if Trump does take Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, Nate Silver from whatever that 570 30 or 830 or whatever it is, his site, changes the election to a 50-50 possibility of winning. And if Trump takes Arizona, Biden then needs to win the whole Rust Belt states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania. Whereas Trump would need just one of those.
We're not a Rust Belt state in Pennsylvania.
Oh, look, Texas just hit real quick. I guess it started finally got to Dallas.
Well, no, Dallas is very Democrat. Dallas was one of the first ones that was
counted.
That was checked in. Dallas was 88% checked in at the first one. That's why Biden was leading by so much to begin with.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like Trump's back up.
So now they're finally getting to.
Yeah.
They're finally hitting those outside areas now.
Well, if you look at this map, it looks like Trump is pretty much going to win the East Coast handily. And then Central, and then West Coast. We know California. Biden's definitely winning California. He'll more than likely win Oregon and probably Washington too.
Right. Montana doesn't count because they only have 1 million people total population.
And Hawaii, he's going to win Hawaii too. Biden.
Right. Republicans
what about
will
Arizona?
Arizona's a battleground state, but like I said before, because of the Latino vote and how it's been looking for Trump, and Trump taking it last year,
yeah,
I
he's probably
think
going to take Arizona.
Nevada is another one that's up in the air a little bit.
Well, New Mexico has a Latino vote, and Biden took New Mexico.
Hillary took that last year too.
Oh, there you go. Then there you go.
It's for some reason it's a Democrat state.
Okay. And they took Colorado. That makes sense. They took Colorado too. And I'm guessing Trump will probably take Utah, huh? Trump will probably take Utah, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Nevada could go either way.
Okay.
Iowa will go Trump most likely. So.
Well, Trump's got almost all the Northeast. I mean, Trump. I'm sorry, Biden has almost all the Northeast.
Trump's looking like he has the same plan or the same as what he had last time.
It is actually. You're absolutely right. It does look like it. But then again, also another thing is, like Tim was pointing out, like a lot of the mail-in ballots aren't due until the 6th. So there's still some that are coming in. So how are they predicting those?
But that's only in a few states. That's not, that's like Pennsylvania and
Massachusetts, obviously.
Right, but Massachusetts already been called. So, like the big one is Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But if Trump
if I can get a chance, I'd like to tell a story about what happened to the.
Hold up. Can I say one quick thing, Tim?
I want to listen to everybody else, though.
If Trump has the same map as he did last time, then I don't see where Pennsylvania is a factor. If he already takes Wisconsin and Michigan and has enough of a lead. The big thing is how much of a lead does he have in those states when they're counting those mail-in ballots?
Mm-hmm.
Because the mail-in ballots are only going to account for, there's not going to be, over 100 at most probably 100,000 mail-in ballots.
How about 100
depending
million?
on the state. Not 100 million.
Yeah, one state. I just saw a headline that came in. It says there's at least 100 million mail-in ballots that haven't been counted yet.
Oh, also, here's the thing. I'm looking at the 2016 map, and it does almost look. Hillary won Maine. Trump's looking like he's going to win Maine, right? So that's the difference. Because Biden had all the Northeast like he did, and Trump actually won Pennsylvania last year. I mean, the first time around. So Biden wins that, and that's 20 electoral votes. That could really turn things around for Biden, right? Also, everything else is looking the same. But also Minnesota. Hillary won Minnesota, so if it keeps on track, that could do. I mean, everything's looking really similar. I mean, Colorado and New Mexico, Hillary won those. Texas, Trump won. Pretty much all of the South, Trump won the South. There's no. So I think Illinois. No, Trump won Illinois. I'm not sorry. Biden won Illinois. And it's looking like it looks almost the same. And Biden won all of the West Coast.
Biden won Illinois?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Illinois is a heavy Democrat state.
Well,
Yeah, Biden won Illinois.
I understand that, but with all the problems like in Chicago and everything, it's like, really? I mean, so I guess when you really think about it, Biden, Trump doesn't mean squat. It means what really means the difference is the local elections.
If it also goes like if the people are going to vote along party lines like they normally do, or are they looking for something different? And that's what. And it'd be interesting to take a look at the 2012 map to the 2016 map to see exactly what shifted. What states shifted and said, "Yeah, fuck you, Democrats." You know what I mean? I really want to study those to see what exactly happened, because you're right, Taco. It looks like it's eerily similar. There are a few changes that could win it for Biden if he would win it, and if he were to win the states, because if he wins, like I said, if he turns Pennsylvania, that's 20 electoral votes that Trump's not going to get that Biden could get. That could be huge.
That is huge. That's very huge.
So, like you said, Pennsylvania is definitely a battleground state. You're absolutely right. And it looks like another battleground state is going to be, let's see.
Well, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota are all battleground states.
Well, Wisconsin is looking like he won it last year. Minnesota won. Wisconsin and Minnesota, and it's looking like he's going to fucking win it again. Look, he's quite ahead of here in Michigan. It's still early, true. Wisconsin, again, no, he's not nearly as ahead in Wisconsin. So if
you gotta remember, Wisconsin, he won by like 2,000 votes.
So if Biden can win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and keep all the remaining votes he had on the West Coast, which more likely he's going to, and take Pennsylvania, which just switched to red. So Trump just took over.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Here in Massachusetts, obviously, the mail-in votes, they can come in till November 6th. Okay, how many other states have that same thing? So basically, the country is held hostage till Thursday, at the very least.
There's one state that can that is allowing them for like 6 or 7 days.
That's a good point. With all the unrest, Oregon might go to Trump.
No.
You don't think so? I think I can see it happening. I can see it happening. People are getting tired of it.
It is way too blue. Way too blue.
Did I like misstate that question? Maybe
because you could tell which states are in play by the candidates going there.
Yeah.
And Trump,
obviously his last one was in Michigan, right? His last one was in Michigan.
Yeah.
Yep. Just like last year.
They spent time in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
You know what I want to see happen? I want to see California just say, "Fuck you, we're going third party." So just a big fuck you to never coming over to fucking rally with us. Big fuck you to both of them. Here's 50-something votes your fuckers are not going to get.
It wouldn't affect the Republic. That would help the Republicans.
It
the
really
Republicans
would.
Never get that.
Absolutely, it would. Like, that's okay. A vote, if it's not for them, it's not. It's for us. That worked for us. Yeah.
I think the last time California voted Republican was for Ronald Reagan.
It was.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Well, Schwarzenegger.
Well, I'm talking.
For president, you mean?
President. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. How did California vote for Reagan for president?
Because he was the governor before that.
He was the governor. Yeah, he was the governor.
I mean, but that's an amazing story.
He was a very loved.
And he was an actor before that. He was a loved person.
Yeah, he did a damn good job. No matter what you say. Of course, you didn't when he was in office. You didn't really trickle down economics, but when he left, you sure saw it coming to fruition, didn't you? Yes, sure did. Oh, Tim left and got himself kicked out.
Shit. Oh,
kicked yourself out.
God damn it.
Kicked yourself out.
Damn it, Tim.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Oh, thank you. Shit.
So Arizona has 85% mail-in. That's what Pat is saying.
Okay.
But it don't matter. Arizona's going to Biden anyway, more than likely. So
Arizona, you said?
Yeah. Isn't it?
No, I'm predicting Trump.
Wow.
Oh, no. We'll see.
Biden won Trump last
Hillary won it last year.
No, Trump did last year.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm looking at Nevada. My bad. Get my geography right.
Notice how everyone was saying,
and with the trends of Florida
last year or something.
And with the trends of Florida and Texas of how the Latino vote's coming, I see Arizona doing very well for Trump.
Utah's checking in. Well, that's expected. Trump should take Utah. That's expected.
Yeah.
Hey, Kenny, I'm gonna bounce on out here,
just
man.
turned blue. Okay, have a good one, Gary.
All
Damn,
right.
Biden is really
Hey,
ahead of
Gary.
Minnesota. Well, he's won it. Hillary won it last year anyway, so yeah, that makes sense.
Well, she didn't win it last year. She won it in 2016, 4 years
But
ago.
I meant 2016. That's what I meant. My bad. Last term. How about that?
Last turn? How many turns did Hillary get?
Is there an update in Ohio? Ohio's the one I'm watching.
This is what we got Ohio at.
That's the big one. How's that doing, Ohio?
Is can you click on it to see the counties and everything?
Well,
no, I don't think so.
Not at the moment.
No. That says
Look at me all trying to be all technical.
Yeah, 75% of the vote is in. So,
except for the mail-in ones.
It's close. I don't know how much mail-in ballots did Ohio have. Let's see. States with mail-in ballot. 2020. Not 2920, 2020. Wouldn't that be interesting? 2920, Bill Clinton the 15th versus George Washington the 27th.
Are we getting into multiverses here?
I guess so. All right, doesn't say anything. Let's see.
Guys, can I finally tell you something that happened to me today when I went to vote?
Whatever.
Sure.
Since everyone's just pausing and waiting for results and stuff. I showed up to vote at the Galvin Middle School, down the street from me, and I brought some coffee with me to keep my hands warm because I figured I'd be waiting in line. But, there really was no line. A lot of people had done their stuff early, early ballots and stuff like that. And, even though I didn't request an early ballot, I got one anyway. And so, but, the problem is here in Massachusetts, and this is, I asked the woman who was in charge of, the polling place there in Wakefield about this. The envelopes that you're supposed to put the ballots in, okay, Massachusetts, they use the same primary envelopes. So what would happen is the instructions say fill out the envelope as requested. Bang, bang, boom. And I was asking the lady, look, okay, pretend I'm a moron, okay? And I don't understand stuff, okay? I check off Democrat, okay? How do I know that whoever opens, the envelope that pulls this out doesn't throw this in the trash? And she says to me, why would anyone do that? And I'm like, she's either the most naive person on the face of the planet, or she thinks I'm a fucking moron. And I was really upset.
Sure. What am I looking
You
at?
asked the wrong question. You should have asked, are there any trash cans in the room?
Yep. This is Associated Press one. Oh, look, I guess I can't go by.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What state did you want to know the county? Taka?
Ohio.
I guess it doesn't really. That's all it says.
Don't worry about it. So Lindsey Graham got reelected.
Yep. So
that was but Lindsey Graham was highly contested.
He was.
What kind of was expected.
You know what's funny? I actually didn't mind Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is one of the few Republicans I don't have an issue with. I actually thought, because he wasn't afraid to go up against Trump, which I thought was awesome, which, you don't see a whole lot from Republicans.
Yeah, good point. And hush fills the room.
Well, what the hell happened? Why did it just go to... Oh, there we go. From when it said 3, I'm like, wait, what?
Well, anyway, if I can finish my story real quick, real quick, because you guys have been pausing so long, so I asked to, speak to the head of, whoever's, doing everything. Her name's Betsy. She's like 80 years old or whatever. And I'm asking her, okay, what is to prevent somebody from opening an envelope, pulling my vote out, and then seeing that I check Democrat? What's to keep them from tossing it in the trash? And she says to me, why would anyone do that? It's like, you either are the most naive person on the planet, or you think I am just that much of a moron. And I'm like, how many other towns and cities in Massachusetts is this happening in? And do you know if this is happening nationwide? Okay. And she says, can I see that for a second? I showed her my, mail-in ballot. She rips it up and says, guess you don't have to worry about it now. And she walks away.
This is what Fox is saying. They have it a lot closer.
I told her I was a Democrat.
Is that not illegal in itself?
I thought that would cut me some slack. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'd have collected the ripped up ballot and gone into the election board and said, you can dust this for wait a minute. You can dust this for Prince, but one of your officials, this is what they're doing.
Yeah. And you know what? I want her job now. Seriously. I don't care.
Well, unless you got it on video, you better go get that ballot.
Yeah.
Now, this is interesting.
Thing, it's all about video.
So this is Fox's. They have it a little different. They have Minnesota and Iowa both going to Biden. They have Montana going to Biden, Arizona, New Mexico going to Biden as well.
New Mexico?
Yeah, they have Biden winning in New Mexico.
Okay, something's wrong.
And of course, PA is still everyone's. Yeah, Trump is taking over in PA. It doesn't look like Biden's going to have a chance in hell of winning PA. But they also have it.
It's still only 24% in.
Yeah, look at that. See, it's not much at all. See, it's 3 counties. It looks like have been counted. So
we can't see anything on the screen, Ken. Or is it just me frozen?
And look, you can see the blue in there. See blue, blue, blue. You still not see anything?
I'm just seeing your search screen, but that could
my
just
bad.
be
You're
me.
right. You're right. Hold on. No, that's what it is. Let me stop screen. Let me share screen.
AOC got re-election.
Figured.
Oh, Wagon, can you confirm that Trump took Texas?
He hasn't took Texas yet. It's still, he's winning.
So nobody has taken anything.
No, they have.
There's been states called.
But the thing is,
took some places.
Every state has to wait for November 6th for the rest of the mail-in votes.
This is where they see Fox has Texas. Trump had 50.8%. And that's how many counties have been called. But it looks like it's going to be red anyway. But there's a bunch in southern Texas that aren't decided, it looks like. So, but even with those, I don't think that would be that wouldn't be enough for Biden at all. Even if he gets all the ones that are up in the air, there's still just a sea of red. Yeah, red, red, red. There's like blue swatches in there, but it's not enough.
Yeah, but there's a lot of white in there too.
Yeah, but do you think it doesn't even look like with all the white he got that would help anyway if all the red turn red.
If all the pink turn red, yeah.
Yeah, pink turn red, yeah. If all the pink turns red, Biden doesn't stand a chance.
When I went in to vote this morning, okay, the woman in front of me, she had to be about like 70-something years old with a cane. And she was struggling. She could have done a mail-in vote or anything like that. And I asked her, I ran into her on the way out. I'm asking her, why didn't you just do a mail-in vote? And she said, because I don't trust it. I'd rather do it in person. Okay? And this woman could barely fucking walk. That's what America is about.
So here's Ohio, Taco, by county.
I'm sorry if I pissed anybody off by saying that.
No. Going off. Just I was trying to find this for Taco. Here, I don't know if Taco's still here. Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So here's Ohio. It's looking like Trump's going to take Ohio too.
There's a few interesting counties that have went more Biden. So the suburban vote might hurt Trump a little bit.
Oh, you think so? I would have actually thought that the suburban vote would help Trump as opposed to help Biden.
Well, in 2018, the suburban vote went Democrat.
Okay.
That's
all.
So we're still seeing that. So, Arizona has reported much of its early vote and is expected to favor Democrats. And Biden has a big lead in Maricopa County, which accounts for about 60% of the state's voters. Biden leads Maricopa County by 10 points so far, with 3/4 of its votes estimated to be counted. If the margin holds up to it, it will be difficult for Trump to win Arizona.
This is Pennsylvania. Only 4 counties have been counted.
Now,
a long way to go.
88% of the vote from Philadelphia.
88?
Yeah, well, only 9% of the votes are reported, but Biden is a plus 88 in Philadelphia.
No, Fox has him down.
Well, I'm just
You
reading
said Philadelphia, not
Philadelphia. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm reading Philadelphia.
Gotcha.
Don't trust the polls. Trust me.
Well, look at this. Both of these are saying different. Like Fox News has Trump so much closer than the AP does, and I'm sure CNN has Trump behind too. I mean, at least Fox has him behind, but it's a lot closer to that. But that makes sense that they would be close, you know.
Don't trust the media. Wait till the final votes are in.
So it looks
what
like
we have to do, just like the old days.
So they're saying, see, 2012 was Barack, 2008 was Barack, and 2016 was Trump. But they're thinking 71% for blue, so it might go back to Democrats. At least that's what Fox is thinking.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Does anyone?
I don't pretend to know any of these terms they're talking about. I'm just gonna pretend like I know. Sound smart?
Yeah. They come up with all these stories and stuff that are like they're really awesome and stuff like that, but it's just like, and this helps how?
How do I get back to the big one? I don't want them just by state. I want the whole thing. I like about it.
Oh, by U.S. You want a U.S. map?
Yeah, where's the U.S. map?
You know what? Go to bbc.com.
They have one too?
Yeah.
Fox did too, but I just gotta find it.
Well, I mean, you just showed Fox, and it's like, huh? I mean, I love BBC News, to be honest with you. Everyone accuses me of being like a Fox News guy, and it's like, well, no. I love BBC News because BBC News is like, okay, today's top story. A dog got hit by a car. Now for weather. It's like they're straight to the point. With the report.
Okay, so my prediction map comes down to 5 different areas: Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and part of Maine.
Oh, okay.
Because
we're like the talking heads, but we're the YouTube talking heads.
My map currently has Trump at 247, Biden at 233.
So it's going to be pretty close.
Any updates on like the senators and Congress people up for re-election?
McConnell won.
Okay.
Lindsey Graham won. A few people have won, actually. There's a lot. I think Pelosi hasn't won yet, but I'm sure she will win.
Is she even up this year? I didn't think she was.
Maybe she's not. Maybe I just wish she was up.
I just wish she was.
Can we just put her up just for shits and giggles every year?
Yeah.
I think that's fair enough. Like every time there's an election, when you reach some point in your career, you should have to fight for your goddamn job every election. Keep you honest. Keep you honest.
How about a fight club?
So basically,
like Highlander, there can be only one.
There can be only one.
So basically, out of those 5, Trump needs to win 2, or Biden needs to win 3.
This is Fox, Yoda. What do you say? Talking?
So out of those 5 I listed, Trump needs to win 2 of the big ones, or Biden needs to win 3 of the big ones.
Yeah, okay.
You know what, guys? We're getting really too invested in here.
We really are. You're right.
Yeah.
because by the end of the day, we're like, well, who won? But we can't tell you. What do you mean you can't tell us?
Well, one thing nice about the panel is, like, we're all just individuals. Nobody is rooting for any particular person. We're just looking at what's happening.
Yeah.
And tomorrow we'll all still be friends.
I hope so.
Imagine the headquarters of either party. Actually, probably both parties do it. They'll have multiple monitors up, and I'm talking TV, 54 whatever inch screens.
Yeah.
Each individual screen's going to have a different channel or different news program, and all the numbers will be different.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've seen it here.
Yeah, we looked at the AP and it was a lot different. This has it a lot closer. I'm sure CNN has it as a bigger gap too.
Uh-huh.
Well, and they're getting the numbers in, and they're looking, and they're comparing, the numbers prior to the previous years and everything like that, and trying to do predictions. Okay, well, this is how it's gonna, then this is how it should play out in this county and stuff like that.
See, we're professional just like they are.
Not that anybody's interested, but we just heard from Super Sancho there, El Sancho. I guess he's back home from the hospital.
Oh, that's good.
Good. Very good.
What happened?
Hernia operation.
Oh, hernia surgery.
Oh my God. Another friend of mine, actually had that surgery last week. And geez. Damn.
Yeah, I've been under the knife myself. It's no fun.
I have too, my friend.
especially waking up with the intubation still in.
Yeah.
Yeah, no fun. And the tube in your dick and everything like that. Yeah, lots of fun. Been there, done that. Don't want to do it again.
I've had like 9 surgeries, so.
Well, what are the odds in Vegas on this? That's what we really should be looking at.
What are we looking at?
The odds in Vegas.
Yeah.
Ooh, good call. Let's find out.
The same Vegas that picked the Buccaneers over the Giants by 13 points.
Well, it's all a crapshoot,
This ain't a crapshoot. This is the country.
Well, it's still all a crapshoot,
What I'm going to wonder is, with all these pre-election day votes that came in, early balloting and whatnot, if it's take a couple of days, are either of these candidates going to declare tonight? It's going to get real interesting the next few days.
Well, Trump was asked, and he said he wasn't going to, say he won tonight. So we'll see.
And Biden has said that he will not, he will not. What do you call it? Not what's the polite word you say? Not quit. I don't know, but anyway.
Concede.
This is not going to be decided till beyond the beginning of the new year. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This is going to be worse than, Bush and Gore.
Yeah. I had friends in North Carolina who went to vote they had early voting, and they went, and I think it was like 2 weeks ago, and Wendy said they waited in line for 3 hours to vote.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nothing. You should have seen the stuff in New York.
Oh, I'm sure, but it's just the idea that people are really invested in this election.
But here are the odds.
Okay. Trump?
the Vegas odds. Okay.
Yeah, you're the Vegas odds.
The same one that picked the Bucks by 13 over the Giants.
Apparently.
And the Giants got robbed. I'm sorry. That should have gone into overtime.
So what do you guys think of their odds?
Wow. Well, I don't buy a scratch off, so you know.
Taco, what do you think?
Never tell me the odds.
Just like Han Solo said, never tell me the odds.
Diver, what do you think of the odds?
I don't pay attention to that. I don't gamble.
You say you're the one that want to look this up and you don't even have an opinion? What's up with that?
No, well, I just wanted to know just to see. So it's like, yeah. But I don't even buy a scratch off, Kenny. I never bought a scratch off in my life. I've got them for my birthday, get them for Christmas, Valentine's Day, but I've never paid $1 to the lottery for any.
The last time I bought a scratcher, I fell into the win a free ticket trap. I kept winning a free ticket.
I got you one better. For about 32 years, I was installing lines for the lottery here in New Jersey. The company was G-Tech, who always won the contract, and I've yet to buy one.
Well, I see people in the supermarket on Tuesdays where people will buy $20 rub-offs. Are you kidding me? They'll spend hundreds of dollars on rub-offs. Nuts.
Well, the other side of it is, do they keep them or toss them? Because if they keep them, there you got somebody that's either very, I don't know, anal retentive or whatnot, but you can deduct your losses away from your winnings for taxes.
Oh, okay, because and these are old people who are, I'm old, I'm 70, but it's the idea that these people are old. And where are they getting this money to buy like hundreds of dollars in rub-offs?
I just don't go out to eat much.
Social Security and 401k and it's got to be horrible to be an older American right now if you're like below middle class. Am I right?
Right? Well, I have I have good Social Security, plus I have a good pension, plus I have money from my family, and I'm the exception to the rule. But the average person, bad. I can't imagine how people who are on like disability or anything like that survive.
What's up, Power Wagon?
Good evening.
Good evening.
How's everybody feeling?
Not bad. Not bad. Just curious to see what's going down. Interesting to see all the different votes and polls and hear Taco's prediction. We're gonna hold Taco. We're gonna hold Taco to that.
Taco's got a flow sheet going.
Yeah, Taco's gonna get strung up if Trump doesn't win because he just said Trump's gonna win. So, Power Wagon, we're gonna stick you on.
I did not predict anyone winning. I merely gave the path to victory to both candidates.
Okay, well, we'll leave it to Cat. Cat, you're the breaking up. I say he did do it. He says he didn't. What did you hear, Cat? And Cat will be, and it'll forever be settled once Cat says yay or nay.
I know this is going to sound corny, but Jimmy crack corn.
Jimmy crack corn, and I don't care.
So did anybody check out that Biden versus Trump rap battle I posted last night?
And people say I have no sense of humor.
Did you guys check that out? You should check it out if you haven't. It's funny as hell.
Yep, it was very good, Kenny.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, it was.
Who do you think? Well, Trump won, obviously, because Biden just didn't have a chance. He just came harder, He really just came a lot harder. Though Biden did have some funny ass lines. Come on, when the fucking he comes into the hackers, that was hilarious. The Russian hackers, that was great.
China ate your lunch. That's what Trump said to Biden, and I was like, wow.
No. China bought his lunch.
Yeah.
Well, I thought they said ate his lunch, which neither would be very.
All right. Pat saved you, Taco. You didn't say anything, so Power Wagon, you're gonna have to hold up. You can't kill him yet.
All right.
Fox News currently predicts Biden to win at 69%.
Really? Well, that's just before the mail-in votes too, though, right?
That's their probability counting everything.
Oh wow! So Fox News is actually they're going to be pleasantly surprised if Trump wins.
Let's see here. The probability meter uses the data from our Fox News voter analysis together with live election results to show trends in key contests. These are not projections of the outcome of races.
Yeah, they're like Las Vegas.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is anyone bothered at the fact that the mail-in ballots and stuff, at least here in Massachusetts, and I know it's going on in other states around the country, okay, the votes for the those ballots are going to be allowed till Friday.
We've discussed this already. Yes.
Yeah. So the thing is,
not only that, but
we're not going to know anything till Monday.
The reason for that is because the machines and the voting are going to do it faster than the mail-in ballot machines. Because I can guarantee you they're two different machines, two different programs, and they're just not geared up for all of these mail-in ballots.
Now, is that really what's going on, or are they using that same 80-year-old woman that's hand counting all of the ballots?
Nah, I'm sure they've modernized. It's just too many. And the other side of it all is there's even reports of mail slowdowns. I mean, one judge in one district, one federal district judge ordered the post office to make sure that every ballot in the post office itself gets sent out. And they were doing what's called early sweeps to make sure that whatever's in the post office gets out of the post office.
Yeah, that's a good idea, really. I mean, make sure it's there. That way there's no surprises.
Yeah, but the fact that a judge had to order that?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And that goes to illustrate the fact that none of us as citizens can trust our votes with anyone at this point anymore. That's what has happened to this country. We need to fix this. Jeez.
We need the cat nat with her presidential running mate, the Hornet, to take over. Can they do it? Like Bob the Builder? Yes, they can. God, no one else really? No one knows that cartoon, Bob the Builder?
No.
Yes.
No.
We do. We just don't care.
It's always funny.
Care. You should pretend to.
I love Pat's comment was, when was the last time Fox was right on it? Yeah.
Yeah, Fox. Well, But to be fair, when's the last time CNN was right too?
Yeah.
Does anybody think it's real interesting that Trump's leading in the popular vote?
It is interesting.
I mean, he never led. He never led during the Clinton election. Never.
No, but I hate to say it, but it would be the perfect karma.
Oh, it would.
Oh, if
It
he
would.
won the popular vote and then lost electoral college, yes. But he bitched and moaned, but I was more popular. You know he would. You know he would. Even Power Wagon, you like Trump, but you know if he lost electoral college and won the popular vote, wouldn't he bitch about that and say it's rigged?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, but it'd be the same with Biden too. So
I don't know. I don't think Biden would. I think Biden's more of a politician. He's been around a while, and I don't think he would. Maybe I'm wrong. Tim seems to be with you and thinks he'd throw a fit too. I personally don't think he would. If he does, hey, no problem. I was wrong. I had no issue with that. But I honestly don't think he will.
Honestly, I don't think Biden cares if he wins or not. To be honest with you, I think
that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he's just like whatever. It ain't nothing gonna bother him. Maybe. Oh, good. So I'm not gonna die in office this time. All right.
Well, if you look at Trump, like Trump was shocked when he won. He wasn't prepared to win. I don't think he really wanted to win. He just wanted to run.
I think so too. I think here's my theory on the first time. I think he did it as a gag just to say he was running. But then when he realized he had a chance of winning, he kind of took it seriously and thought, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
And then he won. He's like, holy shit, I'm the president now.
Yeah. What do I do?
That's my theory. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he knew it the whole time, but I highly doubt that. I think it was some sort of maybe he was getting ready to write a new book. Maybe there was a deal that he was getting ready to do, something to garner publicity, and it just turned into all of a sudden the nation.
On another network, right?
Yeah, and the nation just said, "Nope, we're tired of politicians. You're in." And he's like, "Well, shit, okay."
Yeah, I don't think he really wanted it either, Kenny. I just think he was in shock. That's what I remember was like when you really saw his face, like when they said he won, he was like, oh no, what did I do? I only wanted a little prestige and a little, selling my name and my brand, and now I'm fucking president.
But it grew on him. It grew on him, and now he wants it. He wants this re-election. He does.
Yeah. I can't imagine for any reason why a billionaire would want to be president.
Absolutely.
Other than prestige.
I have refined by projections here.
Okay.
It's going to come down to 3 states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Whoever takes best of 3 wins.
Okay.
Simple as that.
All right, so you heard him right here. Whoever takes 3 states will win, and if it's
best of 3, so 2 out of 3.
So 2 out of 3 of the states that he just named. So Power Wagon, if one of those states is off, you're up again, bro. We're holding him to it.
What do you mean?
You can co-sign that, Cat. You heard him say it. He just made the prediction. Don't worry about it. So make sure you're right.
Yeah. So if Trump wins Wisconsin and Michigan, but loses, yeah, you got me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't. Power Wagon will.
But my current map has Biden at 245, Trump at 247, with those 3 states left.
Okay. What is the vote right now? Let's see. Because I know he's still winning the popular vote, right? Yeah. He's 2 million votes ahead in the popular vote, Trump is. Holy shit. He's probably sitting back and saying, what do you mean I'm ahead? Sir, you're winning the popular vote. You're fucking lying to me. No, Mr. President. I fucking knew it. I knew you were lying to me. That was a test. I want to see if you backtrack. Mr. President, shut up. Bring me my phone.
I need to tweet something.
Oh, that's a good question. I wonder what he's been tweeting tonight. I'm gonna look.
Oh, has he tweeted anything?
I'm sure he has. Come on.
Oh,
who are we talking about?
Actually, I think he was blocked.
No. Block from who?
Twitter are blocking everybody, I guess. I don't know.
Trump probably has the White House all hooked up with detonators and bombs. So if he loses, he'll just burn the place, stick around and be happy.
Oh, so 6 hours ago, he said there is still time to get out and cast your vote. And then 4 hours ago, we are looking really good all over the country. Thank you. Then 7 hours ago, get out and vote. Under my administration, our economy is growing at the fastest rate ever at 33.1%. Next year will be the greatest economic year in American history.
18 minutes left.
Wow.
And then he puts on the Amish are not playing around today. A parade for me in Nigeria, a great honor.
What time is it in California, Kenny?
Almost 8.
Hey, what do you guys say? Timmy B in 2024.
I gotta this imaginary doll. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm gonna put that vote on the cat nat and
because honestly, I would kick ass for this country, and I would beat the living shit out of everybody else on the face of the planet.
I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Start with the auditors.
Right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Diver needs to be my chief of staff.
And Power Wagon's favorite auditor of all time, the one that he just loves to watch, Extra Good Citizen.
All right, answer me this. How many chiefs of staff has he gone through this term?
Oh, wow.
3 or 4, right? 3 or 4? Maybe more, probably, huh?
Who's chief of staff now? I lost count.
So Pat wants to know what party, Tim.
Me? What party? I'm not Timmy party.
The birthday party?
Yeah.
He's gonna go on Kanye's birthday party, guys.
No.
Tim Berry,
I'm not
part of the birthday party.
No, I'm not the Kanye.
Kanye's gonna be your running mate too. Tim Berry and Kanye West, the greatest ever. The greatest ever. Tim Berry, Kanye West, Yeezy. Timmy and Yeezy. Vote now, vote forever. I am the greatest rapper alive.
And honestly, if I stood face to face with Kanye,
would it really be face to face? Would it be face to peck? Would it be face to peck? It'd be face to peck, though, right?
What?
Face to peck. It's a short joke. Face to peck.
Okay, we're gonna go there again. Thanks, Kenny. I'm just saying, geez, you put Kanye in my face, I'll get right back in his, and I can beat him down.
And that's where the drama comes in. They would never know if you guys are going to agree, fight, or who knows.
No. What I'm saying is, like in a rap battle.
Oh,
I'm trying to say Kanye
I think he
know how to rap, and I'm a short little Irish white guy, and I sure as hell don't know how to rap, but I can still out rap Kanye.
But here's the thing: what Kanye would do is he'd reach into his pocket, he'd pull out money, he'd give it to the crowd, they'd cheer, and he wouldn't have to say a word, and he'd win.
And I'd slump away, right?
Pretty much.
And then I'd come back as a Marvel Comics villain.
Might give you a little bit so you can go get yourself a Subway sandwich and, drown your tears in it.
Subway. Jeez.
Would you rather have Arby's?
Well, no, I'd rather just like slink away and become a Marvel Comics like villain, you know?
Oh, Mr.
Like
B.
Venom. Ooh.
Oh, maybe. Oh, your
Kenny,
nickname would be.
Did you
Kenny,
say the enema?
And I know your
Kenny, I know
nickname.
you're a Venom fan.
Your
You're a Venom
nickname
fan, aren't
could
you?
be your new nickname can be Short Stacks.
I was gonna say the enema.
Or the enema, yeah, there we go.
Tim thought it was funny.
I just love this stuff. It's great.
Everyone's like, God damn it, will these fucking results come in so we can fucking go? These guys are annoying the fuck out of me.
Hey, at least I brought some knowledge to this thing.
We're the talking heads of the 2020s, baby. Get used to it. We bring humor. We got the wisdom of, NJ over here. Power Wagons the muscle. We got the Nostradamus of the elections and Taco. And then there's Tim.
Tim thought it was funny.
Yeah, we're not quite sure what he does yet.
Comic relief.
Yeah, he's just kind of there,
He's like ready to pop out at some point, but that was good, Kenny. You got me. You got me.
He may got you, but he don't want you.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wow.
Kenny, I was up at 4 a.m. again doing my game stream and stuff, like 6 a.m.
So you didn't get woke up at 3 this time?
No, 4 a.m. I was just like, man.
I say you switched to Spider-Man.
Yeah, well, I finished Horizon Zero Dawn yesterday.
Was it a good story?
It was a good story. The ending was kind of
cheesy,
blah.
I hate
it wasn't
that.
cheesy. It just kind of ended.
Yeah, and Pat. We can't forget Pat.
And of course, it gave itself a way to have a sequel.
Mm.
Which there's a trailer for a sequel. It looks fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it.
One of the games I played like a long time ago I think they ended up having 3 of them. You ever play Jack and Daxter?
Yeah, there's been 5 of them, I think.
Oh shit! Damn, I stopped carrying that 3. I just know the first 2 were awesome. It had a good story to it too.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I thought they were good games. They're definitely good games.
Yeah, I'm learning Spider-Man. It's a little difficult. I'm not good at the web slinging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like learning how the web swing from like place to place is a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be.
I just had a great idea for a new video game. We could have a game called Presidential Fighters. Have all old presidents and maybe even people that they up against in a game taking turns. So you could have Abe Lincoln versus Donald Trump, or you could have Bob Dole versus Biden, or whoever. Thomas Jefferson versus Hamilton, or whatever. That would be interesting.
And actually, Woodrow Wilson could be like that guy in Space Invaders who goes up and down across the screen.
Theodore Roosevelt would just kill them all.
No, I don't know. I don't think he'd be able to. I think what's his face? Andrew Jackson, I think, would be a bit of an issue for him. That's a tough bastard.
I don't know. Roosevelt was pretty much like he did the whole like African jungle trek and even got malaria during it.
Andrew Jackson beat down his own assassin. Would-be assassin, I should say.
Oh, yeah? Fuck Andrew Jackson. Mike Milbury beat a guy with his own shoe.
Oh, jeez.
I think Roosevelt wrestled there.
Yes, like Mortal Kombat.
Taft will just make everyone puke.
Yeah, he would.
Yes.
He would.
Tim, that was funny.
I mean, I feel horrible, but is it really true that he couldn't fit in a regular bathtub?
That's what
That's
I've
the
heard.
story.
That's the story, or that's the rumor, or that's what?
Well, I wasn't around then, so can't confirm.
Can't confirm nor deny.
Okay. Then what good are you? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, oh man, I try not to make fun of people because of their appearances or their weight or anything like that, and sometimes when I do, they're in on the joke. You know what I mean? And so, but I feel bad when I hear people like saying like, stuff like that. I'm sorry.
He is fucking 3 million votes ahead of Biden.
Yeah, that's looking real good.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, but California hasn't been counted yet.
That's true. Very true. And that's going to give Biden a lot of votes. That is true. That's true. The West Coast is going to be all Biden, so he's going to catch right back up real quick.
And also, plus, the woman today, what's her name, Betsy or whatever. She's probably going to tape up my thing that she ripped up and fill out everything herself. Damn it!
But to be fair, if we're going by first ladies, I'd have to go with Melania. She's a lot hotter than Biden's wife is. Just saying.
And honestly, Kenny, and I don't mean this to be an asshole, okay? But
you prefer Biden?
It just happens this way.
You know how
the asshole, okay? Joe Biden needs to stop claiming that his wife and kids were killed by a drunken driver. He's got to stop saying that. It's already been proven untrue.
Well,
You know how the ex-president gets Secret Service for life? I'm wondering if the kids get it.
Oh, yeah.
I hope not. Because every time his daughter brings the kids to see their other grandfather, they shut down an area of our beach and an access point.
Oh, wow.
I think when they are president, the immediate family does get protection, but once he's out of office, no longer.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, I know Nixon had it because I worked in his garage a couple of times, and yeah, they were Secret Service there.
God damn, why is Maine taking so goddamn long to count?
Well, she may have arthritis. Who knows?
Right.
Hey, we've seen Brian.
Maybe Brian's just distracting her. Oh God. New Hampshire's taking them forever too. Good God. Looks like it's gonna be Biden, maybe. Damn, look at that. East Coast. North, pretty much Biden, south, freaking Trump. What does that tell you? Got pretty much the whole southern United States.
Yeah. Tells me that Massachusetts, at least, they pretty much, you want to vote this way?
No, I see North Carolina.
They got Trump right now. What's really close, though, and it's almost over. It's really close.
Yeah, and Biden had a huge lead.
Ooh, that would be big for Biden if he wins that.
What?
North Carolina.
Yeah, again, my question is, are the electoral colleges going to hold off until all of the early ballots and mail-in ballots have been counted?
Well, that means we won't know until, like Tim was saying, until Monday, 2/1.
Yeah, this is all conjecture.
And also, do you think Trump's going to be able to hold off a whole week without announcing his victory? Or at least alluding to a victory?
That's the question I asked about an hour and a half ago. And everybody said,
yeah,
he said he was going to.
I don't know.
I don't even know if he could. I mean, he's a showman.
I know.
No, he's an adolescent.
Okay, that too.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, personally, he's the most unpresidential president I've ever experienced. And I was conscious and alive.
How many presidents have you experienced?
Since Kennedy.
Okay, there we go.
Actually, since Eisenhower, but I was a little young then.
But that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
Oh.
Yeah, well, how's this? My younger sister has actually met him many years ago. And I cannot repeat here what she said about him.
About who?
Trump.
He's a billionaire.
Is he?
That was a millionaire, not a billionaire.
Is he?
No.
How many bankruptcies has he declared?
Yeah, well, he can still be a millionaire and still do all that.
He's a millionaire at best.
No, he's a billionaire.
No.
All the real estate he owns.
Am I wrong, Diva?
Now, does he own it or does some corporation own it? There's the trick. And there's a lot of real estate like that. You don't personally own it. A corporation owns it, and you're pulling profits off it.
Sure.
Exactly.
And that's why he only paid $750 worth of taxes. Believe me, left and right. I've got these people that own these summer homes on the beach here in New Jersey. If you look at the taxes, it's not owned by an individual. It's owned by a LLC.
Sure.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because it's their second, third, who knows how many home. And for tax purposes, it's better to have a corporation own it than you.
And when you have an LLC, you're much better off.
There's other expenses involved, but yeah.
So, Taco, what changes have you seen?
What?
What changes have you seen?
Let's see. I got a little bit more info on the suburban thing.
Mm-hmm.
The one county, the Delaware County in Ohio, it previously went 16 points to Trump. This year it went 5 points to Trump.
Oh, okay.
So that's a big difference there.
Definitely. You got less than half of what he got before.
Yeah.
So it looks like at least this poll is having Joe's ahead 135 to 108. But Trump is currently leading with a popular vote. But again, the West Coast hasn't been counted. So, it went up again. So now Joe's at 209.
Yeah, they just gave him California.
Oh, of course. We knew that was a freaking given. No, not on this one yet. They haven't given him on this one yet in California.
And they're counting They're counting Oregon and Washington in his column too.
Well, that makes sense. We figured he was going to get those. On this one, it doesn't give him California yet.
No, PA and North Carolina are pink right now. So.
Oh yeah, he just got them. There we go, and he got Washington too.
Well, that's their pink. They haven't gone yet.
No, California is on this map. California, Oregon, Washington, New Mexico, Colorado, New York, Virginia, Colorado, New Mexico, Illinois. And it looks like he's going to win Iowa and Minnesota as well. Let's see, if he wins Minnesota, that gives him 10, and then Iowa gives him 6 at 16. That'll put him at 220-ish.
But doesn't it bother anybody that both campaigns are saying they're going to protest whatever the decision is?
Yeah, plus he should give him Hawaii too. That'll be 234. Yeah, he's going to need some of these red states to turn in order to win.
They don't show you Puerto Rico on there, huh?
Doesn't show me what? Puerto Rico? No.
I wonder if the territories. Yeah, I wonder if the territories get electoral votes.
No, I don't think they do. Because it would be on here. It would be on here because it has Alaska and Hawaii.
Well, Alaska and Hawaii are states, but Puerto Rico is a territory.
No, but they don't get electoral votes.
They don't get votes at all?
They don't even get a seat. They get to attend the Senate hearings and stuff like that, but they don't have any representation. So they pretty much are in the same boat that we left Britain for, taxation without representation. Go figure.
So what's the point?
They want to become a state, but they keep, there's some red tape.
ABC News has projected that the Democrats will retain the House of Representatives.
No. Really?
Yep.
Let's see what this says.
ABC is just a
bastard. This has Republicans way ahead.
Yeah. Something's wrong.
Welcome back to Senate.
Well, the Republicans had to take 17 seats, I thought, to take back the House, so it's not a surprise.
Yeah. So that has the House still winning, and then for the Senate, it's dead even from this one. Democrats are 44, Republicans at 43.
Does it bother anybody that it's come down to my father can beat up your father at this point?
No.
That's really what it's come down to.
No.
You don't think so?
No. I mean, why should it?
That's what it seems like is happening, is what I'm saying. That's all.
But we have no control once it happens anyhow.
Okay.
So what do you guys think? Do you think, I've heard some theories that this is just the beginning of a Trump presidential dynasty. What do you guys think?
Oh God, I hope not.
A dynasty?
That's what I heard. I heard Ivanka's going to run, and then Trump Jr.
Oh God.
Now, Eric, I highly doubt Eric will run because he's just too dumb.
Oh, come on. Do you actually know him?
No, I don't know him.
Okay. So
I do watch My Cartoon President.
I mean, is Trump trying to be the next Kennedy dynasty?
No, I don't think so. I just saw a few stories that said they could become like the next big thing to bring the Republicans back to, because I mean, there's a lot of people. There's different theories of thought. There's schools of thought that Trump will be the last Republican president for a really, really, really long time. But then there's thoughts that there might not be another Democratic president for a while because of Trump. Right.
So it could go either way, really.
Well, there are a lot of people out there who believe the Earth is flat.
I know.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, there are some people who think that Trump has actually done irreparable damage to the Republican Party. So Kenny made a fair statement, I think.
Oh, well, I'm only joking, but I mean, do you remember when Trump was on the TV program and he said, "What if he ran? He was a Democrat. Trump was a Democrat, but he said if he ever ran for president, he'd run on the Republican Party, and he did. He was a lifelong Democrat.
Yep.
So who's pulling the wool over whose eyes here?
Yeah.
It's a game. It's all money.
Absolutely.
Trump, we have to stop. One thing that really would change elections is if, okay, you can only have $50 million to run your campaign, period. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm a big proponent for definitely curb the spending, curb all this the interest groups that are lobbying to give these people donors, and they serve them pretty much instead of the people.
Yep.
Now, if the government has this pool, yes, it would cost taxpayers money, but I think in the long run, it would benefit the people to have something like that, because then the politicians, and the people that are being elected are wanting to, let the people, instead of the special interest groups. So I think in the long run, it would benefit us to have something like that. Not only that, but then it'd be easier to have 3 or 4 different parties. You wouldn't just have to deal with the lesser of two evils, so to speak.
Yeah, do away with the two-party system.
Yeah. Canada and England have that system, and I think Australia does too, where they give you an allotted amount of money, and that's it. And the people pay for it, but you only get an allotted amount of money. There's no personal interest groups. And another thing that really annoys me are these senators who serve, like 2 terms or 3 or 4 terms, and then they become lobbyists for big corporations. That should not be allowed.
No, you're right. You're so right.
If you're going to, my father had a theory, and he would always show this theory up, and it would just gall people, because he said, if you're going to run for public office, you should run for the term, the limit of terms, say 2 terms, and then after that, you go back to being a regular citizen, and you earn your own money. There is no pension. There is no medical. You have to go back to being a public citizen.
Mm-hmm.
God forbid.
Well, he also believed that if you ran for public office, if you were stupid enough to run for public office for Congress or Senate, that after your term was up, they just take you out and shoot you, and that would solve the problem.
Look, Democrats are planning to do to Joe Biden in February, right?
Maine turned blue. Maine turned blue. Look at that.
Which one?
Maine turned blue.
No. Wow.
Yeah. That old lady starting to speed up.
Yeah, Brian's stacking the stuff in the ballot box.
PA is still, he's still PA.
Hey, can I ask a question of everybody on the panel and even people in chat? Okay, and this has always bothered me.
That's close.
Okay. Okay. All right. When it comes to statewide and citywide races and stuff like that, I don't think, for example, Elizabeth Warren. Okay.
Pocahontas, go ahead.
She's a Massachusetts state senator. Okay. I don't think it should be legal for people from other states to fund her campaign. You know what I mean? In other words, when you're like voting for your state senator or your congressman and everything like that, I'm of the firm belief that the money should come from the people in your district. Okay, if it comes from people in Hollywood or George Soros, you've
SCOTUS disagrees with you.
Huh?
Supreme Court of the United States disagrees with you.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think you're on to something there, Tim.
Well,
the court said corporations are people too. They can contribute as much as they want to anybody they want.
And I agree, but I think I'm kind of with Tim on this one. I think they should be based out of the state that they're donating to.
Yeah, I mean, there is no reason for say John Cusack, for example, to spend $2,700 to Elizabeth Warren's campaign.
Maybe he likes her or something. You don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I was going to make a joke, but I'm just not going to now.
Here, I'm going to
use Tim, and I agree with you. Like, if you are a senator from a particular state, and if you only accept money from the state, you are more likely to be pro-state, like as far as industry and all of that goes.
And you're more likely to lose too, because these people, have all the money.
Yeah, well, that's not necessarily a requisite for winning. We had a case where a Republican candidate for state office didn't quite make as much money as his Democratic opponent, and yet won anyway.
Here, I'll use an auditor analogy, just so Tim gets it. Leon Valley. All the attention that Justin Pulliam and extra garbage are giving it. They don't live there. Why does that concern them? Why should they be allowed to speak at the city council meetings?
Right. Absolutely.
Your First Amendment.
Yeah.
My state senators right now in Massachusetts are Liz Warren and Ed Markey. Most of the funding that they have received.
No, Tim. It's from now on, just say for it, Ed Malarkey.
Say what?
It's Ed. Changing it. Doesn't it sound cooler?
Well, I'll give you an example. We had a town here in New Jersey, a coastal town, that wanted to make several of their streets next to the beach permit parking only. And the only ones eligible for the permits would be the people that own property there. Even though those people are not living there, they're their summer homes. And yet they'd be the only ones allowed to park on the streets.
Uh-huh.
And yet they, for the first time in their history, took your money to replenish, to restore their beaches. Because this town's on a little bit of a bluff. And up until Hurricane Sandy, they never had to have restoration done. But now, because of Hurricane Sandy, they needed to take the federal sand. And by the way, all of the restoration for New Jersey's coast, and I'm pretty sure New York and several other states as well, came from tax dollars, and not a penny was paid by the state or the municipalities.
So I'm trying to think in my head.
All right, now wait a minute. I'm not done yet.
Or
yeah, I'm not done yet. The story gets better.
Oh, okay.
There was a coalition of people that rose up to fight them, and one of them was a lawyer, and he stood up in front of that commission. It was a commissioners meeting. That's how they have 3 commissioners in that town. That's how they run their town. And the interesting part is that the gentleman that was standing there with a legal brief telling them that if you go ahead with this ordinance, I will file a lawsuit. But he was able to speak in front of that commission, and he doesn't even live in the town.
Really?
And I will say the majority of people that did speak were residents, but several were not, but they were allowed to speak.
Once again, why does it concern them?
Because people use the beach other than the residents that live there.
I understand that, but if it's something that's like with Leon Valley, I mean, does anybody think that they're doing that for the good of the town, or are they doing it just to pump up their clicks and views for their website?
You know, that's a good question.
Ask that of the people that were detained, arrested, and had their equipment held for almost 2 years.
They should stay in their own goddamn town and mind their own goddamn business.
So the auditors that were there that got arrested should have stayed in their own town.
Yeah, go carry guns in their own town.
But
so let tyranny occur across the township borders, across municipal borders, and don't bother because it's not your town.
I don't live in state. I live in Pennsylvania. I'm just pushing your buttons, NJ.
I know you are. And the one thing I will say, I will commend your governor, who's back when he made his declarations for Pittsburgh, Philly, and a few other counties in your state. He recognized his constituents' right to travel.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to travel in that state because I had to visit. I had planned on visiting my daughter. I had hotel reservations that I couldn't, I couldn't cancel because I'd rather have the cheaper price, and I wasn't going to throw away almost $300. So we went. We didn't have a problem. They pulled us over. Nobody bothered us. Of course, the county she was in hadn't been, but my whole state was.
Yeah.
All the way there and all the way back. Never got pulled over, never got questioned.
No. Well, in the height of, I live in the Poconos, and everybody there, the Poconos we have so many New Yorkers that live in the Poconos that travel back and forth to work in New York City every day. Never stop them. Never stop them. But then again, down in Luzerne County, what city? Mountaintop is all full of Mexicans and they have the largest amount of COVID cases in the county because they were all running back and forth to New York and New Jersey. But that town was loaded. That caused Luzerne County to have the highest, number of COVID cases.
Yeah, and maybe the fact that the people
No.
and how do you know that those other counties with the expat New Yorkers there just didn't bother getting themselves reported or tested, and the statistics just weren't there.
Yeah, but Lackawanna County is a county that I live in, but it's the idea that, it's I don't know, it's just strange. It's really strange that there wasn't a spike in, the Poconos, that there was just a few miles away in another county. And they were saying, it was like, the language barrier because of all the Mexicans and the Spanish-speaking community. But that's ridiculous because they have children that go to school who speak very good English.
Well, I guess it's final. Everybody I'm looking at has predicted it. I'm going to be able to buy marijuana.
Who are you?
Whoa, yep. Kanye!
You got 1,001 in Vermont, of all places.
That's impressive for any country. Wow, good for him.
And he voted for himself as a write-in candidate.
Telling you, wow, that's impressive because he was not on the ballot.
He's not on a lot of ballots. He was on the ballot here in California. I don't know how he did. I'm curious to see how he did in California now.
He's just wasting his money.
Yeah, for him probably. Let's see. Oh, maybe, no!
Who knows?
I guess he. Maybe he wasn't on the ballot because he doesn't have him either. There, he didn't get any votes.
It looks good on his resume.
Hey, Kanye received 1,163 more votes than I would have ever gotten in Vermont.
Me too. They've been like, Tim, who? Barry? What? No.
Yeah. Tim, what? Oh, that guy? Ew.
Anywhere else.
Like, Vermont is a very white state, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice one, man.
Oh, these must be just these must just be the 1,600 rap,
Yeah.
enthusiasts in the city, in the state.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out.
Who said, whoa, me, moo, woo? May said the Democrats have conceded. Oh, no, that was
2016, yeah.
Election.
Don't do that to me. I can't read that quickly.
Oh, God. In Colorado, Kanye has received 5,564 votes.
Whoa.
Wow. Of course, he's still nowhere near winning, considering Joe just won with 1 million votes. So, in the grand scheme of things, no, but hey, at least people are voting for him, I guess. Hey, he got better than the guy that's on the Socialist Workers Party, or the chick that's on the Socialist Workers Party. He only got 266 votes. So Kanye is doing better than the Socialist
Party. Yes.
So there's that.
How many guys on the panel, or how many folks, I should say, on the panel have Netflix?
I do.
Okay. Has anyone actually checked out Oliver Stone's Untold History of the United States?
Very good.
Oh, you've seen it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who is that? I'm sorry.
Me.
Oh. Well, you don't sound like yourself.
Probably, I'm tired.
Okay, but I mean that I've only been able to get through 5 episodes so far in the last 3 days because they are just like that riveting. And honestly, I remember I used to watch with my father way back in the 70s. There was a series called World at War. And it was narrated by Laurence Olivier. Anybody remember that? No?
No.
Okay. Well, anyway, so.
I know it by heart.
Oh, okay. All right. And it was just like, wow, okay. Ugh, jeez, wow. And then I'm watching like this stuff from the Oliver Stone series on Netflix. And it's like, my God, it changes everything you feel about everything. And oh my God, I was Jesus.
See, all of this information that you're seeing with Oliver Stone and that, like all of that is there. It's all out there in books, in the history books, and only a certain few people knew this. It's not anything new, and it isn't anything that hasn't been out there in the public, but he's just bringing it to light. I mean, today I saw that they found a new coral reef off of Australia, off the Great Barrier Reef, which they didn't know was there before.
It's a seamount.
Yeah. So, every day history is history. You go back, and that's like when we have these auditors screaming about Nazis. You're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. Like Anselmo. Nazi. And like, listen, if you lived in a country that was run by Nazis, Anselmo, you'd be the first one shot.
The funny part about it is if he had said you're a brown shirt, the cop would have said, "What?"
Yeah, I'm thinking,
what's a brown shirt?
Yeah. And like in what state was he in? He was in New England somewhere before he went to Florida. Was he in Massachusetts? Because the troopers in Massachusetts wear the high boots, and he referred to them as Nazi uniforms, and they're stunning looking uniforms.
In case anybody's interested, the Cincinnati just tied the Saints with 13 seconds left.
I want to know who's taking Pennsylvania.
Cincinnati?
I'm sorry, Chicago. No, Chicago. I guess it's Chicago Bears, yeah.
I thought you said Cincinnati.
I thought it was. I don't know. I'm not that much on base football. It said C on the helmet, so what do I know?
You were just trying to segue into something different to avoid a conflict, right? Good for you. Wow.
No, I'm just looking for a distraction.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that works too. Kenny, where the hell are you?
I'm looking at the battleground states.
Gary's at it again.
Who's at it again?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's an old one.
That's okay.
Somebody, Shiva just put it up. I saw it earlier today.
Well, the way everything's looking at it, unless like some miracle happens for Biden, it's probably going to be Trump. And he's going to have to get a lot of votes based off of the Because think about it, if he loses Florida, he loses Texas. That puts Trump right back in the running. And then you only see a few more red states that'll give him a total of 30 more electoral votes, which will put him at 230. The rest go to Trump, unless some flips happen.
And those flips could happen with those mail-in votes.
That's what I'm saying. He's going to have to hope for those.
What is up with that? Oh, I'm sorry. Kenny, I can disagree with you on most anything.
And generally do.
Yeah, you generally do.
And what point does that prove?
It proves that this, okay. Okay, stop it.
Is there a point?
Yeah, where's the... That's what I'm waiting for, too.
Regardless of how I feel, Kenny respects my point of view.
Yes.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Feelings don't trump rights.
I love it. I love it. Yes, that was great.
That was a good one.
That was really good.
Dude, I was trying to help you.
You know, Florida's actually not that far off. If he comes through with the votes, he could win Florida.
They've already called Florida.
Well, they have, but they haven't had all the freaking mail-in ballots yet.
Yeah. Kenny, highlight May's comment with Anselmo in it.
Oh.
Oh God. He probably did too. And you know he believes him.
Yeah, that's the genius auditors there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is just great right there.
That's a good one.
Yes, Richard says Trump will take Florida. It's very possible, but you know, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, he's taking Florida.
I want to know Pennsylvania.
He's going to take Texas too.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is going to be the decider.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is like the big thing, isn't it?
Trump's
well, yeah, because like we only have like we have Philadelphia, we have Pittsburgh, we have Harrisburg, and I mean like everything else is very rural. I mean like you have rural, counties. We have.
Well, yeah, exactly, and that's probably why they're missing the 30,000 ballots in that county in Pennsylvania.
Well, that's the whole population of a county in Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you there.
I said that's the population of a whole county in Pennsylvania. 30,000 people in a county.
So that's pretty serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just which county? Tell me the county.
I'm trying to think. Oh shit.
It has to be like down towards Philadelphia, Harrisburg, Pittsburgh. Can't be up anywhere.
It definitely wasn't Philadelphia. It definitely wasn't Philadelphia. Shit.
Pennsylvania is a big energy state. So Biden's comments about the energy is going to hurt him there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're into fracking and there's oil in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of natural coal. But we don't have the coal that we used to. My grandfather, my father's father, owned a trucking business, and he used to haul coal to New York City. I mean, every day he had a fleet of 10 trucks, every day those 10 trucks hauled coal to New York City to heat, because I mean that was a heating thing, then.
Yeah.
But anthracite is, as far as deep mining in Pennsylvania, is long gone. Now it's more open,
So are you saying that like fracking? Honestly, I'm still confused about the whole fracking thing. But I mean, does that mean that fracking is off the table for Pennsylvania?
Well, no, it's a big thing in Pennsylvania, and Biden is against it.
Right.
Yeah, we'll let him go back to Maryland. He doesn't have any say in Pennsylvania.
But he was born and bred there.
No, he wasn't. He only lived here until he was a little kid when he left. Get over that. That's like Hillary, like Hillary.
in New York. Yeah.
That's like Hillary. She was in Pennsylvania for, like I think her grandmother or somebody lived here. Like big whoop she did.
You guys do realize I was joking when I said that, right?
About who?
Mm-hmm. About everything I said. About the fracking and everything.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I hope you were.
Power wagon. Take a look at the popular vote.
What happened? I saw that. Well, that's because they threw all the West Coast ones in there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh well, maybe Biden will be our next president.
I don't know. I think he's going to need a lot of turnout from the early voting and the mail-in ballots, I think, in order to win. That's my thoughts on it. Because the way it's looking right now, but then again, there's a lot of states that don't have a whole lot of, only like 25 or 50% of voting in, like Pennsylvania. So, I mean, if possible, there's counties that really like him that could pull him ahead. It's possible. He could still win Pennsylvania. Yeah. And that would be enough.
Kenny, but besides the whole presidential election thing, jeez, I mean, does it really affect any of us? Okay,
it does.
Yeah,
I don't think it does, to be honest with you.
Your local and state politicians will affect you more than a president will.
I know. I was just messing around.
It's more important.
Well, anyway, what I was going to suggest was, I see all these things on YouTube about ghost towns up for sale. You know, and it's just like,
I'd buy a ghost town.
I would love to buy one of these ghost towns, and could I do a GoFundMe through Kenny or you guys or anybody so I could buy a ghost town?
I have one that you can buy in Pennsylvania. Set up a GoFundMe and buy Centralia, Pennsylvania.
Buy a ghost town and make city ordinances where there's no public photography in buildings, and let the auditors come in and put them all in jail.
Well, Centralia, Pennsylvania has free heating. I mean, it's burning. The ground has been burning for years.
You have to admit that would be pretty awesome.
That'd be awesome.
If, like, little Bobby came rolling into town. I just rode out into the center of town and said, "What you doing here?"
What are you doing here in my? What are you doing here in my town?
What is the population of Pennsylvania?
What is it? Like I don't answer questions.
Well, you're gonna answer my questions right here, right now.
No, I don't answer questions. What does it look like I'm doing? It's that laughing someone has.
It looks like you're itching for a. Looks like you're itching for a beating. That's what it looks like to me.
If you touch me, I'll sue you. Well, it just so happens all the lawyers are on lunch break. You're shit out of luck.
Here's a fact I just looked up. I
could not repeat that verbatim what he said. Oh my god, that was good.
One fact.
May's got a bridge for you.
What?
May's got a bridge for you. But not a ghost.
I got a bridge for sale.
Is it San Francisco or Brooklyn?
No, it's London Bridge.
Oh, there we go, London Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my horrible Clint Eastwood interpretation, Robert. Yes, I know it's horrible. Don't sue me.
Westwood?
Clint Westwood. Nice. Good one, Robert.
That was good.
You really think if I'm Clint Westwood, you should be making comments like that about me? Do you? You know I have a chair here in front of me, and I'm not afraid to talk to it.
NJ Diver. Mr. Diver.
Where?
What's the population in New Jersey, the state of New Jersey?
It's the hell out of me. I'm not a statistician.
Oh, because I just looked up. I've lived in Pennsylvania all my life, and I never knew that we are the 5th most populous state, and we only have 12.7 million people.
Well, New Jersey's the most densely populated. We have more people per square mile.
That's incredible.
Well, 12 million people in the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, Pennsylvania is nothing but woods. You can drive for hours and hours and hours and hours and see nothing but woods.
Not on Route 80, you can't.
How many electoral votes does New Jersey have?
They already been counted because it went to Biden.
They have like 12 or something like that.
I was asking how many.
I think like 12 or something like that. Let's see.
How many electoral votes does Pennsylvania have?
Well, I mean, that's fine,
So you're getting tired there, Tim.
You think I'm tired?
Your voice sure sounds like it.
Well, you know, Kenny, we've been going 6 hours, right? 6.5.
Yeah, I know.
I'm willing to go the Jerry Lewis route.
No, we're not doing that.
20 and a half hours.
Yep, they have 14 electoral votes, New Jersey.
How much?
And you know what? I tell you what. You know, I tell you what. If every person that is willing to give like $50 to like Kenny's Patreon or something like that.
I have Patreon.
Do you have that, Kenny? Patreon? Yeah.
I don't have Patreon.
Okay. Anybody, you know, $50 to tell me to shut up, and I'll do it.
Are you threatening to keep talking if someone doesn't give $15? That's kind of fucked up.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, it is a form of terrorism. I admit.
It is. That's just messed up. Trump wins Ohio, it says.
Wow.
Yeah, it does seem like he's hit the electrical ceiling, Richard Norris. Unless, like I said, some bizarre turnout for the votes haven't been counted yet. That will go to the end of the week.
Yeah. The Associated Press has Pennsylvania. We have 52% of the votes in, and Trump has 56%. Biden has 41% so far.
Yeah.
And
it's all shaping up just like 2016, except for Arizona.
Yeah,
it really is. It is.
I'm looking at the map here, and it's like, wow, because there's a lot of pink and very few powder blues. So we don't even know yet.
Exactly. That's why I'm thinking it was looking real good for Biden early these days, but Trump stayed in with the old rope-a-dope and gonna knock Biden the fuck out.
Exactly.
Smokey, Chris Tucker's gonna send over Biden. He's like, "What happened? You got knocked the fuck out." Like on Friday.
Yeah. and actually, since you bring that up, I want to apologize to Morgie, from Australia, because
we have so many Morgies that come on, right?
So many
Morgies,
so many. You had to say Morgie from Australia, because there's so many.
And she was like, but she was like, oh, leave Biden alone. He has a stuttering problem. And I was like the first one. And I liked Biden to begin with.
He's got a yelling problem too. He's always yelling.
Oh, Joe, yeah.
Hearing.
Come on, man. But it was just like, I commend that guy on conquering his speech impediment. Honestly, I've been there. Not so much with the stuttering, but I understand that. But okay. But just because a guy is 80 years old, okay, doesn't mean that you can blame things on oh well, he stutters, or blah blah blah. Okay,
I think he did great.
Huh?
I think he was just shoved into this by the Democratic Party.
Biden?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Definitely.
They knew they didn't have anyone that could really challenge Trump, and they're like, "Dude, you need to do this." I don't know, man. They're like, "Dude, we need you." I don't know, and he pussyfooted along for a while. Then he came in. Yeah, I think he's done great for what for the little bit that he was in, and how he had the little bit to prepare. And he wasn't campaigning for like a year before. He came in kind of relatively late, and he's doing quite well. I mean, imagine if it would have been going up. This would have been Trump versus Bernie Sanders. I think that would have been. I don't know. I think that would have been even a bigger Trump victory.
You gotta understand. Trump was campaigning a split second after his hand left the Bible.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, he was on the campaign trail.
Absolutely.
Sure.
He's disputing Arizona. Who cares? He's gonna win. Why? God, this is why I don't like Trump on so many levels, because it's like, dude, you're winning. What do you need to bitch about? You're gonna win more than likely.
But Kenny, you just said it. You're winning. Okay? That's what he's been doing for some strange goddamn reason. Okay? He has accomplished almost everything that he promised voters in 2016, with the exception of the wall.
Well, that's debatable.
That's still in progress.
That's debatable. The wall.
Am I wrong?
He's done a lot. He's done a lot. He said he's going to, like I said, but he's done quite a bit of good things. It's just he needs they need to take his fucking phone away from him at all times.
He's an asshole.
Say like pretty much say, hey, look, Mr. President, you have an hour a day to be on your phone. And limit the sites he has on, have some sort of kitty lock on it to where you can't go to certain sites like Twitter. And he'd be great. Of course, they'd still find something to bitch about him about, but hey, at least they'd have to at least focus on his politics as opposed to the man, which is what a lot of the things do. And as you can see, as the voters are telling you, they're more worried about his politics than what the fuck he has to say.
And honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with them being more disturbed with Biden than a love for Trump.
You got to realize he lives in the White House. He works in the West Wing. one of the most secure places on the planet, and they can't control his tweeting.
I know. I know.
So you gotta give him credit for that, huh?
The guy is 72 years old, and he can't control himself.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty ridiculous. Well, look, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. You know, he's surrounded himself with yes men his entire life.
He's never had anybody tell him no. Never.
No, absolutely. And to think that he would think to do that as president, that was foolish. I think people know this. They just wanted something different. They wanted a change. They wanted someone that wasn't going to cowtail and wasn't going to get some shit done that he said he was going to get done. And that's what he did. And people like that. They respect him for that.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, the wall ain't built and the swamp's getting deeper.
Yeah.
No, the wall is not built, true, but he's made good on a few things. He got rid of NAFTA.
And Mexico ain't put a dime in, let alone a penny.
Oh no, yeah, that was. I think he even knew that was stupid.
Who said the wall?
I would hope.
Who said the wall isn't built?
He hasn't built any new walls.
Sure he has.
No, he
Replaced
hasn't.
existing wall.
Yeah.
There is no new yet.
I don't know about that. They've been building quite a bit down here in Texas, so.
See, now I'm confused.
Well, I want to go back to NJ Diver's comment about Trump being, living in a bubble, like in the White House and in the West Wing, and they can't control his tweets. You mean to tell me they can't put something in his phone and they can't block it?
Oh yeah, they could.
White House, really?
They could stop him if they wanted to. They could stop him.
Yeah, and look at the result of how many advisors, how many cabinet positions have exchanged hands in the last 3 years.
That's true. He just fires who he doesn't like, which is his prerogative, which I don't blame him.
You put a control in his phone, you're in the street.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. It wouldn't be done. My phone weighs 1 ounce more than it did before. You're fired.
You're fired.
Yeah, and Diva, correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be the ultimate. This would be the ultimate plan by Trump.
What plan?
To pit everybody against each other. And that's fine. I don't care.
Well,
so I
haven't seen this country as divided since the first place 1960s civil rights movement and Vietnam.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's going to argue with you that he's made this country very divisive, and I don't think no one really can argue that fact. He definitely
was divisive before he got in office,
but not as nearly as it was. As it is now. I mean, remember when the first 2016, there was brothers who were blocking other brothers because they said Trump was cool. I mean, before 2016, you didn't have that shit happening, right? In 2012, you didn't have that happening. There's people. There's the KKK is going around freaking talking about Trump. Like, Trump's the man and blah 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 and all this, holding Trump rallies. He had to what? He ended up having to
is dead.
The
KKK is dead.
You're a fool if you think that.
Wow. Well,
they've just gone underground. They're still there.
Yeah, you're a fool.
They may go by another name.
No, they go by the KKK. They're still around. They're on the watch list. They're definitely a hate group.
And that's fine. They should be. They should be.
They're not dead, dude. They're not dead. They're still around. They're not as active as they once were. They're not as public as they once were, but they're still there.
So it's like, before my father died, should I have cast him out as a racist?
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Like things he believed at the time? No, of course not.
That's the most ridiculous thing. That Trump's racist. That's idiotic.
Yeah.
I'll wager he could possibly be a closet racist.
Trump's no more racist than I am.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
answer the door. Hey, somebody.
Okay, Kenny's about to say, well, you're
not
you're
you. No, not racist. You. No, I wasn't talking about you. Like, I think I'm with NJ. I think he could possibly be a closet racist. Just for some of the things I've heard, some of the things I've seen, the ways he act, some of the, that he's not, so quick to condemn certain people and certain groups. I can almost think he might be closet racist. I can see that.
Look at the things that came out during his previous campaign. With that one newscaster on the bus, the statement he made about grabbing a certain piece of anatomy on a female.
I remember that.
Grabbing him by the pussy. Hey! I said it. I'm sorry.
Well, yours then.
Well, I mean, someone had to say it, right?
Not really.
Okay.
We all knew what it was. We all knew what it was.
Oh, okay.
And the interesting part about it is that newscaster lost his job.
Oh, wow. Didn't know that. Oh, the one that he was in the office. I mean,
yeah. Billy Bush.
Well, what were you going to do to Trump at the time? There's nothing that could have been done to him, And they played it off as locker room talk.
Yeah, look what happened to him in the Miss America pageant.
Yep. Then he had the whole Stormy Daniels debacle.
They distanced themselves immediately.
Which was smart. Yeah. But I mean, come on. I mean, that's something to, so he wanted to get something from a porn star. Who the hell hasn't wanted to get something from a porn star? I mean, come on. I don't blame him for that one.
And actually, when you think about it, I mean, if he was willing to give it all up for Stormy Daniels, of all porn stars, really?
Well, that may not be your preference, but it was his.
Yeah, what's wrong with Stormy Daniels?
Oh, okay. Here we go. So now you guys are defending Stormy Daniels.
So I'm just curious, what is your issue with Stormy Daniels? I'm just curious.
I mean, you would be nose to breast with her anyhow. She's taller than you.
Trump's gonna keep
you can motorboat her real quick and easy,
Okay, you guys are not making this easy for me.
That's still why exactly what's your issue with her?
I have no issue with her whatsoever. But I mean, it's just what is going on with all this stuff?
I personally would have went for Sunny Lane. That's just me.
Stormy Daniels is owed money by her own lawyer. If you remember, was CNN, Jake Tapper and Cuomo, they were touting her lawyer. What was his name again? Yeah, what was his name? Yeah, let's forget about that. Okay, but they were actually touting his name as someone to beat Trump. Everybody is looking for an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Everybody in America including middle America, the people who have to wake up at like 5 o'clock in the morning to, do their crops and shit like that. Okay. They're waking up to this shit and they're like, shut up.
Yeah, my wife gets up at 5:45 to go to work.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. So, and another thing I wanted. So we were talking about Trump. Now Biden's done some stupid shit as well. Biden, of course, is voting. The voting record he has, and there's talks that he's racist as well because of some of the way he voted in the past and different things. Not only that, but then the facts that he's really grabbing on kids, he's grabbing on women in general.
Yeah.
There are those things that they both have some things that aren't really kid friendly or voter friendly.
Yep.
So they're both tainted. Absolutely,
pretty equal on both sides.
Absolutely. So,
and Kenny, you remember when Rolando came on, and he was saying like, we think one person is racist, and we know one person is racist. And he said, black people think Trump might be racist, but black people know Biden is racist. And that was really telling for me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that really hit me.
You sure that's not just a sound bite?
From him? Maybe. I don't know. But to hear it, it's like, wow. You know what I mean?
Well, people
Who
say
am I to argue?
profound things, randomly all the time. Could have been just one profound moment.
Well,
you do know that originally Black America were Republicans.
Yep.
Well, duh.
Yeah, there's some weird switch that happened.
Yeah, it was
like the.
It was
with
the
30s.
No, with the whole.
Just watch the movie Lincoln.
Yeah, Lincoln.
Just watch the movie. That'll tell you all you need to know about the two parties.
Yeah.
What movie?
Lincoln.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yes.
And with all this talk about bowing out, I'm gonna do just that.
All right, Diver, have a good one, man. Sleep well.
I'm into Wednesday already.
All right, yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Well, I'm going to bed also and wake up in the morning and see where this is all at. Will you be on?
Yeah,
Kenny?
probably. No, definitely not.
I'm gonna bow out too. It's time. I got to go to work in the morning.
You're gonna leave me here with Tim.
Yep, I'm going to.
You gotta do this again on Monday night.
We can do math libs.
Yeah, we gotta do it again on Monday night to see actually what happened. Good call.
Yeah.
We actually find out who really won.
Yeah.
You can come up on Panel Hornet. Come up on Panel Hornet. It'll be all good. I know. I saw him. Yeah. So far, it's Biden.
Hey, May, is there any way you might come up?
Oh, Extortion Watcher's still here. What's up, Extortion? Or did you just come back in? Probably the lesser evil. So I'm guessing you guys think Trump is the bigger evil and Biden the lesser evil. Okay, fair enough. A lot of people think that way, and a lot of people think the other way. Guess it just depends.
Texas just called for Trump?
Well, I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, that's what Gary is saying.
It's not showing up on this map yet, but he's pulling away. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
he's pulling away. So they probably could call it, but then again, it's only it's 78%. Yeah, it's pretty much over. 80% of the vote. And then Florida, he's starting to pull away in Florida. Yeah, he's got Florida on.
What about Pennsylvania, Kenny? And then I'm going.
Oh my God, he's almost a million ahead in Pennsylvania. I think it's safe to say he's going to win Pennsylvania.
Okay.
It's 56% of the vote. So unless there's a lot of people that came in and say, wait a minute, we don't like this, Joe, it's possible, but it's not looking probable.
It's all my fault, Kenny.
Probably. And this one, Maine, is pretty. Joe Biden's got that one. It looks like on lock. Minnesota,
Kenny,
he's way ahead.
Is Omaha in the house?
He was. I don't know if he's still here.
Well, if he comes back, let's bring him up, please.
If he comes on.
Yeah, I guess he was on. So.
Yeah, it's pretty much like it's gonna. It honestly, it's gonna come down to the write-in ballots, the mail-in votes is what's going to come down to. Yeah. We'll find out probably Monday.
I think Florida is going to be the whole linchpin, and this. It always is. Florida always comes causing some sort of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Too many. You guys want to talk to me about this time?
Tim, you wanted him up for some reason. What do you want? Tim? Really? Quiet.
I need to get a haircut, dude. Man, I need to go get me some women.
Did you go vote?
Nah.
Why not?
I'm about to get me an older chick, bro. I'm about to vote for. I'm going to vote for older Cougars 2021. That's what I'm voting for. Cougar life. Give me a milk.
Say something until next Thursday to count their mail-in ballots. Next Thursday? Jeez.
That's a lot of fucking ballots. Till next Thursday? What's today? Wednesday. Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. Oh, you're in California.
I'm in California.
That's what it is. Yeah, today's Wednesday here. So you're still in the past? What are you still doing in the past, dude?
That's how it is.
Yeah. That's crazy. You still in the past? What are you doing back there?
Tired.
Wow,
It's been a long night.
Okay.
Tim, are you there?
Try to go back in the past.
Yeah, Tim is just gone. Texas, Florida, Trump. Yeah, so you're not interested in the thing at all, huh?
Not really, man, because they don't do shit for me.
Well, they just gave Trump. They just gave Biden Hawaii.
What? I think Trump's gonna win though.
Trump's gonna win, more than likely.
Yeah, I think he's gonna win. I think he's gonna come back for a second term, and the people are gonna be mad and riot. They're gonna riot.
People are gonna be mad. People are gonna be mad. That's for damn sure.
Yep.
Well, I'm not gonna be mad. It is what it is,
I don't give a shit.
He didn't destroy the country his first 4 years. He's not going to destroy the country his next 4 years. It's all good. We're going to survive.
After that, he ain't gonna be able to run anymore. So
we will be done. He can't run after that, and everything's done. It's all good.
Yeah.
He did some good stuff. Maybe he'll do some more good stuff.
Maybe he might get Kenny Klein 2020.
Yeah, that ain't gonna
2025. Or maybe we get Mills 2025.
I mean 2024.
Yeah.
So you wanted him up on here. What did you want him for? He came up because he heard you.
Kenny, I would serve as your vice president unconditionally.
Unconditionally? So you suck his. Never be quiet.
What?
Oh, whoa. No.
Nah, you said unconditionally. Don't go there, man. If a girl tells me unconditionally, I will love. I will, whatever, dude. Maybe I'm tripping. I'm sorry. I'm tripping. I'm tired.
Hornet, help me out. Oh, wow.
I made bad decisions. I just realized.
So, Tim, you wanted him up here. You said, can you have him up here? What did you want him up here for?
Say what?
You said, if Omar's coming, can we get him to come up here? What did you want him up here for?
I don't remember wanting anybody up here for anything.
Oh my God, are you serious?
It's all right, Tim. Tim, I understand. I understand. Hey, Tim, how you doing? I have a question. Are you a doggy? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're just an adorable little doggy, aren't you? Gotta pet you.
Wow.
What are you talking about?
I gotta pet you when I see you. I gotta pet your doggy. Gotta pet you, doggy. Just an adorable little doggy right there. Just a
He's talking about your little doggy picture you have, Tim.
I'm talking about him being a doggy.
Wow.
That's his real picture. He's just a cutie. Cutie. You know, he's just a cutie. Come here. I have to pick you up. Don't bite. I'm gonna have to put you down if you bite. No, I wouldn't put my doggy down. That's a good doggy right there.
The more you talk, the more of a perv you sound like. You do realize that, right?
I'm talking about how cute the doggy is. I'm not talking about sex. You're all right. You're all right, buddy. I'm tired. I just want to go to sleep.
What's the whole thing about the pretty doggy here? Pretty doggy.
It's adorable. Give a little puppy. That's
Well,
like a puppy.
actually, I do appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you, because I got that for my mom before she passed away.
Oh, okay.
And now that was her best friend.
Oh, what?
So.
No, that's not good. I mean, that's good. Well, sorry for your loss.
Yeah, you're kind of feeling like shit now, aren't you?
A little bit, but we got Kenny. We got Kenny Klein to make it right. So Kenny.
But you know what? Hey, Kenny can make it right, but I can make it right too.
You're right.
We're everything's okay. Okay. Wow.
Hey, I know Trump. Look, I know Trump's gonna win.
Yeah, he possibly is going to. It is shaping up that way. That's for sure.
And if Trump wins, I heard Lindsey Graham won again. How do these fucking bullshit ass Republicans win like that, dude? These Republicans that don't do shit. How do they win? I feel like they rigged that shit, dude.
Well, Democrats that don't do shit win too, to be fair.
Bingo. Right. Thank you.
But I feel like they rigged that election, dude. I think he should have lost.
No, he had he had stiff competition. Just he was able to keep his base. Mitch McConnell won too.
I know, and they both suck.
I don't mind Lindsey Graham so much. I don't like Mitch McConnell, but Lindsey Graham, I can stomach him because he won't take shit from Trump. So I give him respect for that.
But he don't do shit for the regular people. So either way, he sucks.
Well, I'm not under his constituent, so I don't know what he's done or what he hasn't done.
All I know what I've done is I'm about to go to sleep.
Yeah, I think I'm about to head this one out too.
Man, bro, go 24 hours.
Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. All I know
Not gonna
is
happen.
that all I know is that I'm not anti-Semitic or anything like that, but I would love to punch Chuck Schumer in the mouth.
He's annoying.
I mean, he's getting bad now. He's getting bad now.
I'm just trying to get some Medicaid and some free college.
What?
Maybe a higher minimum wage. And that's all we need. And maybe prison reform, criminal justice reform. We need some reform in our. We need our fucking jails to look like. We need to make our jails more comfortable, dude. I don't understand why they're not. Like in Norway, motherfuckers got like hotel regular bed style fucking jails. Like they're living in. They got their own kitchen and everything. Why can't we do that? I mean, I get you're in jail, but you're not. You're not sentenced.
You just opened up a whole big thing now. I'm curious now what you're talking about.
Check Norway's prisons. They are comfortable, dude. If I got locked up in Norway, I wouldn't even be stressed. I mean, it would suck to be away from people, but I wouldn't be stressed. And they still got to get out a couple hours a day, take care of their business. Why can't we do that here? I don't get it. We go to jail, you got to sit in that bitch. Like, and if you lose shit and you're innocent, then sorry, we can't help you.
Well, think about it this way. Why make prison nice? That means people wouldn't mind being there. The whole point of prison is you don't want to go there. So
You're right, but you're innocent until proven guilty. I mean, you're innocent until proven guilty. I was gonna say guilty until proven innocent because that's what it feels like. But you should make our jails comfortable in the sense that we can have a nice little bed, not perfect, but like decent sized bed. We should be able to get out a couple hours a day to take care of shit we need to take care of on a tracker, of course, or we gotta be escorted by whatever guard. You can be escorted. That's fine. But
I get it. And
you shouldn't be losing your place, especially when you can't afford bail, man. That's bullshit, dude. If you can't afford bail and you just sitting there losing your shit because you ain't got nobody to help you out, that's unfortunate. And then if you get found innocent, then you're fucked. Then you're gonna go back to jail because you ain't got nothing else to do.
Yeah, no, agreed.
Exactly.
No, agreed. It's like I agree with you. I'm all for fixing the criminal justice system and the prison system. I think they both need reform horribly, but at the same time, making prison more hospitable isn't gonna help anybody.
Actually, it does. Can you check out Norway?
You're there for a reason.
It does actually help because motherfuckers ain't trying to be locked up and motherfuckers ain't trying to stay away from their families. Here's the thing: Norway's prisons. Wait, hold on. Norway
doesn't have the crime we have. Norway doesn't have the crime we have either.
No, but Norway.
They don't have the historic. They don't have the murder that we have here. They don't. They have crime, but they don't have the link. Not only just
they rehabilitate. You just throw a person in jail and then they don't want to rehabilitate. They don't want to help. They just sit your ass in there until you get out. Even if you do get out, you ain't got nothing to get out to. Then how's that helping when you lost your place? Or if you're innocent.
Here's the thing. I agree with one particular thing. I agree with you that there needs to be more emphasis on rehabilitating. Maybe giving somebody like we learned earlier a few times on the stream that in Australia they used to be able to give you a skill when you got out of jail to help you change your life when you got out. I wouldn't be opposed to something like that. Just things to help you so you don't end up back there. Yes, we do need to worry about that, not just the punishment, but at the same time, they don't need to make it comfortable where people will live there rent free, you know what I mean, and just deal with it. We already have that enough. Imagine if you made it comfortable, how much more people would do. Think about this. If you made prison comfortable with all this good stuff, let's say for some reason you lost your house. You're like, well, shit, I can either go out on the streets or I can go to this freaking hotel in like prison. Which one are you going to choose?
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing on that. Here's the thing. people don't want to be away from their family. I get what you're saying as far as losing your house and all that, but look, people don't want to be away from their family. Freedom is important.
Sure.
Now, I can see you talking about 30 days in jail or some shit, but like most people like their freedom over prison any day of the week, no matter where, no matter how comfortable it is. But the fact is that people look, if I can't get out and take care of business that I need to take care of until I'm found guilty. Now, when you're found guilty, that's different. But when you're innocent and you can't afford bond, you should at least be able to get at least 2 to 3 hours out of the jail to be able to take care of it. Now, if you break the rules and bring contraband in, then yes, you get suspended, you punished, and you don't do this for a week or two or whatever, right? You learn your lesson, you don't do it again. That's fine. But, let people want to take care of their business, take care of business, Put them on a tracker. If you got to drug test them, drug test them. If you got to, breathalyze them, breathalyze them.
Well,
That's
what do you
fine.
consider? What would you consider business?
Rent, paying your bills, taking care of your financial stuff.
If you're in prison, what rent? How are you going to pay your rent?
I'm not talking about like if you get disability or you got stuff you need to remove out of your house because
but when you're in prison, your Social Security stops.
Not necessarily. If you get SSDI, if you get SSDI, it doesn't stop.
No,
if you get SS, depending on
yeah, it does.
Yeah, they stop everything. You don't get any kind of government assistance when you're locked out. They stop it all. You don't get shit. Yeah.
Well, why can't let you just go to work and then come back to the jail, so you can keep your place?
They have work release programs, and the incentive is don't do stupid shit to get.
Yeah, but
out.
motherfuckers be innocent too, dude. Motherfuckers out here be innocent though. And not everybody that goes to jail is guilty, dude.
No, agreed. I agree with you completely. I do agree with you.
That's just the point, man. Like, if you're in jail and you're innocent, you're innocent until proven guilty. You should be able to still go to work because not everybody gets work release. Like, if I went to jail right now, I wouldn't get work release. They wouldn't even give it to me because of my record. But motherfucker, I'm not a flight risk. I wouldn't fly. I wouldn't flee anything. I don't got nothing to flee to. Where the fuck am I go? I got to go.
Do you have a felony record?
I have one felony. That's it. One felony over some words. Over words.
Terroristic threats. If you don't mind me asking.
Terroristic threats. They said I threatened the police, and I didn't. Fucking bastards lied.
Well,
you know how that is. You know how that is, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm filling with some bullshit, dude. I didn't do. But yeah, the whole point is, though, man. Like, I think as long as you're innocent, you're not found guilty, you should be able to at least get out a couple hours of the day. Whether you get a part-time job at work, or whether you're taking care of your bills, or you got kids, or whatever you got going on, you should still have some little bit of freedom to do something. Know.
But I understand I understand the premise of what you're saying, but prison is about you losing your freedoms. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but prison's when you're guilty. That's we're talking about county jail.
Okay, so you're talking about county jails.
County.
Okay, well, you're being held until if you can afford bond, you can get out, right? Not everyone can afford bond. True.
Well, your bond is fucking $10,000 for some petty ass misdemeanor. Yeah.
Not everyone can afford it, and especially now at this day and age with COVID, trials are being set. So people are in prison longer than maybe they should, or for certain reasons or whatever. But at the same time, like, look, I look at it this way. Yeah, if you're innocent, I can understand. I would understand you're being upset about certain situations, about that sort of thing. But you just gotta trust that the system is going to work out in the long run.
Nah, fuck that. That system ain't working out. That system don't work out for no better. You're gonna fuck around. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose your place. You're gonna lose your place before you work out. Yeah, you're gonna lose everything before it works out. Yeah, it'll work out when you lose shit. Yeah, when you spend all this money for bullshit that you didn't do. But hey, guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. My phone's about to die. It's at 1%. So whatever.
Okay. Hey, if you don't think it's going to work out, okay, I'll give you a quick suggestion, okay? When you take the razor blade to your wrists, make sure you go lengthwise across your arms, okay? Stop blaming everybody else for your fucking problems. Am I clear?
What's up, Warrior Kid? I think his phone died.
I thought y'all done left.
No. We were talking about that, and then I don't know. He doesn't seem to understand that.
What the fuck?
We
all have fucking problems, Kenny. Everybody has problems. Okay, and you know what? Honestly, I think I've mentioned this before on panel. Okay, I am a suicide survivor.
Mm.
Okay, that means I couldn't even get that right. Okay, but maybe I did. So bring this guy up again, and I'll give him further instructions.
I agree, but I do kind of. I think something should be done in a certain, somewhat what he said. When people who lose their house, when they're innocent, if they're found innocent, maybe something could be done to where they can get some sort of, housing. Because I mean, if they turn out innocent and they're just kept in jail and they can't release their bond, they lose their house because of it. That could ruin their life, and they were innocent. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I do.
So I mean, I think that's what he was trying to get at, but he said it in the Omaha type way.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I don't believe him.
Yes, but I don't know. What are some ways you think that could help? Because that's a tough situation. It's like, is it really the state's fault or the state's burden to help them that situation? You know what I mean? Yeah, they did make a mistake, but then they had sort of evidence, that led to it. I mean, where does the state's burden to fix this kind of situation fall? And when is it just kind of like, well, you win some, you lose some sort of thing,
I mean, Kenny, honestly, the state owes us nothing.
That's what it falls down to. I agree. Doesn't seem right, but I 100% agree with you. And I feel like it's my dick for even saying that and thinking that, but at the same time, it's like it makes sense. Absolutely.
And it bugs me to say that.
Yeah, me too.
Because people need help. I
Agreed.
understand that too.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
That's why, when I try to talk to Omaha, he seems like a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll help anyone, Kenny. You know that,
or
maybe you don't know that. You know that now.
Mm-hmm.
That
was amazing. I think everybody
really bad places, and
I think everybody's kind of like shocked that you kind of went there. I was shocked when you said it. I was like, maybe just say something nice. And he said, the way you said it was just like, so Omaha, do this. When you cut yourself with the thing, make sure you do horizontally, okay? I'm like, did he just say that? I'm like, did Tim just say that? I'm like, no. I'm like, there's got to be some sort of joke. And then he went off. I'm like, damn, Tim.
No, I said it.
Oh, it was surprising as hell. That shocked me. I'm like, damn, Tim went to fucking town.
But now I do believe he is more racist than I ever seen anybody.
He definitely likes to pump up the race card and when it suits him. That's for sure. He's been known to do that.
Who, me?
No, not you. No, not you.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, of course not you. You like to throw up the vertically challenged thing.
Hey, I'm a foot shorter than you, so shut up.
Oh God! I'm sorry, War Eagle Kid. Go ahead.
I mean, he brings it up a lot more than most people do about the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think he does have something wrong with him, and it sort of makes you feel sorry for him because to me he's not seemed like he tried to do anything about it.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you listen to like him talk and you see him go on the panels, he's actually a good kid. He has a good head on his shoulder. Well, maybe not good. He has a good heart. You know, he wants to help people where he can.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it makes you want to help him. But you know, you can only help someone if they want the help, or if they'll listen to you, or if they'll take your advice. You know.
Well, like to say, you got to help yourself before somebody else gonna help you.
Exactly. Yeah, people can offer you, you know, and we're with this whole talk just about the prison system. It's like he wants the government to make it easier in prison. Well, if prison's not supposed to be about a comfortable place. If it were a comfortable place, there'd be a lot of people that aren't on the streets that will be in prison right now because they're like, shit, 3 hots a cot. I get a tanning put bed. I can Olympic size pool. Freaking the spot, you know, man, people would be all up in that. And how much would that cost the taxpayers, you know?
Well, the prison system actually should go back the way it used to be. Self-sufficient. They had to grow their own food and everything. They had to work.
I agree. And it would make it a lot less cost effective on, you know, the taxpayers too. They'd have to grow their own food. If they didn't do it right, well, guess what? Sorry.
But you know, I've been in this world for 59 years, and I've never been put in jail or been even thought about going to jail. But that's just the way I was raised by my parents. If I'd ever gotten in trouble, they wouldn't come and get me out of it.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, because they were like, you know, you get yourself into it, you get yourself out of it.
Correct. So I mean, we got to go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll just now comment on what Catnat said. Yeah, he just wanted more like a hotel. Go ahead.
But I mean, it's you put yourself in that trouble a lot of times.
Right. Absolutely.
And I mean, you can do things without having to go out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's a good point, Power Wagon. If he thinks the prisons here are bad, man, there's a show on Netflix and Amazon called The World's Most Deadliest Prisons. He needs to watch those shows, and he can see what a bad prison experience is all about.
Well, even when they say it's bad living in this country, there's some other countries you probably wouldn't want to be in. I don't think this country is as bad as people think it is.
You know, if he wants a good prison, he needs to commit a federal crime so he can go to a Club Fed.
Club Fed. Yeah.
He can go to a Club Fed. Commit a federal crime. Go to Club Fed.
Where they actually wear white shirts after September.
It's a little bit better it's better in prisons than it used to be. I mean, they get TVs and everything else in prison now.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, I think I agree about if somebody's innocent, you know, it's not hard to be found guilty. It is hard to get out if you are innocent.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's the thing. I kind of agree with him on that, but I'm not sure what could be done about that situation, you know, that everyone would agree with, you know?
Well, the only good thing is they have the DNA test.
All honesty, you know, I'm totally just, you know, I don't feel anything, you know, for you or anything, but I want to help if I can. Anybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, you know, I'm sorry. You know, there it is. Everybody knows that's what I am. I just want to help as many people as I can.
Yeah, but you gotta take care of yourself. I understand helping people, but you also got to take care of yourself before you help people, and not put yourself in that situation.
You got a good point there.
You can't take care of everybody.
Well, you can help, a few people.
Yeah, you can help. I know that, but I'm just saying you can't help people to the point it's gonna put you in a where you need help.
Well, looks like they finally announced him taking Florida. He's gonna win Texas. That's for goddamn sure. It still hasn't announced yet, but he's gonna do it. What's up, Joe Cool?
Oh God, who's this?
That was good, guys.
Not much. Just hanging out, checking out the thing. Omaha was just here, so we were talking about prisons, and now you're here. What's up?
Hey, buddy.
So the black thing, the black guys come in and we talk about prison.
You just know he came up and we were just
That was
talking
a
about
joke,
it.
Kenny. That was a joke.
He was saying how he wished prisons were more like a hotel. Yeah, pretty much, Joe. Pretty much.
I don't know about that one, right?
Right.
I've never been to prison. I've been to jail, and it's got to be better than it is. It's inhumane.
No, I agree.
If you're gonna lock a nigga up, I think you've taken it upon yourself to give that cat decent care, and it is, I ain't been there in a very long time, but when I was there, it was horrible.
Yeah, like I said, I'm all for fixing the current system we have. It's broken. It needs to be fixed. But he was talking about things like bigger beds, swimming pools. I mean,
he's a knucklehead, though.
Yeah, he is.
He's a knucklehead.
I
was tuning in to you, Kenny, to ask. I was looking for an update on the electoral count, and I thought you. I went to my lives, and sure enough, you were live, and sure enough, you had the fucking count up here.
Yep.
I didn't see it nowhere else. Just saying.
That's interesting because there's quite a few shows talking about the election, but this is the only one that's actually showing the electrical vote. That's odd.
Well, I didn't want to go to fucking CNN. I wanted to go to someone I knew. I didn't want to go to one of those shows. And none of our people talking about the Electoral College right now. Swamp is talking about his shit. Joni, all just giving their opinions.
Gotcha.
Kenny Klein, you have actually trumped CNN and Fox News and MSNBC because Joe Cool thinks you are the man.
Yes, you trumped him, at least in my humble eyes. Yes, you did.
Hey, man, Joe Cool coming on here makes this stream just that much better, man.
My man. I appreciate that tons, man. I do.
Yeah. Oh, I subscribe to you, and I've been checking out your videos. You got some good stuff, man.
My man, thank you for that, bro. For real. I'm not ready for no audit or Omegons and press or nothing, but I'm doing what I can, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm out here tonight. I just hit it was a shooting, 2 people. One guy ran half a block, and there was another shooting. I was just left where they were looking for these shells and shit out in someone's front yard. It's been busy in Chicago tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, comfort dog.
Absolutely, comfort dog. That's absolutely true. Yeah, I think more prisons should be getting ready to get people when they get out. So they have some sort of, so they don't end up committing more crimes, getting their lives on.
If they sincerely wanted that, Kenny, that's what they would do. They would invest in them getting out if that was what they sincerely wanted. Anyone that's been in there for any significant amount of time certainly needs help. And if that's what you want to do, if it's rehabilitation, then do that. If it's correction, do that.
Mm-hmm. And what I find interesting is I am waiting for a candidate that wants to put these type of issues at the forefront of their campaign. Why not fix the justice system?
It look like we're gonna die before that happens.
I know.
What do we do, man? I didn't even vote for neither one of these cats, bro. I'm tired of choosing between shot and stabbed and beat with a fucking baseball bat.
Right, absolutely.
How do we change this? This takes up more of my mind time than anything else. How do we make the system fair? How do we change it? I think we got a shot now. All races together. I've never seen that in my life. All over the world, never seen it in my lifetime. I think we got a shot, but we're not smart enough. It's bullet holes all in the wall where I am. I think we had a shot at it now, man, and I really don't want to squander it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do we do, Joe?
I don't know. I got a couple theories. One is we have to come together. That triple braided cord is not easily broken theory. We have to come together and recruit as much people as we can. And we can't do the divided us versus them, whether it be white, black, Dem, Republican, whatever it is. We can't do that. Everybody must find what we agree on and come to. And as far as government, I think it needs to be local. It needs to be shorter. You can't have someone in there for 50 years and making millions of dollars. They'll pervert the job. I need my plumber to be able to be a fucking a congressman or something. And it should be a short period of time. And then he should leave. You can't have motherfuckers. I got a few ideas, but nothing major.
Kenny? Kenny is like shocked.
No pressure, Kenny. No pressure, right?
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a minute. What did you say?
Timmy and Joe Cool are like cool with each other?
He said something like, how do we change this system? And it's a tall order. It's a big task. It's a big question.
It really is. It's going to take more than our three minds to come together, our four minds to come together and do something like that. It's a question for far smarter men than us.
But still, let's assume. Wait. I'm not ready to accept that, Kenny. Let's assume we're all we get right now. Let's assume everyone else is idiots, and we are the most intelligent niggas left.
Okay. Let me think.
What do we do? How do we solve the problem, or what must be done? Either one of those.
Honestly, I think the best way, and it's not the most practical way, I think you have to tear down the entire system and rebuild it back up brick by brick.
Listen, I would have thought that way. Let me screen record that. Wait a minute. That was dope.
That's the only way I think it's not practical, though. It's not.
It is not, right? Because we're going to rebuild the government. I love the Constitution. We're going to use a lot of the shit we use now. It is not practical. However, history, I think, has proven how it will not change unless we, damn it, do something radical. They thought in the 60s it would change. The women thought they were going to change some. The suffrage movement, it never really changes.
Yeah. It ain't practical, but it is realistic, right?
Oh, it's the only reason.
Well, go ahead.
How else could it be done? I mean, I just don't see it. Because the old guard would never want to give up their, power.
Power is never relinquished. It must be taken. So there's some famous dude said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a serious question?
Sure, go.
Okay. Oh, okay. Take another hit. Yeah. Did you vote today?
Uh-oh.
No, I'm serious. I'm asking.
Are you talking about me? I was going to say, let me be a dick and assume everyone in here voted for Trump. I voted for neither candidate.
Nah,
I've been to polling places. I've been to polling places filming since this morning, but I did not vote.
I voted for Jorgensen.
Jorgensen? Who's Jorgensen?
Libertarian.
Oh, the Swedish guy. Jorgensen.
Yep, I didn't like Biden, and I didn't want to vote for Trump, so I voted for Jorgensen.
Yeah, I wrote in. I wrote in for Kenny.
Yeah!
Hey, I at least got one.
Kenny would not be the word.
Comfort Doll voted for Kanye. So you were one of the 5,000 Comfort Doll. Oh, did you see Kanye got like something like 6,000, 7,000
Hey,
votes?
where you stay at, Joe? I feel bad now. One of my friends asked me to drop him off at home. I told him I can't. I'm on a panel now. I feel bad, but he's running to the bus now.
About 7,000 people voted for Kanye. I kid you not.
So not get me started.
Yeah.
I kid you not. Like, and in Vermont, like almost 2,000 people in Vermont voted for Kanye. Vermont, Joe.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And he got like 7,000 in Colorado.
Well, he actually got a couple votes. I'm shocked that motherfuckers didn't mind throwing their shit away like that.
I know. I'm just like, damn, he actually got some votes. That's crazy.
It is, right? I'd rather people vote for their mom, sister, brother than Kanye.
Kanye, I know, right? Right? Like, hey, vote for your neighbor's cat before you vote for Kanye.
Right before you vote for Kanye, Uncle Tom, man.
Oh, man.
For real, yo. Don't get me started on that, dude.
That's funny.
You are the man. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
Now, sorry, Kenny, but Joe.
Yeah, musically wise, Kanye is decent.
The man.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. Kanye is cool. Yeah, his music is good, but yeah, he is an idiot Comfort Doll. Absolutely.
Yeah, he has girl. All right, here's my issue of one of many with this dude. This is the same Jesus Walk cat that said Bush don't like black people.
Oh,
and I didn't like him because of the way he dressed, I didn't like him, right? Motherfuckers in Chicago have never supported him because he's square. And but they're certainly not none of the cats I hang out with. He did that and we was kind of in his corner. He might not be so bad. And fucking a year ago, he's dancing in Trump's office, giving him hugs and a blowjob, man. I was salty as fuck. Wearing MAGA hats and shit. I get your traitor ass out of here, man.
Yeah. Wow. So there's already reports that people are gathering in case Trump wins. The National Guard already being called to some places to squash the destruction. That is just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Come on now. He didn't destroy the country. He didn't destroy the country in 4 years. He ain't going to destroy it in the next 4 years.
Say that again. I was coughing.
There's reports of protesters already gathering in case Trump wins. The National Guard already being called to some places to squash destruction.
That's true.
It's ridiculous.
It is, right? I don't know, man. The world is different, though, right? A cop, now I said this earlier, could clearly shoot a guy coming at him with a gun and a knife, literally stabbing the cop. He shoot him and kill him now. He's on the news. There's riots, motherfuckers is running their cars off into cliffs in the buildings and shit. It's a different fucking world. That's why everybody boarding up their businesses right now. They expect this to be some Rodney King type shit for some fucking reason. I think nothing's gonna happen. I'm out here just in case, but I'm not expecting nothing, man.
I hope not. I really hope not, because man,
they are gathering in the streets, Joe. I've seen some streams. They are gathering. They're at the Staples Centers now. Police are using little pepper balls and all that bullshit.
Really?
Yeah. It's happening, bro. They closing up in fucking DC, somewhere else. A few people like that boarding shit up. I ain't been downtown here, but they are expecting the worst, and people are gathering tonight. That's right.
I just hope there's no Reginald Denny shit going on. You remember him?
These people can't control themselves. They'll do something stupid. If they do something, they'll do some dumb Reginald Denny shit. I think
they will. I think so too.
Because there's going to be people that show up to protest, but there's going to be those people that come out just to start shit.
Yes, and that mob mentality is really strong. That scares me, man. I see it everywhere. That mob mentality. If someone don't get in there quick and stop it, like I've been to a lot of protests, someone try to bust a window, get cop shit or something, everybody surround them and get them out of there quick. If you don't do that and you allow it to foster, oh my goodness, I've been in somewhere, I've been in the stores where they're looting. I didn't steal shit. I've been in there when the very first window broke in Chicago downtown. I was there. I've been in those as well. You got to stop it quick.
Wait. You never stole shit? Honestly?
Not at this riot, motherfucker. When I was young, when the Bulls won, I ran my car into a building. But now, I needed a phone. And I was in the phone store. I didn't even reach down and pick up a fucking iPhone. None of that shit. And I'm on camera. I went live with it.
And think of this, like everyone already knows that the election is going to be called today. So at the end of the day, when they're done, that means, and I'm hearing you probably won't be knowing until next Monday. So that means if the looting and the protesting begins today, it's going to go on all week. And it's just going to escalate and get worse and worse and worse because we're not going to know.
And he's right. If someone challenges it, whoever it is, it's going to go on and they start saying, well, hey, I want to count the other ballots that came in. Well, we got to go to court and figure that out. This shit could be prolonged and the streets could erupt.
So, yeah, someone was saying that we might not even, I think Sean Zach was in here and he was saying that he doesn't think that we're going to be able to elect a president by the it's even in inauguration day. It's possible. It's possible with all the court cases and the Supreme Court and all that. It's very possible.
Let me put this by you. Well, you're quite right. It's possible too. It's a scary proposition. Let me put this by you. And I don't think this will happen. But what if those things happen? Trump loses, Biden wins, and Trump is saying no, I don't believe it. I want every ballot counted, or I think that they shouldn't allow these in. It goes to court, inauguration rolls around. Trump says, I'm not stepping down. We are not certain who's president yet.
We're talking about that too. He's got himself barricaded in the White House.
Riots occurred that moment. Hell, I'm heading the streets then. Right? My goodness.
I would hope there would be people that are around him at that point that would kick his ass out. Like, no, you
can't. His wife or something. Get your ass out of here.
Right? Like, no, you can't do that. That's just not gonna happen. Friggin' maybe Pence will come in and like kick him out by his ear and like, here you guys go, America. We can't have this type of shit going on.
Would that shock the shit out of you, bro?
It would. It would shock me, but I wouldn't be too thoroughly surprised. Or if nothing else, if he doesn't do it, it wouldn't surprise me if some of his supporters wouldn't call for him to do it.
Yeah,
even if he didn't do it.
Today I called one of my friends. I left a comment on his vid. True story. He was slamming Biden. I left a comment. I forgot what it was. I forgot the first part. It was harmless. And then I said, and I shouldn't say this, but it's a black guy. And I said, are you a Republican? Oh my God. Everybody got my info here immediately. I wish I could show you the text. You house nigga this and that. He lost his fucking mind. I give him the be nice. Be nice. And I told him, you're getting a bit emotional, and all I did was ask you if you're a Republican, and then I slipped in and remember, you shouldn't be throwing rocks, glass houses, and all. You know what I'm saying? And he flipped again. You don't like Uncle Tom ass house, nigga. I'm gonna come beat you up. I'm like, dude, you're in your feelings because I asked if you're a Republican. And then
it's almost like he felt kind of like ashamed of being a Republican, almost, didn't it?
I was gonna say, I didn't know that at the time. He's got a white wife. He catches shit because he's like, I don't know, pro this, on that end of it. I didn't know that he was sensitive about it and people are giving him shit about it.
I got you.
I found out the hard way today, bro. Apparently he's on the plane coming to
Man.
Chicago. He said he gonna fuck up me. He got about 5 cops he want to beat up. SJB, he want to go get him. This dude is mad. Jeff is here. He want to go get Jeff. He's mad.
That's crazy. Yeah, Adam, you're right, but I still think Trump's going to end up winning it. It's just unless like there's some miracle, unless there's so many votes, I don't think there's enough votes to make a huge difference for Biden. I think it's Trump all the way on.
I think it's super close, man. I think it's gonna be super close, and I think Trump edges the victory.
Yeah, I think Trump's gonna win too.
Joe, let me ask you something. Because you're a black guy, right?
I am.
From what I can tell, viewing. Okay.
If you could look around, Joe, where I am, look how fat that nigga is. You know when she black. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if y'all can see that.
No. Turn it back.
Hold on. She went in the store. Now she in the store.
I need to see the booty.
She got on them tight fucking leg warmers. Anyway, what were you saying? I know, right? But anyway, she's bad.
Way to distract me.
Wait till she come out. I'm gonna flip it again when she come back out.
So Tim, you're gonna ask him something.
I'm sorry, Kenny. What was that?
You're gonna ask him something.
Oh yeah. What? How are you feeling at this moment? Things are being said all over the place. On different platforms like Facebook and Twitter, and here on YouTube. How do you feel? I'd really like to know that.
You mean as a black cat in a black perspective, understand I'm just one black dude and understand I am ghetto. I'm in the neighborhood where, all the murders occur in the murder capital. We are the murder capital of Chicago. This corner in particular, I'm that dude. So my perspective is skewed is why I'm saying all that. So I'm going to give you some radical shit here. Because I'm really prefacing it with all that.
Just do me a favor and don't fuck me up, okay?
I'm gonna give you some shit. I mean, not you per se, but this is, I'm angry. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Trump is racist as fuck, and I support him coming in. My brother voted for him. I told him great idea. I support the nigga. I didn't want a guy who's in the institution. But Trump turned out to be a racist fuck. I don't give a fuck what he did for the economy. His morals are shit. He goes around, he circumvents the Constitution. He doesn't know the Constitution. Nigga can't read. Right, anybody supporting that nigga, to me, 9/10 of them cats are racist by default because they put their fucking finances over people's well-being and that type of shit. So I'm angry. So I'm both niggas. I want shit to girl. Every time something happens, I want to be in the riots and tear shit up. I don't know, for a day or two till I fucking calm down.
Well,
I'm angry now.
Does it bother you when guys like Ice Cube, who dude, I'm a white guy. I'm a little white dude, and I love Ice Cube.
Me too.
Does it bother you that Ice Cube is non-apologetic to working
about fucking with Trump?
Yeah.
No, I think he's a wise man. Gandhi tried to fuck with Hitler. He caught so much shit over that. He sent them a letter saying, listen, you can't be as evil as they say. Surely we can figure something out. And he caught so much shit over that. I think Ice Cube was doing the right thing. He's smart, and I don't think he's blind over there in Trump's grasp like Uncle Tom has Kanye. Ice Cube is going to use that nigga, in my opinion. And, I heard him talk about it, and I would believe it.
And Gandhi
he's
shouldn't have
like,
caught no shit.
He said, I asked both campaigns, and Biden them told me they were busy or they put me off and never got back to me.
Yeah. We'll
Trump them
play it
did.
back later.
I said, give quota.
We'll call you back later is what Biden
Call you
said.
back later.
Yeah.
Did that girl come out? I don't think so.
But that's the thing. I don't think Gandhi should have caught any shit for.
I'm just showing you how many cats be on this corner, yo.
Okay. Gandhi shouldn't have caught no shit over what he was trying to do with Hitler. Because, I mean, he was coming from a genuine place wanting to, maybe reason with him or something, He wasn't trying to.
That's exactly what he did, and that's what he said, yeah.
And he shouldn't have caught no shit for it.
I totally
he didn't
agree,
change
right?
him. He didn't change him, obviously, no, because no one was going to change him.
Right. But he did what he had to do. He's that guy. He didn't have a choice in his actions.
Yeah,
he knew better than anybody. I'm sure that, this is the long shot of the century. But you still got to do it.
Absolutely. For sure.
And Joe, actually, how do you feel about the fact that both yours and my laughs are being used as vocal, what do you call it? People put them on their phones.
Ringtones.
Oh yes. They're using your laugh and my laugh as
Who's your laugh, Tim? Who's using your laugh? No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I know. I've heard someone say Joe. Like Goldeneye said she's used Joe Cool's before, but I don't remember anyone saying they've used yours. I've heard people say they like your laugh, but I've never heard anyone say that they were using it as a phone ringer. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they don't like your laugh.
Oh, that was funny. I thought.
Why would I mention that? If I had,
who said that? Then I'm curious now.
I think it's a good idea anyway, right? I think it's great. I do.
Yes, Joe, you have the best laugh, man.
Thank you for that.
You do.
I get that a lot, and I got shitted on as a kid for this laugh, yo. I mean, totally shitted on.
Man,
God is good to give me even one motherfucker say he like it is a beautiful thing.
Kids are cruel, man. Kids are freaking.
Kids are cruel.
Oh, there we go. The Hornet's going to put you on his ringtone. There you go.
Suck.
The Hornet.
Use Joe Cool for the message, and then Tim for the phone call.
Right. Right. Tim, you got to buy me some weed, bro.
I need some weed.
I'm smoking now, Joe. I'm blown as fuck. I've been smoking for hours since I was across the street from the murder scene. Well, he didn't die from the shooting. Smoking, Joe, with the cops and it was crazy, yo. I do that a lot, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I do the vape a lot.
Okay. I got one of those too. I'm on a watermelon OG right now at the crib. I do that too. Wait. Are you talking about the weed shit or just straight vape?
Oh, I'm talking about the weed vape.
Okay, yeah, me too.
Yeah. And it's funny, before COVID broke out, and everything like that.
COVID.
COVID, right?
I do know COVID.
I'm familiar with COVID.
I'm familiar as well.
Yes, I think I have
a little bit.
Yeah, I know a little bit about it.
And my doctor actually called me to say, look, it's been a while, so come in. He's my primary care guy.
Okay.
You know? And so he's known me for like 10, 11, 12 years. And he's like, where are you getting? Well, if you're not going to the medicinal places,
where you getting your shit?
Yeah, okay, see, this is where I'm going. He's like, if you're not going to the medicinal places to get your marijuana, where are you getting it? Now picture this, if you can. I'm wearing a really tatted Red Sox hat and a bandana, red bandana around my face. And I say to him, I got people. And he started laughing his ass off. For some reason, I'm the only one that can make this guy laugh.
You told him, I got people. That's what you told him?
I got people.
I got people. I got people, bro. Okay.
I got people. It's like, you didn't get a permit? And I'm like, I don't need no permit. I got
fuck, man. Whoa. Right? Listen, that irks me to no end. Yo, weed just became legal here New Year. But before that, all these guys got locked up, and everyone who bought it was a scourge of society. And then a switch was flipped because someone said it's okay. Fuck what I've been talking about all these years. My shit don't matter because someone else said it was okay. Everybody believe. Here go another bad chick. Yeah, she white too.
I got people.
I got people.
And yeah, I mean, am I wrong for thinking that that it was like the most awesome thing in a long time, to make my, primary care physician laugh his ass off?
Especially if he doesn't do it a lot, you know what I'm saying? And, I feel
you. And his nurse, she was actually trying to draw blood for me at the same time. And then he started laughing, and I'm like, oh shit. Because he jabbed me, and she's like, I'm sorry. You're just going to make him laugh.
That's funny. He was cracking up about it, huh?
Yeah. I honestly, I don't think, or take things seriously much anymore.
That's a good thing. Right? I get criticized for that because I don't get emotional, get caught up every time so-and-so get called a cunt or something. I'm the fucking bad guy. Motherfucker, I don't take shit so serious. I've heard that word a lot. I've seen worse. The day a motherfucker, what is that nigga name? AB them and Doug, the chick got dumped out the wheelchair. Motherfuckers pressuring me, go Joe, go live, put it on your channel. I'm like, I don't even know them niggas. And that night, I had 3 of my buddies get shot. One of them was in the hospital. He died the next fucking day. So I be feeling like, yeah, cunt, beep. I don't even know that nigga. He 800 miles away. I don't get invested like that. And I get criticized. Joe, so-and-so was on panel. How could you not defend? I'm like, I don't even know his fucking enemies. I don't sink into it like you do, apparently.
Right. Right. Wow. All right, guys. I'm gonna have to call this one. It's like 10 o'clock. I'm about ready to fall asleep.
I'm so used to people saying it's 4, 5, 6 in the morning. He says it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, I gotta get up in the morning, so yeah.
All right, Kitty. It was good. I'm glad. Y'all notice Trump creeping up. He creeping up on the electoral count.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. But again, we won't know who really won until Monday, at least,
or next fucking February.
Yeah,
Later.
right. Who knows? Who knows?
Hey,
All right,
Joe.
thanks for joining. He left. He left. He already left. He already left.
Oh,
Y'all have a good night.
Yikes.
All right, thanks for joining. Case, thank you. Glenn, May, Squatch,
Kenny, you are an incredible human being. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Tim. So, I mean, everyone else who's been in, thanks for joining. It's been a lot of fun. And we'll see you again on another stream.
You are.
I'm watching Gail King doing returns on TV. Oh, thanks, man. Try to be.
Take care, buddy.
You too. Yeah, all right, Sasquatch, have a good one. And everyone else, please, have a good one and stay safe out there. Try to stay away from all the crap if crap does jump off tonight. All right, guys, thanks. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the way out. And if you have yet to subscribe, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. All right, guys. Bye. Peace.